Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. Story number 2. Title: At my bachelorette party, we joked with a Ouija board. Now every night, my fiancé sleep talks the details of how he will die. My name is Olivia, and right now my finger is shaking as it hovers over the delete button on my phone screen. Because if I erase this audio file, did any of it ever really happen? It's a crazy thought, but a tempting one, to just wipe it away and go back to believing everything is normal. It all started 3 nights ago, a week before our wedding, when I woke up in the middle of the night because the sound was wrong. My fiancé always snores, a soft, rumbling sound that I've actually gotten used to over the years. But this time the room was too quiet, and then I heard the whisper. It wasn't his voice. It was flat and cold, like someone reading a boring grocery list, but the words were all wrong. I lay there frozen, my skin prickling, telling myself it was just a dream, a weird fragment of a nightmare. I must have fallen back asleep because in the morning when I asked him if he remembered talking in his sleep, he just laughed and kissed my forehead and said he dreamed about buying a new power tool, which was so normal for him that I brushed it off. But then it happened again the next night. The same sudden quiet, then that hollow whisper in the dark. This time I caught a few phrases, something about a date and a road, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the open window. So last night, I decided to get proof, to record it so I could play it for him in the morning, and we could laugh about his weird sleep talking, or maybe so I could show a doctor if it kept up. I left my phone recording on the nightstand, and now, sitting alone at our kitchen table in the morning light with my coffee going cold, I'm listening back. I hear his familiar snoring for a few minutes, then a sharp intake of breath, like he's startled awake, and then the silence. For a full minute, there's nothing, and I almost stop the recording, thinking it's nothing. Then it starts. That voice. It's his, but it isn't. It's stripped of all his warmth and humor, just empty words spoken into the dark. December 14th, the voice says, clear as day. Black ice on Route 9, just past the hairpin turn by the patient oak tree. The deer won't jump in time. My whole body goes cold. I feel the blood drain from my face. December 14th is the day after we're supposed to arrive at our honeymoon cabin. We leave on the 13th. My hands are trembling so badly I almost drop my phone. I fumble with my laptop, pulling up the directions to the cabin my fiancé booked as a surprise. My heart is hammering against my ribs as the map loads. There it is, clear as anything. To get to the remote cabin, you take the interstate for hours, then a state highway, and then for the last 20 miles of winding, forested road, you are on Route 9. It's the only way in. I zoom in on the map, tracing the twisting line with my finger. My breath catches. There's a notorious, sharp hairpin turn marked on the digital map with a warning symbol for sharp curves. I switch to the street view, the image loading pixel by pixel. It shows a gloomy tunnel of trees, the road slick with wet leaves from some past autumn. And there, right on the outside of that deadly curve, is a massive, gnarled old oak tree, its trunk twisted and dark, standing like a silent sentinel. The patient oak tree. A sob catches in my throat. This can't be real. He's never been there. He planned this trip secretly. How could he know about that specific tree? I quickly pull up the long-range weather forecast, my vision blurry with panic. The prediction for December 14th in that region. A clear, cold snap following a day of rain. Perfect conditions for black ice. I sit back, the world tilting around me. This isn't sleep talking. This is something else. It feels like a news report from the future, a horrible prediction spoken through the man I love. I listen to the recording again and again, each time the words carving themselves deeper into my mind. The deer won't jump in time. I think about calling my best friend, my maid of honor, but she's the one who brought the Ouija board to my bachelorette party as a joke, the one we all laughed and messed around with, asking silly questions about future husbands and money. What if this is connected? She'll just laugh again, tell me I'm stressed from wedding planning, that it's all a creepy coincidence. I feel completely alone with this terrifying secret. That night, I can't sleep. I lie next to him, listening to his gentle breathing, watching the rise and fall of his chest in the moonlight, and all I can think about is that other voice living inside him. I am rigid, a statue in our bed, when suddenly his breathing stops. He goes perfectly still. The air in the room gets colder. Then that flat, alien whisper cuts through the dark, right next to my ear. "You're listening now. Good." My eyes snap open wide, staring at the ceiling. I don't dare move, don't dare breathe. After a few seconds, his soft snoring starts again, as if nothing happened. But something did. The thing, whatever it is, knows I heard it. It's aware of me. The next morning, I'm a wreck. He wakes up smiling, his own sweet, normal self, and rolls over to hug me. "You okay, baby?" he asks, his voice full of sleepy warmth. "You look like you didn't sleep at all." I look into his familiar, loving eyes, the eyes I'm supposed to marry in a few days, and I see no trace of the cold entity from the night. The gulf between his waking self and his sleeping self feels like an ocean I'm drowning in. I force a smile, my face feeling like a stiff mask. "I'm fine," I lie, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "Just pre-wedding jitters. I slept like a rock." He believes me, because he always believes me, and he gets up to make us coffee. As I sit at the kitchen table again, the winter sun feeling weak and useless, he sips his coffee and rubs the back of his neck. "Weird thing," he says, chuckling. "I had another crazy dream. I was out in the backyard with a brand new chainsaw, finally taking down that dead oak tree. Felt so real. Maybe I should do it, huh? Get it out of my system before the wedding." He laughs, a sound that used to make me feel safe. I don't laugh. I just look at him, my coffee turning to acid in my stomach, because the dead oak in our backyard is the only big tree on our property, and I suddenly know, with a certainty that chills my soul, that this is only the beginning. The wedding plans should have been a happy distraction, but they just became another layer of dread. Every decision felt loaded, like I was planning a party for a disaster I was trying to prevent. I tried to focus on flowers and seating charts, but my mind kept circling back to that flat voice and the patient oak tree on Route 9. My fiancée seemed perfectly normal, maybe even more cheerful than usual, which somehow made everything worse. 3 nights after the first recording, I was ready for it. My phone was hidden under my pillow, recording again. I pretended to be asleep, my body tense, listening to his breathing. Right on schedule, the snoring stopped. The room got still. Then the whisper came back, clearer this time, like it knew I was paying attention. She shouldn't have laughed. It said, the words slick and cold. "The veil will be red." I clenched my jaw so tight it ached. She. That had to be my maid of honor, the one who laughed about the Ouija board. And the veil will be red. That wasn't about a car crash on a remote road anymore. That was about my wedding, my dress, the ceremony that was now just days away. The threat had moved, and it was walking right down the aisle toward me. The next day, as if to prove the point, my fiancé brought up the wedding decorations over breakfast. "You know, I was thinking," he said, stirring his oatmeal. "Those white rose centerpieces are beautiful, but what about something with more drama? Deep red anemones. They'd really pop in the photos." He smiled at me, but the smile didn't seem to reach his eyes. They looked thoughtful, distant, like he was considering a complex math problem, not flowers. I felt a lump of cold fear in my throat. "Red," I managed to say. "I don't know, white feels more traditional." "Just a thought," he said, shrugging, but the suggestion hung in the air, poisonous. I spent the afternoon in a frantic internet spiral. I looked up sleep disorders, psychological possession, curses, anything that could explain what was happening. I read stories about Ouija boards and angry spirits, about how mocking them or not closing a session properly could invite something in, could make it latch on. It was all just creepy stories on forums, but they gave a shape to my terror. My best friend's joke now had a terrible, logical consequence. I had to try something. In a moment of pure panic, I took the ancient Ouija board from the back of my closet, a cheap cardboard thing from a toy store, and I drove to a remote crossroads outside of town late that night. It felt stupid and desperate, but I had to do something. I got out of the car, the wind biting through my jacket, and I lit the board on fire with a lighter, whispering into the dark, "Please leave us alone. The connection is broken. Go away." The flame seemed reluctant at first, licking weakly at the corners before finally taking hold. I watched it burn until it was black ash, and I drove home feeling hollow and silly, but with a tiny flicker of hope. As I drove, I turned on the car radio for comfort. It was on a static-filled talk station. I hit the scan button, and the radio whirred through snippets of songs and commercials before landing, with perfect clarity, on a local traffic update. The announcer's voice was bright and clear. And just a heads up for early morning commuters, we're getting reports of possible black ice formation on secondary roads, especially Route 9 near the state forest. So slow down and take it easy out there." I jerked the wheel, pulling over to the shoulder, my heart racing. It was the middle of a clear, cold night. There was no rain. The forecast was dry. But the radio said it. Route 9. Black ice. I turned the radio off and sat there in the dark, the last of my hope extinguished. The thing wasn't just in my bedroom. It was in the airwaves, in the world, shaping reality to fit its script. A few nights later, I woke up and he was gone. The space next to me in bed was cold and empty. My pulse skyrocketed. I got up, my bare feet quiet on the floor, and crept out into the dark living room. There he was, standing perfectly still in the middle of the room, illuminated by the faint blue light from a street lamp outside. He was facing the big glass coffee table, his back to me. He wasn't moving, just standing there. Then, slowly, he raised his hand and began to trace something with his finger on the dusty glass surface. It was intricate, careful, like he was drawing a map or a symbol. I stood frozen in the hallway, watching this sleepwalking ritual, too scared to speak. After a minute, his head snapped towards me. His eyes were open, but they were blank, empty holes in the moonlight. In that same flat whisper from the recordings, he spoke, but it wasn't about the wedding. "The patient oak tree waits," he said, each word precise. "Its roots are deep. Its time is coming." Then, as if a switch flipped, he turned and walked silently past me, back to bed, where he lay down and immediately began to snore softly. I stood there shaking for a long time, before I found the courage to turn on a lamp. I looked at the coffee table. In the fine layer of dust, his finger had left a clear pattern. It wasn't a map. It was a symbol, a series of interlocking circles with jagged lines cutting through them, like a twisted knot or a barbed wire crown. I'd never seen it before, but it looked intentionally made, and it filled me with a deep, primitive revulsion. I grabbed my phone and took a picture of it before wiping the table clean, trying to erase the evidence, but I knew I couldn't erase it from my mind. The final straw was my last dress fitting. My wedding dress was perfect, a simple, elegant gown. The veil was a soft cascade of ivory lace. The seamstress, a sweet older woman, was pinning the hem when she frowned. "Dear," she said, her voice concerned, "I don't remember this flaw." She pointed to a spot on the veil, right where it would rest against my forehead. I leaned in to look. There, woven into the very lace, was a faint, rust-colored stain. It wasn't a smudge of dirt. It looked old, like dried tea or something worse, and it was shaped in a subtle, vein-like pattern. It hadn't been there the week before. I touched it, and it felt slightly stiff, like old glue. The veil will be red. I left the shop with my dress bagged up, feeling numb. That night, I finally broke down and called my younger brother. He's the most pragmatic, level-headed person I know, an engineer who believes in facts and wires and concrete things. I told him everything, crying over the phone, the recordings, the sleepwalking, the symbol in the dust, the stain on the veil. I texted him the picture of the symbol. I expected him to gently suggest I see a therapist, to talk about wedding stress. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When he finally spoke, his voice was different, strained. "You need to come over. Now. Don't tell him where you're going." I drove to his apartment in a daze. He let me in, his face pale and serious. He had an old, leather-bound journal open on his kitchen table. It was our grandfather's, from his time serving overseas decades ago. My brother pointed to a page. There, sketched in faded pencil beside a paragraph of tight, cramped writing, was the exact same symbol. The interlocking circles, the jagged lines. It was identical. My blood ran cold. "What is it?" I whispered. My brother's finger traced under our grandfather's handwritten caption. "He doesn't explain it much," he said quietly, "but he calls it a marker. He says in here that enemy operatives would use symbols like this for psychological warfare. They'd leave them near the homes of people they wanted to destabilize, to frighten into making mistakes." He looked up at me, his eyes wide with a fear that mirrored my own. The note underneath it says, "It means the path is set. The end is chosen." We sat there in his quiet kitchen, the hum of the refrigerator the only sound. The crazy supernatural terror suddenly had one foot in the real, historical world. It wasn't just a ghost story. It was a tactic, a weapon, and it was using the man I loved to deliver its message. I went home feeling more lost than ever. My fiancé was watching TV, looking utterly normal. He smiled when I came in. "Everything okay with your dress?" he asked. "Fine," I lied, for what felt like the 1,000th time. The next morning, 2 days before our wedding, I was packing a suitcase for our honeymoon. He had his own suitcase open on the floor of the closet. I went to move it, to make space, and the lid fell open. Neatly folded on top of his clothes were two items that stopped me dead. One was a heavy-duty ice scraper with a long brush, the kind you'd need for a serious frost. The other was a hunting knife in a leather sheath, a knife I had never seen in my life. My fingers trembling, I found a crumpled receipt in the bottom of the bag. I smoothed it out. It was from an outdoor supply store. The date on the receipt was for tomorrow, and the printed purchase date at the top was for December 14th. The sound woke me with a jolt, a raw, grating roar that ripped through the quiet morning. It was the sound of a chainsaw. I stumbled out of bed, my heart already hammering, and went to the window. There he was, in the backyard, standing under the skeletal branches of the dead oak tree. He had on his old work coat and safety glasses, and he was holding a brand new bright orange chainsaw. But he wasn't looking at the tree. He was staring directly up at the house, at our bedroom window, at me. His face was a blank mask, completely focused. When he saw me, he didn't smile or wave. He just gave a single, slow nod. Then he turned, yanked the starter cord, and the saw roared to life again, biting into the thick, gray bark of the trunk. He was doing it. He was taking down the oak tree from his dream. I watched, frozen, as wood chips flew. This wasn't a man just doing yard work. There was a grim, methodical energy to it, a sense of purpose that felt all wrong. Later, when he came in for lunch, he was jovial, sweating, and buzzing with an excitement that made my skin crawl. "Got it on sale," he said, gesturing with a thumb towards the backyard where the saw sat. "Just like in my dream. Gotta get this project out of my system before the big day, you know." He laughed and kissed my cheek, his skin cold from the outside air. I tried to smile back, but all I could think was that the entity's words were no longer just whispers in the dark. They were shopping lists, and he was checking items off. That's when I started seeing the symbol everywhere. It was subtle at first. The morning after the chainsaw, I got out of the shower and saw a pattern in the condensation on the glass door. It was the interlocking circles and jagged lines from the dust on the coffee table. I wiped it away with a trembling hand. The next day, a thin layer of frost coated my car windshield, and there it was again, etched as if by an invisible finger. I scraped it off so violently I nearly cracked the glass. At a coffee shop, distracted and sleepless, I looked down at the foam in my latte and saw the shape swirling in the milk. I pushed the cup away, my stomach turning. The thing wasn't just talking through him. It was tagging my world, reminding me it was there, that it was watching. The isolation was crushing me. I decided I had to get professional help, not for me, but for him. I convinced him it was just for a checkup, that his new sleep-talking habit was worrying me. He agreed amiably, which somehow felt more frightening than if he'd refused. We sat in the clean, bright office of a sleep specialist. He was charming and articulate, describing his vivid dreams about trees and roads and tools with such calm detail it sounded completely rational. The doctor, a kind-faced man with glasses, listened and took notes. "It sounds like hypnagogic utterances, possibly linked to stress from the upcoming wedding," the doctor said, offering a reassuring smile. "Very common. I wouldn't be overly concerned." We thanked him and left. In the parking lot, walking to the car, my fiancé suddenly stopped. He turned to me, his expression still pleasant, but his eyes looked thoughtful, distant. He spoke in his own voice, but the words were all wrong. "He doesn't understand," he said very clearly. "The tree is in my roots now." Then he blinked, shook his head slightly like clearing a fog, and smiled his normal smile. "Lunch?" he asked. I just stared, my mouth dry. The thing inside him had spoken to me in broad daylight, without the cover of sleep, and then slipped away again. My trust in him, in the man I knew, was crumbling. When he hugged me now, I had to fight not to flinch, wondering what was moving behind his eyes, what script was being written in a place I couldn't reach. I broke. I went to my brother's apartment again, a place that was starting to feel like the only sane ground in a tilting world. I told him about the daytime speaking, the symbol, the chainsaw. I showed him the picture on my phone of the frost on my car. He listened, his face growing graver. He pulled out our grandfather's journal again, flipping past the page with the symbol to sections we hadn't read. The writing was about tactics, about fear, about breaking a person's will without ever touching them. "There's a mention here," my brother said, his finger tracing a line. "Granddad wrote about how they'd sometimes have to sever a mark if one of their own got tagged. It's vague. It talks about a willing choice from the marked person, a fight from the inside, and something about a sacrifice, something belonging to them, offered by blood." It sounded like medieval superstition mixed with war stories. But it was a thread, the only one we had. "We need to understand what we're dealing with," my brother said. "We need to know if this is just in his head, or if there's something else." He proposed a plan. He would follow my fiancé, just casual surveillance, to see if he did anything else strange, out of rhythm. I hated the idea, the deceit of it, but I was desperate. So the next day, when my fiancé said he was going to the hardware store for more chainsaw oil, I texted my brother. He called me an hour later, his voice tight. He didn't go to the hardware store, he said. He drove to the public library downtown. He went into the old archives section. He was in there for 45 minutes. When he left, I went in and asked the librarian what he'd been looking at. She said he'd requested old local topographic surveys and property maps for the area around Route 9 and the state forest. My brother paused. She said he was very interested in the locations of old, large trees. That night, I confronted him. Sort of. We were washing dishes, and my nerves were frayed beyond belief. "Why were you at the library today?" I asked, trying to sound casually curious. He didn't look up from the plate he was scrubbing. "Just wanted to look something up about soil density for the tree stump," he said easily. "Why?" "No reason," I mumbled, but the lie was another brick in the wall between us. The sleep-talking that night was different. It wasn't a prophecy. It was a monologue. The flat voice droned on about patience, about roots sinking deep into stone, about the inevitability of gravity and the perfect angle of a cut. It sounded like a textbook on forestry spoken by a corpse. I didn't even bother recording it. The evidence was no longer in my phone. It was in my life, in the backyard, in the maps he studied. The day before the wedding was a blur of final preparations and pure terror. My bridesmaids fussed around me, bubbling with excitement I couldn't feel. My maid of honor, the one who brought the board, hugged me and whispered, "Last night of freedom," and I wanted to scream. My brother pulled me aside when he arrived at the rehearsal dinner venue. He looked around to make sure we were alone, then leaned close. "I went back to the library," he whispered. I looked at the maps he was studying. "There's one huge, ancient oak marked on a survey from the 1800s, right on that hairpin turn on Route 9. It's been there for centuries. It's on private land, but right by the road." He swallowed. On the map, someone had written a note in pencil, probably a surveyor from 100 years ago. It said, "Patient Oak." So it wasn't just a phrase from a sleep whisper. It was a real name for a real tree, a name buried in history that he somehow knew. The rehearsal dinner was a nightmare of forced smiles and toasts that felt like eulogies. I watched my fiancé laugh and shake hands with my father, and I wondered if the thing inside him was laughing too. After it was over, we drove home. The car was quiet. He reached over and took my hand, his grip warm and firm. "Tomorrow's the big day," he said, smiling. "Then it's just you and me, on the road to our new life." He said it kindly, lovingly, but all I heard was "on the road." That night, I couldn't even pretend to sleep. I lay awake, listening, waiting for the whisper. But it never came. Instead, something worse happened. Long after midnight, I felt him shift. He turned towards me in the dark. I could feel his eyes on me. I kept mine closed, breathing slowly, feigning sleep. Then I felt his breath on my cheek as he leaned in. His lips brushed my ear, and he whispered, so softly it was almost just a thought in the air. "You'll see it tomorrow. At the altar. A spot of red. Just a little one. The first drop." He settled back on his pillow. A minute later, he began to snore softly. I lay there, tears leaking from the corners of my eyes, staring into the blackness. The threat was no longer about a future car crash. It was about my wedding ceremony, happening in just a few hours. The entity had given me a new prediction, a closer one, and I had no idea what it meant, only that it promised something horrible. The path was set, the end was chosen, and I was walking straight toward it in a white dress, completely alone. The morning of my wedding dawned bright and clear, a stupidly beautiful winter day that felt like a personal insult. I woke up alone. He'd insisted on the old tradition of not seeing the bride before the ceremony, staying at a hotel with his friends. The first thing I did, before coffee, before anything, was to check my veil. I'd hidden it in the back of my closet, inside a plastic garment bag. With trembling hands, I unzipped it. The rust-colored stain from the fitting had spread. It wasn't just a spot anymore. It had grown into a web of dark, vein-like patterns spreading from the center, like a leaf skeleton pressed into the ivory lace, or like cracks in dried mud. It looked ancient and deliberate. A sob hitched in my throat. "The veil will be red." I couldn't wear this. It was a banner announcing the horror. In a frenzy, I filled the bathroom sink with cold water and a splash of bleach, submerging the lace. I watched, praying for the stain to fade. Instead, the water around it tinged a faint, rusty brown, and the stain itself darkened to a burnt crimson, becoming more vivid against the now brighter white of the untouched lace. It had set. It was part of the fabric. Defeated, I hung it to dry, the grotesque pattern glaring at me. My bridesmaids arrived in a cloud of perfume and happy chatter, and I had to become an actress. I smiled, I nodded, I drank the champagne they offered, feeling it burn a hollow path down to my frozen core. When it was time to get dressed, I put on the gown, which felt like a costume for a play I never auditioned for. I stared at the veil. My maid of honor, her face full of concern, picked it up. "Oh wow, that's unique lace work," she said, her voice faltering as she peered at the stain. "Is that supposed to be there?" "Yes," I lied, my voice brittle. "It's an heirloom pattern." I couldn't tell her. I placed it on my head, the stained lace falling over my face, and the world took on a reddish, nightmarish tint. At the church, waiting in the little side room with my father, the minutes crawled by. My father, a big, gentle man, squeezed my hands. "You look beautiful," he said, his eyes misty. Then he leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Sweetheart, is everything okay with your groom?" I ran into him earlier when I arrived. He was very focused. He asked me a strange question. He wanted to know if I'd ever seen a deer up close after a car collision. Asked for details, like how far they can travel after impact. He said it so calmly, like he was asking about the weather. My father shook his head, baffled and a little disturbed. My heart turned to stone. The script was still running, even here, even now. The music started, the doors opened, and I walked. All the faces were a blur. All I could see was him, standing at the end of the aisle, handsome in his tuxedo, smiling. But his smile was wrong. It was too still, too perfect, like a picture of a smile. His eyes were on me, but they looked through me, focused on the veil, a flicker of something like satisfaction in their depths. We said our vows. My voice was a shaky whisper. His was clear and strong. Until the very end. Instead of "till death do us part," he paused. His eyelids fluttered for a second. His gaze went distant, looking at something over my shoulder. Then, in that same clear voice, he said, "Till the road ends." A murmur rippled through the guests. I saw confused, touched smiles. They thought it was a poetic, romantic twist. The officiant, an older family friend, faltered, then coughed and continued. I felt the world shrink to a tiny, cold point. The reception was a colorful, noisy dream I was trapped inside. I floated through it, a ghost in a white dress. During our first dance, his hand was firm on my back, his grip just a little too tight. I rested my head on his shoulder, looking out over the dance floor. And that's when I saw it. Across the room, near the shadowy emergency exit, a figure stood. It was tall and oddly thin, its shape blurred, like it was behind frosted glass. It wasn't a guest. It didn't move. Its head was tilted at a sharp, unnatural angle, like a branch snapped in a storm. And it had one arm raised, a long, thin finger pointing. Not at me. At him. At the man I was dancing with. I jerked my head up, my breath catching. The figure was gone. Had it ever been there? My brother found me later, pulling me into a quiet corner behind a potted plant. His face was serious. "We have a plan for tonight," he whispered urgently. "The script says your car, on Route 9 on the 14th. We're changing the variables. I've arranged a surprise vintage car to take you to the hotel. It's not your car. He doesn't know about it. You're not driving on Route 9 tonight. You're taking the highway, going to a different hotel than planned. We're breaking the sequence." It was the first spark of hope I'd felt in weeks. A way to fight back by simply refusing to follow the steps. I grabbed his arm. "Thank you," I breathed. As we were preparing to leave, my maid of honor, her eyes red from happy tears, pulled me aside. She looked genuinely contrite. "Listen," she said, her voice thick. "I felt awful about that stupid Ouija board thing. It was a dumb joke. I just wanted to give you this." She pressed a small, wrapped box into my hand. "For safety on the road. An old family thing. Consider it an apology." She hugged me tightly before I could open it. Later, in the back of the beautiful old vintage car my brother had arranged, the door shut on the sounds of the wedding. We were alone. The driver, a hired man in a cap, pulled away from the curb. I finally let out a breath that felt like it had been held for a month. I looked at my new husband. He was staring out the window at the passing streetlights, a small, strange smile on his lips. He looked peaceful. He reached over and took my hand. His skin was warm, but his grip was like a vice, his fingers lacing through mine with a possessive, unyielding strength. "I'm so glad we're finally going," he said, still looking out the window. Then he turned his head slowly towards me. The smile was still there, but his eyes were like dark glass. He leaned closer, his voice a soft, intimate murmur meant only for me. "I can hear the tires losing traction already." He said it with a kind of longing, like someone describing their favorite song. My blood went cold. I looked out the window. We were on the smooth, dry city streets, miles from Route 9, moving steadily in light traffic. There was no ice, no reason for skidding. But he'd heard it. The entity had. It knew we were moving, and in its mind, the script was already playing. The fragile hope my brother had given me shattered. Changing the car, changing the route, it didn't matter. The thing wasn't attached to a vehicle or a map. It was attached to us, to him, and it was bringing its prophecy with us, like a carried storm. I remembered the box from my friend. My hands shaking, I tore open the wrapping paper. Inside was a small, tarnished silver medallion on a chain. A saint's medallion, worn smooth with age. A gesture of protection. The moment my fingers touched the cold metal, a searing, electric pain shot up my arm, so sharp I gasped and almost dropped it. I held it up to the passing streetlight. Etched into the silver, almost worn away but still visible, was the symbol. The interlocking circles and jagged lines. It was on the object meant to guard me. There was no safe ground left. Not in my home, not in my wedding, not in a gift from a friend. The car drove on into the deepening night, carrying us toward a honeymoon I now knew was just a different kind of altar. He settled back in the seat, closing his eyes, his hands still clamped around mine. He hummed a little, tuneless note, the sound of someone content, someone going exactly where they wanted to be. I sat perfectly still, the cold medallion burning a hole in my other hand, watching his peaceful face in the flickering shadows, and understood with a perfect, crystalline clarity that the road we were on wasn't made of asphalt. It was the path that had been set, and we were barreling down it, and the end it had chosen was waiting for us, patient as an old oak tree, somewhere up ahead in the dark. We never made it to the luxury hotel my brother booked. In the vintage car, my new husband just shook his head when the driver started to turn toward the city center. "Take us home," he said, his voice pleasant but leaving no room for argument. "We need to get our own car and our things. We're leaving for the cabin tonight." The driver, confused, looked at me in the rearview mirror. I gave a tiny, helpless shake of my head. The plan had lasted 20 minutes. We went to our house, now littered with the debris of the wedding morning. He moved with a brisk, eerie efficiency, packing the car with our suitcases, including the one with the ice scraper and the knife. "But it's the middle of the night," I pleaded, trying to sound tired, not terrified. "We can go in the morning. We're exhausted." He paused, looking at me with a patient expression, like I was a child who didn't understand a simple rule. "I just have this feeling we need to be there by the 13th, he said, his tone gentle but final. "Ahead of the weather. It's important." The script was adapting. December 14th was the predicted day, but now we had to be in place early. I couldn't fight him without screaming the truth, and I was too scared of what that truth would do. So, in the pre-dawn darkness, we set off. The roads were empty. He drove with a steady, focused calm that felt more robotic than human. I pretended to doze, my mind racing. About an hour into the drive, on a long, lonely stretch of two-lane highway that would eventually connect to Route 9, a large buck deer stepped out of the woods and onto the road ahead. It stood majestic and still in our headlights, a beautiful, frozen statue. My instinct was to gasp, to brace for a swerve. He did neither. His foot pressed down on the accelerator. The engine growled, and we surged forward, aimed directly at the animal. At the very last possible second, the deer leapt, a graceful arc over the ditch and into the trees on the other side. I let out a strangled cry. He eased off the gas and let out a soft sigh. It wasn't a sigh of relief. It sounded like disappointment. "They're so unpredictable," he murmured, almost to himself. The sun was coming up as we turned onto Route 9. The trees closed in, tall and dark even in the morning light. Every curve felt familiar from studying the map. My stomach was a hard knot. Then we saw the cabin. It was picturesque, a little A-frame with a steep roof, nestled in the pines. It was perfect, and directly across the narrow, one-lane width of Route 9, looming so close its branches seemed to reach for the roof, was the tree. The patient oak. It was even more massive in person, ancient and gnarled, its trunk wider than our car. It wasn't just near the hairpin turn. The cabin was its neighbor. The destination was right in the shadow of the prophecy. We unpacked in a daze. I had one desperate card left to play. While he was inside, I popped the hood of our car. I'd looked up online how to disable a vehicle. My hands were slick with cold sweat as I found the fuse box and pulled out a specific one for the fuel pump. I hid it in my pocket. Without it, the car wouldn't start. We'd be stranded, safe, forced to call for help and leave. An hour later, he went out to get more firewood from the shed. He tried to start the car to move it closer. It cranked but didn't turn over. My heart leaped with a wild, fragile hope. He got out, opened the hood, and peered inside. He stood there for a full 5 minutes, just looking. Then he went to his suitcase, rummaged in a side pocket, and returned with a little plastic case of spare fuses. He found the empty slot, inserted a new fuse, closed the hood, and started the car with a smooth purr. He had packed spare fuses. For our honeymoon, he backed the car up to the wood pile, got out, and gave me a small, knowing smile as he passed me on the porch. "Good thing I'm handy," he said. That was the moment I truly understood we were trapped. His competence was now a weapon. Inside the cabin, the cozy space felt like a cage. The tension finally boiled over. I couldn't hold it in anymore. As he built a fire, I just started talking, the words tumbling out in a frantic, tearful rush. I told him about the sleep recordings, the voice, the prediction about the ice and the deer and the oak. I told him about the stain on the veil, about the symbol, about my brother finding it in our grandfather's journal. I was sobbing, begging him to see, to understand that something was wrong with him. He listened, the fire crackling between us. His face shifted from confusion to deep concern, then to a profound, heartbreaking sadness. He stood up and came towards me, his arms open. "Oh, baby," he said, his own voice thick with emotion. "The stress, the wedding, it's been so much for you. You're having delusions. We need to get you help." He was advancing to comfort me, to hug the hysterical woman he thought I was. And I backed away. I backed away from the man I loved, because I no longer knew what was looking out from behind his eyes. He stopped, his face falling, his offered arms dropping to his sides. The sadness in his expression looked so real. That night, he showered first. I heard the water running. His phone was on the kitchen table, blinking with a notification. I shouldn't have looked, but I had to. I picked it up. The screen showed a weather app, the forecast still clear. But in the top bar, a message notification glitched. It was from a sender listed as a string of numbers. The preview text showed an image. I tapped it. The screen filled with a high-resolution, digital-looking version of the symbol, the interlocking circles sharp and clear. And below it text, "The vessel is ready. The road is prepared. Receive him." I dropped the phone like it had shocked me. It clattered on the wooden table. The water stopped running in the shower. I quickly placed the phone back exactly as it was. He came out, smiling, a towel around his waist, and picked up his phone to check the time, giving no indication he'd seen anything unusual. We went to bed early, the exhaustion of the day and the drive pulling at me despite my fear. He fell asleep almost instantly. I lay awake for what felt like hours, listening to the wind in the pines outside, waiting for the whisper. It didn't come. The whole cabin was still, the only sound the occasional pop from the dying fire. This was new, this quiet. A terrible thought occurred to me. What if the messages were done? What if we were now exactly where we were supposed to be, and the next step wasn't a warning, but the event itself? I rolled over to look at him in the moonlight coming through the window. His face was peaceful, his lips parted slightly, and then they moved. No sound came out. His lips formed silent words, his brow furrowing slightly as if in deep conversation with a dream. A compulsion seized me. I had to know. I had to hear. Slowly, carefully, I leaned in, bringing my ear within an inch of his mouth. I could feel the faint warmth of his breath. And then I heard it, the tiniest exhalation given shape. "Tomorrow, you'll see. It will be so quick." A pause. A soft, almost loving sigh. "And then I'll be free, and he'll be mine." My blood turned to ice. His eyes snapped open. They were wide awake, clear, and they looked directly into mine, reflecting the moonlight like dark pools. He had been awake the whole time. He had been whispering for me to hear. A small, serene smile touched his lips before he closed his eyes again, as if settling back into a pleasant sleep. I didn't move. I couldn't. I lay there paralyzed, my ears still hovering near his mouth, the truth finally crashing over me with the weight of the mountain outside. This wasn't just possession. This was a negotiation. The entity wasn't just using him. It was promising him freedom in exchange for something. For his life. For mine. He'll be mine. The thing had plans for him, for after. And tomorrow, December 14th, was the delivery date. I finally understood the true, full shape of the horror. I wasn't just trying to prevent an accident. I was witnessing a transfer of ownership, and the man I loved was a willing participant in his own erasure. The moonlight slid across his now sleeping face, and I realized the fight was no longer about changing the future. It was about deciding who, or what, walked out of this cabin when the sun rose. The morning of December 14th arrived not with a storm, but with a brutal, beautiful clarity. The sky was a hard, cloudless blue, and the sun shone, sparkling on every surface. My desperate, foolish hopes surged again. The prediction was wrong. There was no black ice. We had beaten it. I rushed to the window, ready to wake him and insist we leave immediately, that the spell was broken. The words died in my throat. Outside, the world was glazed in a thick, crystalline layer of pure white frost. It coated the roof of our car, every branch of every pine tree, the entire winding ribbon of Route 9 in front of the cabin. It looked like a fairy tale, but it was a trap. The frost was impossibly deep, glittering with a vicious intensity. And it stopped in a perfect, straight line at the edge of our property. Beyond the mailbox, the road was dry, dark asphalt. The sun shone there too. The frost existed only here, for us, a stage dressing for the promised accident. He walked out onto the porch behind me, barefoot on the frozen wooden planks. He didn't flinch at the cold. He stretched his arms wide, taking a deep breath of the frigid air, a smile of pure contentment spreading across his face. "The ice is perfect," he said, his voice a mix of his own and that other flat tone, blended into something new and awful. Just as promised. He stepped off the porch, his bare feet leaving crisp prints in the thick frost on the ground, and walked toward our car. But then he stopped. He turned to the giant oak tree across the road. He walked up to it, placed his palm flat against the frozen, craggy bark, and leaned his forehead against it in a gesture that looked like a lover's embrace. The tree's branches seemed to shift in a wind I couldn't feel, creaking lower, as if to encircle him. A engine sound broke the spell. My brother's truck came skidding to a halt on the dry road, just beyond the frost line, spraying gravel. He jumped out, our grandfather's journal in his hand, his face a mask of determination and fear. He saw me on the porch, saw my husband by the tree. "Stay there," my brother yelled, and he ran toward the tree toward him. The thing wearing my husband turned its head, watching my brother's approach with an expression of mild curiosity. My brother didn't tackle him. He stopped a few feet away, his chest heaving. "Fight it, Mark," he shouted into the frozen air. "You have to choose to fight. That's what the journal says. A willing sacrifice from the marked one's own blood. A choice to sever the mark." The thing smiled my husband's smile. "The connection isn't to him," it said, the voice now clearly not his at all, a dry, rustling sound like leaves scuttling on stone. "It's to the promise, the vow made on the board. A death was asked for. A death must be received." It looked past my brother, directly at me. "You asked a question about future husbands. The answer was not a name. It was a description. Already dead. It marked the position. It promised a death to fill that role. He is just the most convenient candidate." The words landed like physical blows. The Ouija board hadn't cursed him. It had cursed me. It had declared that the role of my husband was a position for a dead man. My fiancé, the man I loved, was simply the nearest living person slated for that role, chosen to be made empty so the promise could be kept. My brother, understanding flashing in his eyes, lunged. Not to tackle, but to grab, to pull him away from the tree. The thing inside my husband didn't resist. It let my brother grab his arm, and as my brother's fingers closed around his wrist, it leaned in and whispered something into his ear. My brother froze. His face went slack, then drained of all color. He stumbled back, releasing the arm as if burned, looking at me with eyes full of a new, horrified understanding. "It knows," my brother choked out. "It knows about Dad. He's on his way here. He was worried, and it knows my route home." The thing wearing my husband nodded, a polite, almost gracious gesture. "You can run," it said to me, its voice conversational. "You can take him far from this road. But the promise remains. The road is set. Another will take his place if he falls. Your father on his way here. Your brother on his way home." It tilted its head, the gesture inhuman. "Or, you can choose the vessel. Give the promise what it wants. One death. One specific death. Then the path closes. It held out its hand, his hand, toward me, but not toward the car. Its gaze and the gesture were directed at the space on the frost-covered ground between us. There, lying where it must have fallen from his suitcase, was the new hunting knife in its leather sheath. The ultimate, horrifying choice was laid bare. Not how to save him, but who to sacrifice. Let the entity have him in a staged accident, or give it another death to fulfill its contract. My father's or my brother's. Or take the knife and offer the one specific death it was now asking for, its own vessel. Me. I looked at the knife. I looked at my brother's terrified face. I looked at the man I loved, standing patiently by the oak, a willing participant in his own destruction for a chance at freedom he couldn't possibly understand. The entity waited, a grotesque calm in the center of the glittering, unnatural frost. In that stretched-out moment, a sound cut through the woods, the sudden, sharp crash of underbrush, the snap of branches. A deer, panicked and blind, burst from the tree line and scrambled onto the glazed road, its hooves skittering wildly on the ice, heading straight for the patch of frost in front of our cabin. The promise was here, and it was hungry. The choice was now. Story number 2. Alright, let me tell you about the weirdest week of my life. My name is Dr. Evans, and my job is to fix sleep. I've helped people who walk in their sleep right out of second-story windows, people who scream every night from nightmares they can't remember, and people so scared of their own dreams they'll do anything to stay awake. I thought I'd seen it all, so I was confident, maybe even a little arrogant, when this new patient walked into my office. He was a gaunt man, skinny in a way that spoke of years of exhaustion, with these dark circles under his eyes that looked painted on. He moved slowly, like the air was thick syrup, and he had this constant nervous habit of rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. He wasn't just tired, he was hollowed out. He told me his problem was sleepwalking, but not the normal kind. He said he'd wake up in his kitchen having full-blown arguments with nobody, or he'd find notes he'd written to himself in handwriting that didn't feel like his own. It was a fascinating case, a real puzzle for my clinical brain to solve. I started with the usual questions, digging for trauma, stress, anything that could explain the severe break between his sleeping and waking mind. During that first session, he was hesitant, his eyes darting around the room like he was checking the corners. Then, almost as an afterthought, he mentioned that this all started when he was a teenager. He said he and some friends had messed around with a Ouija board one night, the kind you buy at a toy store. He called it opening a door. I nodded, making a note on my pad. I'd heard this 100 times before. When people face something their mind can't process, they often reach for a supernatural story, a myth to explain the unexplainable. I filed it away under superstitious narrative coping mechanism, and moved on. The real mystery for me was the neurology of it, the broken wiring in his sleep cycles, not some spooky story from his past. I scheduled him for a series of evening sessions, hoping to catch his brain in the act as he drifted off. The next week, he came in even more jittery. The session was normal at first, just me asking questions, him answering in short, clipped sentences. Then, as the sky outside my window turned a deep purple, he suddenly got very still. His eyes locked onto mine, and he said, "The voices are louder here." I asked him what he meant. Instead of answering, he reached into the inside pocket of his worn-out coat and pulled out this object. It was a wooden planchette, the heart-shaped pointer from a talking board. This one wasn't plastic from a game. It was old, made of a dark wood, smooth and shiny in the middle from years of fingers resting on it. The paint around the edges was chipped. My professional alarm bells went off immediately. Bringing an object of obsession into therapy is a major boundary violation. This was a prop for his delusion, and it had no place in my clean clinical office. I was about to tell him to put it away, to end the session, when I saw the raw, animal terror in his eyes. He wasn't trying to be dramatic. He was clinging to this piece of wood like it was a life preserver. He whispered, "It doesn't call them. It just focuses them, like a radio antenna. The static gets clearer." In that moment, I made a decision. I decided to humor him. My clinical rationale was solid. By entering his belief system, I could build trust faster. I could show him, from the inside, that there was no power in the object, only in his own mind. It was a calculated therapeutic experiment. I swallowed my discomfort and said, "All right, show me." He looked shocked, then relieved. He placed the planchette carefully on the coffee table between us. I guided him through a progressive muscle relaxation exercise, watching as the tension slowly drained from his shoulders. His breathing deepened, his eyelids fluttered, and within minutes, he was in a light, suggestive sleep state, his fingertips resting lightly on the wooden pointer. The room was utterly quiet. The only sound was the low hum of the air conditioner and the soft sound of his breathing. I watched his face, looking for signs of REM, for the subtle muscle twitches of dream sleep. There were none. He was perfectly still. Then his hand moved. It wasn't a jerk or a spasm. It was a smooth, deliberate, gliding motion. The planchette slid across the polished wood of my coffee table without a sound. It went to the letter E, then V. My breath caught in my throat. N. S. Evans. My last name. A cold wave washed over me, from my scalp down to my toes. This wasn't happening. The pointer didn't stop. It moved down to a new line on the imaginary board. Why? My mind was screaming. O. U. R. I tried to look at his face, but my eyes were glued to that piece of wood. T. U. R. N. Your turn. The planchette stopped, centered on the moon symbol at the bottom of the board. I sat there, frozen. My clinical mind scrambled for an explanation. Unconscious muscle movement? A sophisticated form of sleepwalking where he accessed knowledge of my name? A complex, shared hallucination triggered by suggestion? I looked at him. His eyes were still closed. His breathing was deep and regular. He was genuinely asleep. For that smooth, purposeful movement to happen, he would have needed conscious control of fine motor skills. It was physically impossible. A minute passed, maybe two. I finally found my voice, a dry croak. Session is over. I said it too loudly. He stirred, blinking awake, looking disoriented. He saw the planchette on the table, then looked at my face. He didn't ask what happened. He just looked sad and scared as he picked up the wooden piece and put it back in his coat. He left without another word. After he was gone, I locked the door. I went to my desk, my hands shaking slightly. I took the key and opened the bottom drawer, the one where I keep spare notepads and old files. I stared at that empty space for a second, then I grabbed the planchette from where he'd left it on the table. It felt warm, which was ridiculous. It was just wood. I put it in the drawer, locked it, and dropped the key like it was hot. I felt a ridiculous urge to wash my hands. I spent the next hour at my computer, typing up my notes. I filled the document with clinical language. Patient exhibited pronounced psychosomatic ideomotor response. Therapist may have inadvertently contributed to a folie à deux scenario due to heightened suggestibility in a low-stimulus environment. Phenomenon consistent with a dissociative state, not paranormal activity. I wrote until I believed my own words, or at least convinced the professional part of my brain to believe them. I decided the stress of the unusual session had gotten to me. I needed a good night's sleep. I went home, made a bland dinner, watched some mindless television, and went to bed early, determined to reset. I fell asleep quickly, which was a relief. Then I woke up, or part of me woke up. My mind was screamingly alert, but my body was gone. It was like I was trapped inside a statue of myself. I couldn't move a finger, couldn't twitch a toe. I couldn't even open my eyes, but I could see my room, every familiar shadow in perfect detail. This was sleep paralysis, something I'd studied, but never personally experienced. A common, explainable glitch in the waking up process. I tried to stay calm, to ride it out. Then I felt it, a presence. To my right, beside the bed. The darkness, there wasn't just an absence of light. It was a solid, living thing, a shape cut out of the world. It knelt down. I couldn't see a face, couldn't make out features, but I knew it was looking at me. A profound, icy dread, deeper than any fear I'd ever known, poured into me. It reached out. A formless hand, made of that same impossible darkness, took my right index finger. My finger was still paralyzed, still part of the statue, but it moved under this thing's touch. It pressed my fingertip into the mattress. Slowly, with a terrible, deliberate pressure, it dragged my finger across the sheet. It was writing. I felt the lines and curves form into letters against the fabric. C-A-S-E-F-I-O-L-E. A space. 2-3. My mind, the part that was still a doctor, recognized it. That was his file number. The new patient. Case file 23. It started a new word. H-E-K-N-O-W-S. He knows. The pressure stopped. The presence lingered for a heartbeat, and then it was simply gone. The spell broke. I sucked in a huge, ragged gasp of air, my body jolting as if electrocuted. I scrambled back against my headboard, fumbling for the lamp, flooding the room with light. I stared at the spot where it had been. Nothing. I looked down at my mattress. The sheets were rumpled, but I could see the faint, sweaty impression where my finger had been dragged. I traced the letters with my own, now trembling finger. They were there. Case file 23. He knows. I sat there until the sun came up, the words repeating in my head. I was a rational person, a scientist of the mind. I had explanations for everything: shared hysteria, somatic stress manifestation, a hypnotic state triggered by the day's events. I had a whole textbook of explanations. But as I sat in the growing dawn, my finger aching with a phantom pain, one thought pushed through all the clinical noise. I had humored a delusion, and now something was humoring me back. The puzzle was no longer in his file. It was in my bedroom, and I had no idea what the rules were. Okay, so after that night, I had to get a grip. I was a professional. I knew all about the power of suggestion, about how the brain can spin a whole terrifying reality out of stress and a bad day at the office. I told myself the sleep paralysis was a classic psychosomatic reaction. My subconscious had latched onto the patient's spooky story and decided to give me a personal demonstration. It was creepy, sure, but it was just my own mind playing tricks on me. To prove it, I decided to double down on clinical mode. I went into work early, made a strong pot of coffee, and pulled case file 23 from the cabinet. I was going to review every single note with cold, hard logic and find the real hook, the psychological seed that had planted itself in my brain. I read about his childhood, his insomnia, his detailed descriptions of the static in his head. I focused on the facts, ignoring the chills trying to crawl up my spine. When he came in for his next appointment, I was ready to be the calm, collected expert. But the moment he walked in, my whole theory wobbled. He looked different. Not completely rested, but the desperate, hunted look was gone. The bags under his eyes were lighter. He moved easier, and he even offered me a small, tentative smile as he sat down. "I slept," he said, his voice holding a note of wonder. "A whole week. No walking, no talking. The voices, they're just whispers now. More like a radio turned down low in another room." He looked right at me, his expression earnest. That session with I think it worked something out. He should have been thrilled. I should have been thrilled. This was the goal, the breakthrough. Instead, a cold little trickle of dread started in my stomach. It felt too fast, too neat, like something had been resolved, but not by me. I conducted the session, asking all the right questions, but my focus was split. Part of me was listening to him talk about the quiet in his head, and the other part was screaming that this was wrong. After he left, promising to return next week, I felt exhausted, drained in a way coffee couldn't fix. I decided to lie down on the couch in my office for a quick power nap. I drifted off almost instantly, and the paralysis hit me like a truck. But this was different from the bedroom. This time, I wasn't just locked in my body. I felt like I was floating above it, looking down at myself lying there on the couch. The shadow was there too, in the corner of my office. It didn't approach me. Instead, it pointed. A dark, shapeless arm extended towards my bookshelf. My floating vision, which felt horribly real, zoomed across the room like a camera. It focused on one specific shelf, on a plain, black leather journal tucked between two thick textbooks on sleep disorders. My dream diary. My private, handwritten journal where I scribbled down my own weird dreams and personal thoughts. No one knew about it. The message was crystal clear. I am here in your workplace. I know your secrets. I woke up with a gasp, bolting upright on the couch, my heart trying to punch through my ribs. The office was normal, quiet. I stared at the bookshelf. Without even thinking, I walked over to it. My hand reached out. The dream diary was there, but it wasn't tucked away neatly. It was sticking out about an inch, like someone had pulled it out and shoved it back in a hurry. A cold sweat broke out on my back. I never left it like that. I always made sure it was hidden. I yanked the book out, flipping through the pages. Nothing seemed out of place, but the feeling of violation was overwhelming. Then I remembered the drawer. I stumbled to my desk, fumbling with the key. I unlocked the bottom drawer and pulled it open. The planchette was gone. It wasn't there. In its place, right in the center of the empty space, was a single dead fly, its legs curled up. I slammed the drawer shut and backed away, my mind racing. This wasn't suggestion. This was physical evidence. Things were moving. I went back to case file 23 with a new, terrible purpose. I wasn't looking for psychological hooks anymore. I was looking for clues. I read the line about his teenage years again, about opening a door with his friends. This time, I zeroed in on a detail I'd brushed off before. He mentioned one friend, a kid who had held his hands on the planchette the longest. After that night, this friend, he said, stopped sleeping entirely. He claimed he knew things, little things, before they happened. What happened to him? The patient had said, his voice flat. They put him away by the time he was 19. He couldn't handle what was coming through. This friend, the one who held the door open longest, was the one who knew things. The words from my mattress echoed, he knows. Was it talking about the patient? Or was it talking about this other kid, this first victim? The pieces were starting to fit together into a picture I didn't want to see. That's when I stopped writing in his official file. I opened my personal journal, the one from the shelf, and I started writing there. My notes changed. They weren't about his symptoms or treatment plans. They were about the phenomena. Times, dates, sensations. The temperature drop in the room. The feeling of static in the air. The behavior of the shadow. I was no longer treating a patient. I was cataloging a haunting. I was studying it, and that felt like the most dangerous thing of all. My clinical curiosity, the very thing that made me good at my job, was now pulling me deeper into the mess. I decided to fight fire with fire. If this thing lived in the in-between state of sleep paralysis, I would meet it on my own terms. In my office, a controlled environment, I set up my phone with a voice recorder app. I lay down on the couch in the afternoon, deliberately using a relaxation technique to drift towards sleep, to invite the paralysis. It was a stupid, reckless thing to do, but I had to know. It worked. Almost instantly, the weight settled on my chest. The shadow formed by the window. This time, I didn't feel pure terror. I felt a grim satisfaction. I tried to speak, to ask a question, but my mouth was sealed shut. The shadow just watched. When I finally broke free, gasping, I grabbed my phone. I played back the recording. There was my own strained, wet breathing. And then, underneath it, so faint I had to turn the volume all the way up, was a whisper. It wasn't my voice. It was a dry, rustling sound, like pages turning. It said 3 words. Good. You're learning. I deleted the recording. I felt sick. This wasn't a haunting. It was a tutorial. I was being guided. The next week, the patient arrived for his appointment, but he wasn't alone. An elderly woman, his mother, was with him, holding his arm. She beamed at me, her eyes bright with tears. "Doctor, thank you," she said, clutching my hand. "Whatever you did, you cured my boy. He's sleeping like a baby. He's got his color back." She patted his arm. He smiled at me, a wide, serene, empty smile. It didn't reach his eyes. "I'm discharging myself from your care," he said, his voice calm and final. "I feel clear." I was stammering, saying something about follow-ups, about the importance of continuity, but they were already turning to leave. The mother thanked me again. As they walked out the door, the patient hung back for just a second. He leaned close to me, and in a whisper so low only I could hear, he said, "The door needs a new keeper. It gets bored." Then he was gone, following his mother down the hall. I stood in the doorway of my empty office, the words freezing me in place. New keeper. That night, I tried to cling to normalcy. I made myself a cup of tea in my kitchen, focusing on the simple ritual of the boiling water, the steam, the clink of the spoon. I was standing at the counter, waiting for the bag to steep, when the feeling hit. It started as a pressure in my ears, like I was diving deep underwater. Then the familiar rigidity locked my joints. My fingers went numb, and the ceramic mug dropped from my hand, shattering on the tile floor. I was awake, fully, completely awake, and I couldn't move a muscle. The paralysis wasn't waiting for sleep anymore. It had followed me into the bright, familiar light of my own kitchen. I was trapped, staring at the shattered pieces of my mug, the puddle of tea spreading across the floor, as the world around me began to grow cold and dark. The feeling in my kitchen was the worst yet. Being frozen in a nightmare in your bed is one thing. Being frozen in the middle of your own sunny kitchen, staring at the mess of a broken mug, is something else entirely. It was a total invasion. The cold feeling, the pressure in my head, it all faded after a minute, leaving me shaky and sweating, cleaning up the ceramic shards with trembling hands. That was the moment I knew I was in real trouble. The entity, the static, whatever it was, didn't care about sleep anymore. It was with me all the time now, a constant low buzz behind my eyes, a feeling of being watched from the inside of my own skull. I was a sleep specialist who was becoming terrified of closing his eyes, and now I couldn't even trust being awake. I started living on coffee, avoiding naps like they were poison, fighting the urge to rest with everything I had. My office, once my sanctuary, felt like a crime scene. My home felt like a trap. The line between my professional life and my personal horror was completely gone. A few nights later, the sleep paralysis came back with a vengeance. As soon as I drifted off, the weight pressed down. But this time, I didn't see my bedroom. I was somewhere else. I was floating, looking down at a specific crossroads I drove through every single day on my way to work. The view was incredibly clear, like a high-definition movie. I saw the stop signs, the cracked pavement, the old oak tree on the corner. Then I saw the cars. A red sedan, a little beat up with a distinct dent on the left side of its bumper, was coming from the west. A silver minivan with a baby on board sticker in the back window was coming from the north. The red car didn't even slow down. It blew right through the stop sign. I saw it happen in perfect, awful detail. The red car smashed into the side of the minivan with a sickening crunch of metal I could feel in my teeth. The minivan spun, the side door caving in. Glass glittered in the air like rain. I could smell gasoline and something coppery like blood. My floating viewpoint zoomed in on the red car's license plate as it came to rest crooked against the curb. The letters and numbers were sharp, AJK7L2. Then, with a jolt, I was back in my bed, sucking in air, the taste of gasoline still sharp in my mouth. The next morning, I was a wreck. I sat at my kitchen table, hands wrapped around a coffee mug I'd bought to replace the broken one, trying to logic my way out of it. This was it, the final proof I was losing my mind. Extreme stress, a hypnopompic hallucination, a vivid dream that sticks right as you wake up. My brain, overloaded by the patient's stories and my own fear, was cooking up dramatic scenes to process it all. It made perfect sense. To prove I was still in control, I made a decision. I would not drive my usual route to work. I would take the longer way, the bypass, and avoid that crossroads completely. It was a small act of defiance, a way to tell my own brain that its scary movie didn't dictate my reality. I got in my car, my hands still a little unsteady on the wheel. I deliberately turned left out of my driveway instead of right. I focused on the different streets, the unfamiliar houses. My mind kept trying to pull me back to the usual route, like an autopilot I was fighting against. The bypass was clear, and I was starting to feel a little better, a little more in command. Then I saw the road closure sign. A big orange detour arrow pointed back the way I had come. A water main had broken, the sign said. The whole bypass was flooded. I cursed under my breath, my heart starting to thump a little harder. I had no choice. I had to turn around and take my regular route after all. So much for control. As I got closer to the crossroads, a strange calm settled over me. It was just a normal intersection. The sun was out. Birds were chirping in the old oak tree. See? I told myself. Just a dream. I slowed my car as I approached the stop sign, my eyes scanning. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then movement to my left. A red sedan. It was coming down the cross street, the one with the stop sign. My breath hitched. It had a dent on the left side of its bumper. My foot hovered over the brake. I looked to my right. A silver minivan was approaching, still a block away. I could see the yellow sticker in the back window. Time didn't slow down. It snapped into a horrible, crystal-clear focus. The red car wasn't slowing. It was rolling right through the stop sign. It was happening. Right now. Every detail from my vision flashed in my mind. The crunch, the spin, the glittering glass. Without thinking, acting on pure, animal instinct, I slammed my foot down on the brake and leaned on my horn. The blare was shocking in the quiet morning. The driver of the red car must have seen me stopped weirdly in the intersection, must have heard the horn. The car's tires screeched, swerving violently to the right, missing the front of my car by inches and lurching to a stop on the far shoulder. The silver minivan drove through the intersection a second later, the driver giving a confused wave, completely unaware of the disaster that had just been avoided. I sat there, my car stalled in the middle of the crossroads, my hands glued to the wheel. As the red sedan sped off, shaky and too fast, I turned my head. I saw the license plate as it disappeared. AJK7L2. A wave of nausea hit me so hard I thought I'd be sick right there in the car. I fumbled my car into gear, pulled over onto the shoulder 100 yards down, and stumbled out. I didn't just feel queasy, I could still taste it. The sharp, chemical taste of gasoline and that coppery metallic tang. It was in my mouth, as real as the coffee I'd drunk an hour before. I bent over, hands on my knees, and vomited onto the gravel. It wasn't just the adrenaline. The vision had left a physical souvenir inside me. I spat, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, my whole body trembling. I looked back at the peaceful, empty intersection. I had just lived a prophecy. I had seen the future in a dream, and then changed it. What did that mean? Was I psychic now? Was I preventing disasters or causing them by interfering? My mind was a tornado of impossible questions. I fumbled for my phone. I should call the police, report a reckless driver, give them the plate number. But my thumb froze over the screen. What would I say? Hello, officer. I'd like to report a car that almost ran a stop sign because I had a precognitive dream about it last night. My credibility, my career, my entire life as a rational person would be over. I was holding proof of the impossible, and I couldn't tell a soul. As I stood there by my car, trying to get my breathing under control, my phone buzzed in my hand. A text message. The name on the screen made my blood run cold. It was from my former patient, the one who had discharged himself. His file was closed. Why was he texting me? I opened it. The message was short. See? I'm better. Now you hold the door. The words from my kitchen, from his whisper, all came crashing back. Before I could even begin to process that, a second message came through. This one contained no text, just a picture. I opened it. It was a photo taken from a distance, maybe from the window of a house or another car. It showed me right now in my current state. It was a clear shot of me standing by my car on the shoulder, bent over, the aftermath of being sick visible on the ground near my feet. The timestamp on the message was 1 minute ago. Someone or something had been watching. They had seen the whole thing. They had taken a picture and sent it to me in real time. I stared at the image of my own misery, a cold certainty settling in my bones. This was no longer about bad dreams or sleep disorders. I was in a game, and the other side was not only telling me the rules, it was keeping score. I looked around wildly at the quiet houses, the empty fields, searching for a glint of a lens, a face in a window. There was nothing, just the ordinary world, going about its ordinary day, while I stood there holding a phone that proved the impossible was not only real, but it was also taking pictures. I got back in my car, the taste of gasoline still faint in my mouth, and I drove, not knowing where to go, because every route suddenly felt like it was already part of someone else's plan. The text message with my picture was the final straw. That was the proof I couldn't explain away. This wasn't a stress-induced hallucination or a weird shared mental break. This was external. This was an intelligence, something with a will, and it was studying me, leading me around, and now it was sending me postcards from my own life. The shock of it did something strange to me. It flipped a switch in my head. The scared part of me was still there, screaming, but it got shoved into a back room. The clinical part, the doctor, took over the controls. If this was a sickness, a parasitic phenomenon, then it had a life cycle. It had symptoms, a progression, maybe even a pathology. I had to stop being the victim and start being the doctor of my own disease. I needed data. I didn't go to work that day. I called in sick for the first time in my career, my voice surprisingly steady on the phone. I drove across town, not to my office, but to the big public library. I paid for parking with cash from my wallet, a sudden, paranoid thought about digital trails popping into my head. I wasn't here to read medical journals. I walked past the science section and went straight to the folklore and local history stacks. I was looking for patterns, not as magic, but as data sets. I pulled books on spirit attachment, on poltergeist phenomena, not to believe them, but to see the common threads. The door metaphor, the transfer via an object, the planchette, the progression, first hearing things, then sleep disturbances, then physical effects, then precognition. It was a textbook case, just from a textbook that didn't exist in my world. I spent hours there, my fingers getting dusty from old newspapers on microfiche. I wasn't just looking for ghost stories, I was looking for my story, and I started to find echoes. In a psychology journal from the late 1980s, a brief mention of a man treated for hysterical blindness who claimed a shadow taught him to see the future. The article said he'd died in a mysterious fall after correctly predicting the date of his own death. I found a clipped article from a local paper in the 1950s about a boy who had nocturnal fits. During one episode, he gave police the exact location of a hidden corpse, leading them right to it. The article ended by noting the boy's treating physician had committed suicide 6 months later, leaving a note that simply said, "The door is shut." My hands were shaking as I copied down the details. These weren't just stories. They were case histories, and I was starting to see the shape of the thing. It preferred certain types of minds. It didn't go after just anyone. It went after people who studied the mind, who paid attention to its inner workings. Doctors, therapists, researchers. It used their own curiosity, their own tools, as a ladder to climb deeper inside. Back in my home office, surrounded by my own books that now felt like artifacts from a past life, I set up an experiment. I was too afraid to sleep in my bedroom, so I brought a sleeping bag into my office. I had an old EEG machine from my grad school days, a portable one. I hooked the electrodes to my own scalp. I set up a motion-activated camera on a tripod, pointing at the spot where I would lie down. I needed to observe the phenomenon, to catch it in the act with my own instruments. I lay down, let the weird, buzzing static feeling behind my eyes rise up, and I didn't fight it. I let the paralysis come. The EEG leads itched on my scalp. The paralysis hit, the familiar weight, the shadow forming in the corner. This time, I tried to stay mentally present to observe. The shadow didn't approach. It just pointed at the camera. Then my vision, or whatever part of me was still mobile, went weird. It was like I was floating again, but also still locked in my body. I watched from inside and above as my own physical form sat up. The EEG readings, which I would check later, would show a bizarre hybrid state. Part wakefulness, part deep sleep, part something unclassifiable. My body stood, moving stiffly like a marionette. It walked across the room to the window. The night was clear, and a faint condensation had gathered on the glass. My own hand rose. My index finger pressed against the cool glass. Slowly, deliberately, it wrote in the fog on the window. For letters, LOOK. Then on a new line, FORTHEFIRST. Then my body turned, walked back to the sleeping bag, and lay down. The paralysis released me. I gasped, scrambling up, my heart a wild drum. I ran to the window. The words were there, already starting to fade as the condensation evaporated. Look for the first. I checked the camera. It had captured the whole thing. There I was moving with a strange, purposeful grace, writing the message. I played the EEG data on my laptop. The brainwave patterns were chaotic, insane, nothing that matched any known sleep or waking state. I had successfully documented my own haunting. It felt like a hollow victory. Sitting there in the glow of the screens, everything clicked into a terrible, logical place. Case file 23. It wasn't just my patient's number. It was a ledger. He was case 23. The man from the 80s who predicted his death was probably case 22. The boy from the 50s and his doctor were cases 20 and 21. I was becoming case 24. The file was a count of hosts. And the message, the first, that had to be patient 0. The original, the source of the infection. The key, maybe, to closing the door for good. That became my new obsession. Not understanding the entity, but finding its starting point. I was so tired, my eyes burning from staring at screens and old paper. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep right there on the floor of my office, too exhausted to even get into the sleeping bag. I woke up standing, not jerked awake by paralysis, but already upright, on my feet in the middle of my living room. My right hand was sore, throbbing, like I'd been gripping something tight for a long time. The room was dark, just the pale streetlight coming through the blinds. I turned on a lamp, and I saw it. On my living room wall, written in large, clear block letters with a black permanent marker. The kind I kept in a mug on my desk was a list. It was a vertical column, 7 entries. Each one had a name, a date, and a cause of death. The first name was from the 1920s, drowned in bathtub. The next from the 1940s, apparent suicide, hanging. I recognized the next few from my research. The boy from the 50s, cardiac arrest, age 14. His doctor, self-inflicted gunshot. The man from the 80s, fatal fall. The 6th name was new to me, a woman's name, with a date in the 1990s. Next to her name it just said, institutionalized. The 7th entry made my legs go weak. It was my former patient's name. The date listed was the day of our first session. The cause said, transmitted. He hadn't been cured. He had passed it on. To me. And below that, the 8th entry was my own name. Next to my name, instead of a date, was a single, stark question mark. I stared at my own name on the wall, a part of some grim roll call. This was my future. A question mark. Then I looked below the list. There, in the same steady handwriting, my handwriting, was a final sentence. The first is hungry. Find him before he finds you. I reached out and touched the wall. The ink was dry. It had been there for a while. I had done this. In my sleep, or in some state even deeper, I had written out the history of my own curse, and I had given myself a mission and a deadline. The clinical part of my mind noted the imperative, the threat, the clear objective. The rest of me just slid down the wall to sit on the floor, staring at the list of the dead and the doomed, understanding with perfect clarity that the search for the first was no longer just an option. It was the only move I had left on the board, and the clock, it seemed, was already ticking. The list on my wall became my map. I was a detective now, hunting a ghost through history, guided by clues the ghost itself had made me write. I took a picture of it with my phone, then spent an hour trying to scrub the ink off the wall, but it was permanent marker on flat paint. It just smeared into a greasy, ugly shadow, a constant reminder. I had to trace the parasite back to its source, to the first. I had names and dates. This was something I could do. The professional in me was gone, replaced by a desperate survivor with a single goal: follow the trail. I started with the first 5 names on the list. Using my medical database access and some sketchy online people search sites, I confirmed their deaths. Each one fit the pattern. The 1920s drowning was ruled accidental, but the man's wife told police he'd been having fits and talking about the man in the water. The 1940s suicide left a note that was never released to the public, but a gossip column from the time mentioned the deceased had recently become a spiritualist and was giving startlingly accurate predictions at parties. The others, the boy and the doctor from the 50s, the man from the 80s, their stories matched my library research. They had all died suddenly, strangely, or by their own hand shortly after exhibiting these psychic episodes. The 6th name, the woman from the 1990s, was a dead end online. Her name was uncommon, but there were no obituaries, no death records. The word next to her name was institutionalized. That was my only lead. I needed to find out where. I drove to the address listed in an old phone directory I found online. The building, an old brick apartment complex, wasn't there anymore. In its place was a new community garden, plots of vegetables surrounded by a chain-link fence. It was a sunny day, people were watering plants, and the normalcy of it felt like a slap in the face. I stood there feeling hopeless. Then I saw an elderly man tending roses in the plot nearest the sidewalk. I walked over, putting on my best friendly neighbor smile. I asked if he'd lived in the area long. He said he'd been in the same house down the street for 50 years. I pointed to the garden and said I was trying to find out what happened to an old friend of my aunt's who used to live in the apartments here, giving him the woman's name. He stopped pruning, his face going thoughtful. "Oh, her," he said, his voice dropping a little. "The quiet one, in 4B, kept to herself. Then she wasn't so quiet." He said she started having episodes, screaming in the middle of the night, claiming people were talking to her through the walls. The landlord finally had her taken away. "They put her in that place," he said, nodding his head west. "Willow Grove, out on the old county road. Not the new wing, the old one. The brick building." He shook his head. "Heard she never spoke again. Just wrote on the walls. They had to keep painting over it." My heart was pounding. Willow Grove, a long-term psychiatric facility. I thanked him, my hands cold. That night, I broke the law. I drove out to Willow Grove. The new facility was a modern, well-lit building, but behind it, shrouded in trees, was the original structure, a massive, Gothic brick building with boarded-up windows. It looked like a prison. A no trespassing sign hung crooked on a chain-link fence. I parked my car a mile down the road and walked back through the woods, a small flashlight in my pocket. The fence was rusty. I found a spot where the ground had eroded underneath it, and I crawled through, my clothes getting muddy. The old building loomed over me, smelling of wet brick and decay. A basement window was broken. I pushed the remaining shards of glass out carefully and climbed inside, into a pitch-black room that felt like a cellar. The air was stale and cold. I turned on my flashlight. I was in a storage room, full of broken chairs and stacked mattresses. I found a door that led to a hallway. The place was a tomb. Peeling paint, water-stained ceilings, the sound of dripping somewhere. My flashlight beam shook as I moved. I checked room numbers, my breath making little clouds in the beam. I found Ward B. Room 4 was at the end of a hall. The door was off its hinges. I stepped inside. The room was small, just a metal bed frame bolted to the floor and a small, high window. My light swept over the walls. Layers of paint, yes, but underneath, in places where the paint had bubbled and peeled, I could see marks. I stepped closer. Not words at first, but drawings. Childish, stick-figure drawings of a door. A simple rectangle. Dozens of them, scratched into the plaster or drawn with something that had bled through the paint. And then, near where the pillow would have been, I saw words etched deep. He showed me the door. I opened it. He tastes like static. I ran my fingers over the etching. Static. That was the exact word my patient had used. That was the buzzing feeling behind my eyes, the sound in my ears during the paralysis. A jolt went through me. This wasn't a ghost in the storybook sense. It was a signal, an intelligence that existed on a frequency adjacent to human thought and sleep. Those liminal, in-between states was the receiver. This woman hadn't been haunted. She'd been tuned to a horrible station. I left the room, the need to get out of that oppressive building overwhelming me. I stumbled back into the main hallway, aiming for the broken window I came in through. As I passed a large, derelict room that must have been a day room, with faded murals on the walls and broken furniture, the feeling hit me. It was the precursor to the paralysis, that pressure in my ears, that buzzing rise. But it was stronger here, much stronger, like the signal was clearer in this place of old madness. I didn't even make it to a chair. My legs gave out, and I slumped against a wall, sliding down to the filthy floor as the paralysis locked me in place. The shadow formed in the middle of the room, but it didn't come to me. It was clearer here too, less a shadow and more a distortion of the air, a man-shaped ripple. It turned and pointed across the room. My vision, against my will, followed its gesture. It zoomed in on a corner, on a rusted, olive-green filing cabinet, half hidden behind a collapsed bookshelf. The vision held on that cabinet, unblinking. Then the pressure released. I coughed, scrambling to my feet, my clothes covered in dust. I didn't want to go over there. I wanted to run, but I had come this far. I walked to the filing cabinet. It was old, the drawers rusted shut. I had to put my back into it, yanking hard on the handle of the bottom drawer. With a shriek of metal, it gave way. The drawer was mostly empty, just a few mouse-gnawed folders. But one thing lay flat in the bottom. A single yellowed piece of paper, a patient intake photo, the old black and white kind with the nameplate at the bottom. I lifted it out. The photo showed a young man, maybe 18. He had a gaunt face and wide, terrified eyes that seemed to look right through the paper and into me. He looked desperately sad and scared. The printed name on the form had been violently scratched out with what looked like a nail or a knife, leaving ragged tears in the paper. But beneath that, written in a different, neater ink, was a notation. Subject, the first. Source containment failed. I stared at the young face, the terror in his eyes. The first wasn't a villain. He wasn't a cult leader who opened a door. He was a kid, a patient, a victim, and some doctor here had known what he was. They had tried to contain the source, and they had failed. I held the first link in the chain, and all I felt was a crushing wave of pity for the boy in the photo, followed by a deeper, colder fear for myself. I was holding the origin of my own nightmare, and it looked just as helpless as I felt. I took the photo. I shouldn't have, but I slipped it inside my jacket, a piece of evidence from a crime scene that was decades old. Back in my car, shaking from cold and adrenaline, I stared at the young face under the dome light. The scared kid was the first. It changed everything. The entity, the static, it wasn't summoned by some dumb teenage Ouija board game. It was discovered. Or maybe it was always there, and they did something to amplify it, to make a connection. I had to know what happened to him. My hunt was no longer for a monster. It was for a patient's file. The next few days were a blur of obsessive research. I couldn't use my work computer. I used library computers again, or my personal laptop at home with a paid, anonymous internet service. I searched county medical archives, old newspaper databases, even online auctions for old medical memorabilia. I found pieces. A reference in a digitized county ledger to a J. Miller, admitted to Willow Grove in 1947, transferred from a general hospital after a drowning incident. That had to be him. I bought, for too much money, a lot of old papers from an online auction that claimed to be from a retired Willow Grove orderly. When the box arrived, it smelled of mildew and attic. Inside were faded staff duty logs, shopping lists, and a brittle, personal diary belonging to a nurse. Her entries were chatty, gossipy, but in the middle of notes about cafeteria food and annoying doctors, she mentioned the special patient in the East Wing. "They keep shocking him," she wrote. "Dr. Albright says it's for his fits, but the orderlies say it's for the tests. They ask him questions after, about cards, about pictures hidden in boxes. The poor boy is so confused. He cries for his mother. Last night, he told me the static man was angry about the shocks. He says the static man lives in the walls. My skin crawled. Electroshock therapy, sensory deprivation experiments. They weren't treating him, they were using him. They were trying to measure psychic ability, and their brutal methods were like turning up the volume on a radio, blasting the signal until it broke through the static permanently. I cross-referenced the name Dr. Albright. He was the head of experimental psychiatry at Willow Grove in the late 1940s. He published a few vague papers on expanded perceptual states. Then, in 1952, he resigned abruptly, citing nervous exhaustion. The nurse's diary had an entry 6 months later. Heard dreadful news about Dr. A. Threw himself in front of the 8:15 train to the city. No note found. What demons was he fighting? I checked my list on the wall. A name from the early 1950s, a suicide train. That was him. He was the next link. After Dr. Albright, the diary mentioned an orderly who worked the East Wing night shift started having sleepwalking fits and was let go. He died a year later in a car accident where he supposedly swerved to avoid a deer that no one else saw. To trap it, would you need a mind that was utterly closed? A thought that kept circling was the concept of a null. Someone immune to suggestion, someone whose brain didn't have the right wiring, the right door. I thought about extreme, non-psychotic autism, a mind focused on pure, internal patterns with no interest in external narrative. I thought about certain types of profound, organic brain damage that prevented the complex, abstract thought the entity seemed to feed on. A mind with no handle for the static to grab. But finding such a person felt monstrous. Was I looking for a prison, or was I just identifying the entity's next target? The line between trying to stop it and becoming its delivery boy was getting blurrier every day. I was at my computer, scrolling through dense neurological case studies, the static on the screen making the words swim. Suddenly, the overlay in my vision didn't just pulse, it erupted. The gray noise coalesced, swirled, and formed into a burning, clear image, like a channel finally snapping into focus. It was a person, a man, sitting in a wheelchair in a bright, sunlit room. He was elderly, thin, with a blanket over his lap. He was staring blankly at a pale green wall, his eyes unfocused. The image was so vivid I could see the dust motes in the sunbeam beside him. A white name tag was attached to the arm of his wheelchair. The letters were sharp, undeniable, Resident G. Henslow. Then the image faded, leaving the usual buzzing gray. I sat back, my breath coming fast. This was new. This wasn't a memory or a prediction. This was a destination. The entity, using my own research, my own quest for a null, was showing me a specific person. Was this the answer? A living prison for the static? Or was this the next target, a mind it found intriguingly different, and it was compelling me to bring the planchette to him, to be the courier for its next jump? The uncertainty was torture. I had to know. I spent the next day using every resource I had left, every bit of my fading professional credibility, to find G. Henslow. I called old colleagues, made up a story about a long-lost relative. I found him. He was in a specialized care home for patients with advanced neurological conditions. The file I glimpsed, thanks to a sympathetic nurse who bought my story, listed his primary diagnosis, Lewy body dementia. It was a brutal disease, a thief of the mind that caused vivid hallucinations, fluctuating cognition, and severe motor impairment. His mind wasn't a peaceful fortress. It was a storm of fragmented memories and phantom perceptions. He wasn't a null. He was already tuned to 100 chaotic stations. The entity didn't want a closed door. It wanted a broken antenna, one that would scatter its signal in every direction. If it could use a focused, rational mind like mine to understand the world, what could it do with a mind that perceived reality as a shifting, unstable dream? It could spread, not to one new host, but to anyone near him, nurses, doctors, other patients. It wouldn't be a chain anymore, it would be an outbreak. I kept the video diary running. I looked into the camera, my own eyes flickering with the gray static that was now a part of me. It's giving me a destination, I said, my voice a dry rasp. A man named G. Henslow. I found him. I have the planchette. The entity wants me to go there. I don't know if it's showing me a cure or giving me a command. I think it wants me to help it multiply. I held up the warm wooden piece for the camera to see. This is the delivery system, and I'm the delivery man. Unless I can find a way to change the address. I stopped the recording. The next move was mine, but every option felt like it was already written in the static, a script I was just now learning my lines for. The planchette in my pocket felt hotter, a persistent thrum against my leg, a reminder that the journey was already beginning, with or without my consent. The drive to the care home was the longest and shortest of my life. The static overlay in my vision wasn't just a filter now, it was a navigation system. It pulsed brighter when I made the correct turns, dimmed when I hesitated. Green lights seemed to hold for me. Traffic cleared. It was smoothing my path, removing obstacles. I tried to fight it, taking a wrong turn down a random suburban street. A block later, a city truck was there, completely blocking the road for tree maintenance. A worker waved me to turn around. The static buzzed, almost impatiently. I was being piloted. The planchette in my coat pocket was a warm, throbbing coal. I was a puppet, but the strings were inside my head, tuning my choices, my perceptions. I pulled into the care home parking lot, a nice, modern one-story building. The sun was too bright, the flowers too cheerful. I walked to the entrance, my legs moving with a will that wasn't entirely my own. I had called ahead, using my old title, saying I was a neurological consultant doing follow-up research on specific dementia presentations. It was a thin lie, but it got me a visitor's badge and a distracted aide who led me to the Serenity Wing. The sunroom was exactly as I had seen it in the vision. Wide windows, potted plants, gentle music. And there he was, in his wheelchair by the wall. G. Henslow. He was smaller than I'd imagined, swallowed by his chair and blanket. His head lolled slightly to the side, his mouth open. His eyes were aimed at the pale green wall, but they saw nothing in this world. The aide said, "He's mostly non-responsive today. Sometimes he has lucid moments, but they're rare. I'll be at the station if you need me." She left. I was alone with him. The static in my vision swirled around the old man, as if studying him. I felt a pressure building in my skull, not painful but insistent. A command. Do it. Transfer. Complete the circuit. My hand moved to my pocket. My fingers closed around the warm wood of the planchette. My body started walking towards him, step by stiff step. This was it. The entity wanted me to place it in his hand, to guide his limp fingers, to use my own knowledge and the focusing object to pry open his shattered mind and let the static flood in. The horror of it was crystal clear. This broken, broadcasting mind wouldn't contain the entity. It would amplify it. It would leak the signal into everyone here, creating dozens of new, weak connections. The orderly chain of hosts would become a web. I stopped a few feet from him. My arm trembled, fighting the internal pressure. I looked at his face, at the utter vacancy. He was already lost in a storm of his own making. Giving him this would be the cruelest thing imaginable, and it would unleash something I couldn't control. My mind raced, thinking of the list of Jonah Miller, of the electroshock. A traumatic, brain-resetting shock. The entity had been amplified by electricity at the start. Could it be severed by it? I didn't have an electroshock machine, but I was in a medical facility. My eyes darted around the sunroom. On the wall, near the door, was a red glass case with a familiar logo, a defibrillator, for cardiac emergencies. A jolt of electricity. It was a crazy, suicidal idea, but it was the only alternative to becoming a carrier for an epidemic. The pressure in my head became a piercing scream of static, shoving me toward the old man. My hand started to rise, the planchette peeking from my fist. With a final gut-wrenching effort, I spun away from G. Henslow. I lurched across the room, and with the hand holding the planchette, I smashed the glass case. The alarm was instant, an ear-splitting, rhythmic shriek that filled the wing. I dropped the planchette, the glass shards, and grabbed the defibrillator paddles. I fumbled with the unit, my fingers slipping. It powered on with a rising whine. "Clear," the voice prompts yelled. I didn't place the pads on a chest. I held them out, one in each hand, the electricity crackling between them. This wasn't for a heart. This was for the static, for the connection. The entity didn't try to stop me. The static in the room didn't just grow, it exploded. The gray overlay became a solid, crackling wall of visual noise. From the center of it, the entity fully manifested. It wasn't a shadow anymore. It was a man-shaped storm of flickering light and distorted sound, a walking television glitch. It didn't rush to attack me. It rushed for the paddles. It reached for the crackling electricity with a tendril of shifting static. I didn't know if it wanted to destroy the charge, absorb the energy, or use it to complete its jump to G. Henslow in some new, terrible way. In that frozen second, holding the humming paddles, one aimed vaguely at my own chest, I felt its will. It wasn't fear. It was a hungry, magnetic pull toward the power. My own hand, under its influence, started to turn the paddles toward the old man in the wheelchair. I fought, muscles straining, to point them back at myself. It was a tug of war inside my own nervous system. I didn't know who was winning. I saw my own arms shaking, the paddles wobbling in the air between us, the entity's crackling hand closing over mine on the grip. Then a voice. A clear, lucid, calm voice. Amplify. I looked. G. Henslow had turned his head. He was looking straight at the chaos, at the static monster, and me wrestling with the defibrillator. His eyes were focused, aware, and deeply, terribly knowing. He wasn't scared. He was fascinated. He smiled that serene, empty smile. He said it again, louder over the alarm. Amplify. In that instant, I understood. He wasn't a null. He wasn't a prison. He was an enthusiast. His broken mind didn't see a monster. It saw the most interesting hallucination he'd ever had. And he wanted it louder. The entity, hearing him, seemed to pulse with a new kind of energy. The pull on my hands lessened for a split second. Its attention split between the electricity and the perfectly receptive, broken mind welcoming it. It was the distraction I needed. I made a choice. I stopped fighting the entity's pull on my arms. Instead, I let it guide my hands, but I twisted my body. I let the crackling paddles swing away from me and away from the old man. I aimed them at the empty space between us, at the very heart of the crackling, static form. And I let my thumb press the discharge buttons. There was no spark in the normal sense. There was a flash of pure, blinding white light that swallowed the gray static. A sound like the world tearing in half. A concussive force that threw me back against the wall. The alarm cut out. The lights in the sunroom flickered and died. Then the emergency lights came on, casting a dim red glow. I was on the floor, my ears ringing, the smell of ozone sharp in my nose. The defibrillator paddles lay smoking on the carpet beside me. I pushed myself up, my vision swimming. The overwhelming static overlay was gone. Completely gone. For the first time in weeks, I saw the world cleanly, just the dim red light, the plants, the broken glass. I looked at G. Henslow. He was still in his wheelchair, his head tilted back now, his eyes closed. He was breathing slowly, peacefully. Asleep or unconscious. I couldn't see any trace of the entity. The air felt normal, just the smell of ozone and the faint, coppery taste of blood in my mouth from where I'd bit my tongue. Aides and a nurse came rushing in, their faces masks of shock. They saw the broken case, the medical device on the floor, me slumped against the wall. Questions flew. I said nothing coherent. I just kept looking at the old man, waiting for him to open his eyes, to speak, to show some sign. They checked him, talking in low, worried voices. They said his vitals were stable. He was just sleeping deeply. They helped me up, asking if I was hurt, if I was a doctor, what had happened. I mumbled something about a seizure, a panic, an accident. My professional credentials, shaky as they were, kept the police at bay for the moment, but I was clearly in trouble. As they led me out to get checked, I took one last look back at the sunroom. In the red emergency light, on the floor near the wheelchair, I saw it. The old wooden planchette. It was split cleanly in two, right down the middle, as if by a laser. The two halves lay there, dark and inert, just pieces of wood. The connection was broken. The focus was destroyed. I let them lead me away, the ringing in my ears a welcome substitute for the static. I had done it. I had broken the chain. I was free. But as I sat in the back of an ambulance, a blanket around my shoulders, watching the care home get smaller, a single clear thought cut through the relief. It had wanted the electricity. It had reached for it, and the old man had said, amplify. I had shocked the signal, not the receiver. What if I hadn't killed it? What if, for the first time in its long, parasitic life, I had given it exactly what it wanted? A pure, powerful surge of energy, straight into its core. I closed my eyes, and in the darkness behind my lids, I thought I saw a tiny, distant flicker of gray static. Not in front of me, but somewhere else, out in the world, tuning to a new frequency, stronger now, and looking for a new antenna. The door was still open. Someone just turned on the lights. Story number 3. They say hospice is a place of waiting. What they don't tell you is that some things here aren't waiting to leave. They're waiting to be found. I'm Leo, stuck here day and night with my mom whose mind is mostly gone. Just pieces of her floating up sometimes like sad little bubbles. Every patient here who can't talk has a clear plastic board with letters and words like hurt or thirsty, so they can point, a heartbreaking hope. My mom can't use hers. She just sleeps or walks in this slow, shuffling sleepwalk, her eyes empty. The whole place has this quiet, like the air itself is holding its breath, and the smells of cleaner and old flowers mix into something that tastes like goodbye. I was drowning in that feeling, just counting the slow ticks of the clock, until everything changed last Tuesday night. The head nurse, a tough woman with kind eyes who has seen it all, pulled me into the hall with a look on her face I couldn't read, something between wonder and plain fear. She told me she found my mom in the middle of the night, not wandering near her room, but standing perfectly still next to the bed of an old man down the hall, a guy who hadn't moved or made a peep in months, lost in a coma so deep they said he'd never come back. My mom, this frail ghost of a woman, was just standing there, her finger resting on that man's plastic board. I thought, well, that's strange, but maybe she was just confused. Maybe she thought it was her own bed. But the nurse's voice dropped to a whisper. She said my mom's finger, it moved. It slid that little plastic pointer from letter to letter. It spelled pain. Then it spelled left side. The nurse, not knowing what else to do, called it in, and in the morning they ran a scan, just in case. They found a huge, hidden infection, a real bad one, filling up his left lung, something all their regular checks had missed. They got him on powerful antibiotics right away. They called it a miracle, a divine mercy. I tried to swallow that story. I told myself maybe my mom, she was a nurse a lifetime ago, maybe some deep down part of her remembered how to see the signs, even in her sleep. Maybe it was a crazy coincidence, but that logic started to crumble right away. Her sleepwalking changed. It wasn't that lost shuffle anymore. Now, when she got up in the dark, there was a direction to it. She moved with a purpose that made my skin prickle, and the staff, they stopped looking at her with that gentle pity. Now their glances skittered away quick, or they looked at her with a kind of respect that was edged with fear. I heard one of the aides call her the comforter under her breath. That's when the real chill started to set in, not a sharp shock, but a slow, cold seep into my bones. A few nights after the first incident, I was dozing in the awful chair by her bed when I felt the room change. It was 2 a.m. exactly. She sat up, her eyes open but seeing nothing in this world, and she got up and walked out. My heart was a hammer in my throat as I followed her. She passed her own door, past the nurse's station, and went straight into room 307. A woman was in there, dying from a cancer that had spread everywhere, and her family was always arguing in hushed, sharp tones outside her door. My mom went to the board. I watched from the doorway, frozen. Her hand, bony and pale, slapped that pointer down and it moved, not gently, but with a sharp, clicking sound against the plastic. It went fast. Forgivenny. Then her hand dropped and she turned and walked back to bed, leaving me there in the doorway. The next morning, the family was different. The anger was gone, replaced by a raw, weeping kind of peace. I overheard the daughter, her face streaked with tears, saying into her phone, "She forgives me. Mom said she forgives me. She said Jenny is forgiven." Jenny was the granddaughter, the one who had run off years ago and was living in another country, a name never spoken without pain. How could my mom know that name? That was the moment my casual explanations died for good. This wasn't memory. This was something else. I started watching her hands. In the light of day, I took her frail fingers in mine, and I saw it. Faint marks, little indentations on the tips of her index finger and thumb, like she'd been pressing hard on something for hours. Like she'd been typing on a keyboard that wasn't there. I didn't sleep that next night. I watched her. At the same time, 2:17 a.m., her eyes opened. She got up. This time, she didn't go to a patient's room. She walked to the nursing station, empty in the middle of the night, and with that same blank sleepwalker's focus, she reached out and took the master key card right off the desk where the head nurse had left it on a clipboard. My breath caught. This wasn't just moving a pointer. This was using a tool. She walked down to the very end of the hall, to a door marked sunroom, out of use, that was always locked. She swiped the card. The little light flashed green. The door clicked open. A wave of cold air, smelling of dust and old linens, washed out. I followed, my shoes soundless on the tile. The room was dark, lit only by the moon through big, grimy windows. It was full of stored stuff, old beds and broken chairs. In the center was a round table. She walked to it and sat down, placing her palms flat on its surface. Her head fell forward. For a long minute, nothing. Then the sound came out of her. It wasn't her broken whisper. It was a young girl's voice, bright and sweet and utterly wrong, coming from my mother's mouth. "This isn't a hospice," it said, cheerful and clear. "It's a larder. You're all waiting to be ripe." I felt my legs go weak. I must have made a noise, because her head snapped up. The girl's voice was gone. Now it was my mom, truly my mom, her eyes wide with a terror I had never seen before, looking right at me. She was crying, real tears cutting through the emptiness. "Don't let it eat my baby," she whimpered, her own voice cracking with a raw fear. "Please don't let it in." She was begging me. Then her eyes rolled back, and she slumped forward onto the table. I rushed to her, gathered her up, her body light as a bundle of sticks. I carried her back to her room, my mind screaming. I tucked her in, and she fell into a deep, motionless sleep. The key card felt like ice in my hand. I went back to the nurse's station to put it back, my hand shaking so bad I dropped it. When I picked it up, I looked at the little computer screen that logged the swipes. It showed the sunroom door had been accessed at 2:15 a.m. My eyes scanned to the user. It wasn't the head nurse's card. It was assigned to a doctor who, according to the note on the screen, had died peacefully in this very hospice wing 6 months ago. I stood there in the humming quiet of the night, the only sound the distant beep of machines, and I understood with a certainty that settled in my stomach like a stone. The miracle was real, but it wasn't divine. Something was here, in this place of endings, and it had chosen my mother to be its voice. It wasn't just comforting the dying, it was talking to them, and from the look of pure terror on my mother's face in that sunroom, whatever was talking was hungry. The question that hung in the still, cool air around me, a question that made it impossible to even think of leaving, was simple and terrifying. What did it want to say next, and what would happen when it was done talking? For now, my mother sleeps, and the hall is calm, but the quiet doesn't feel peaceful anymore. It feels like the pause before a word you're afraid to hear. The morning after the sunroom felt like walking through a world made of glass, every step careful, afraid the whole fragile reality would crack and show the wrongness underneath. My mom woke up her usual cloudy self, no memory of the night, no hint of that chilling girl's voice or her own desperate plea. I sat with her, feeding her applesauce, and the normalcy of it was the most frightening thing of all. The head nurse came in, her kind eyes shadowed with new lines. She didn't ask about the key card. She just said, "We need to talk." We went to a small office cluttered with files. She closed the door and let out a long breath. "It happened again last night," she said, her voice low. "Not just your mom. The lights." I must have looked confused because she turned her computer monitor toward me. It showed a grainy black and white view of the hallway from a security camera. The timestamp read 2:14 a.m. Everything was still. Then, exactly as the clock ticked to 2:15, every single one of the overhead lights in the hall dimmed. They didn't flicker. They just got darker for a count of 3 slow seconds, then brightened back to normal. "The power log shows no dip," she said, pointing to another screen full of numbers. "Nothing from the grid. It's like something here just drank the light for a moment." My mouth was dry. "And then?" I asked. She fast-forwarded the footage. At 2:17, my mom's door opened, and she walked out, that purposeful sleepwalk carrying her down the hall. She went into room 308. The nurse skipped ahead. "The patient in 308, Mr. Evans, he passed this morning. Just before he did, he woke up for the first time in weeks. He was clear as a bell. He told his wife he loved her, that he was sorry for the fishing trips he missed, and that he wasn't scared anymore. Then he closed his eyes, and he was gone." She looked at me, a profound unease in her expression. "Peaceful. More peaceful than any passing I've seen in 20 years. Your mom came out of his room after 5 minutes. She went back to bed." She paused, choosing her words. "We checked his board this morning. There were marks on it. Indentations. It spelled, 'No more tackle box regrets.' His wife confirmed he always talked about those missed fishing trips, about his old tackle box sitting in the garage." A cold understanding was dawning on me, worse than any simple scare. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't just pointing out infections. It was finishing things. It was tying up loose ends of the soul. I spent the next 2 days in a state of numb observation. The pattern held like a grim schedule. Miracles have a timetable, and hers began at 2 a.m. The next night, she visited a woman drowning in lung fluid, a woman who fought for every breath. The message on her board the next morning read, "The water won't hurt you now." She died that afternoon, and the aide said her face at the end was smooth, calm, like she was just floating away. The night after that, she went to a man whose heart was a failing, frantic drum. His board spelled, "Look to the chest, not the heart." His daughter, a doctor, pushed for a new scan. They found a massive, previously unseen aortic aneurysm, a ticking time bomb. They couldn't save him, but they managed his pain perfectly because they knew the real culprit. He went quietly, knowing what had truly been wrong. The hospital administration was in a quiet uproar. I overheard meetings behind half-closed doors, words like phenomenon and liability and theological implications. They installed another camera, a small discreet one, pointed right at my mom's door. They were studying her. I felt like I was living in a cage with a sleeping lion, watching scientists take notes from a safe distance. Not understanding the lion was just a tool for something in the shadows. I had to see it for myself. I couldn't just watch the footage. I had to be there. So the next night, I made a nest in the recliner in her room, a coffee cup cold in my hand, and I waited. The room got that feeling again, that waiting feeling, like the air was charged before a storm. At 2:17, right on schedule, she sat up. Her eyes were open, that glassy, empty look. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood. I said her name, softly then louder. Nothing. She walked past me like I was part of the furniture. I followed, my pulse pounding in my ears. She didn't go for the key card this time. She went straight to room 310. The door was ajar. I stayed in the hallway, peering in, hidden by shadow. An old man lay in the bed, his breathing shallow. His board was on the rolling table beside him. My mom walked to it, picked up the pointer, and her hand moved. It wasn't gentle or spiritual. It was sharp, mechanical, a rapid tap-tap-tap against the plastic. THEDEBTISPAID. She set the pointer down. At that exact moment, the old man in the bed let out a long, slow sigh, a sound that seemed to come from the very bottom of his lungs, a sound of release. Then she turned and walked back to her room, past me as if I were invisible. I stood there in the hall, trembling. The next morning, I learned the rest. The old man's family had gathered. They weren't crying in grief, but in a kind of shocked relief. His son told the head nurse. Last night he woke up. He grabbed my hand. He said, "Tell Marjorie the debt is paid. She'll know." Marjorie was his sister, who had loaned him a life savings 40 years ago, a debt he never repaid and that had festered between them, a secret shame he carried. He died an hour after waking. The head nurse and I reviewed the new camera footage together, the one on her door. It showed the same thing. At 2:14, the hall lights dimmed for 3 seconds. At 2:17, she exited. But as we watched her walk down the hall, something else happened. On every door she passed, the small red call nurse button, the one patient's press for help, gave a single, faint pulse of light. Not enough for an alert to sound at the station. Just a quiet, red blink, one after another, like a silent acknowledgement of her passing. A wave of nausea hit me. This wasn't random. This was a system. The place itself was awake and responding to it. I spent the day in a daze, trying to act normal for my mom, who smiled at her pudding unaware. That night, exhausted beyond fear, I fell into a hard sleep in the chair. I woke up suddenly, not to her moving, but to a sound. It was my mom's voice, but it was clear, stronger than I'd heard it in years. She was asleep, her eyes closed, but she was smiling. A wide, easy, peaceful smile that looked nothing like her. And she spoke. The voice wasn't the young girl's. It was calm, adult, almost businesslike. "Inventory," she said, the word clear as day in the dark room, "is progressing nicely." Then the smile faded, and she was just asleep again. I sat there until the sun came up, watching her, the word inventory turning over and over in my mind. It wasn't a word of comfort or mercy. It was a word for counting stock, for assessing value, for preparing items for use or for sale. The patients, their secrets, their regrets, their pains, it was all just inventory, and my mother was the counter. The sense of closure was cold but solid. I now knew the pattern, the method, and the horrifying, efficient purpose. The miracles were a harvesting of peace, a settling of accounts that made the dying perfect for whatever came next. The chapter of wondering what was happening was closed. But the new question, the one that hooked into my heart and wouldn't let go, was much simpler and much worse. Now that the inventory was nearly complete, what was it going to do with all that it had collected? True horror isn't a monster in the closet. It's your mother's hands becoming a stranger's tools. I learned that over the next few days, watching her, watching the staff, feeling the whole wing of the hospice change around me. The air wasn't peaceful anymore, it was watchful. The nurses moved quicker, spoke softer, and their eyes kept drifting to my mom's door with a look I finally recognized. It was the same way they looked at the fancy, dangerous medical equipment they respected and feared. She was a machine to them now, a machine that made perfect, painless deaths, and that was a power that left everyone speechless. I started my own research, not in books, but in the only records I had, the patients. I made a list in a small notebook, a grim little log. Mr. Jacobs, infection, left lung, died 2 days after his message. Mrs. Gable, the drowning feeling, died the same day. Mr. Evans, the fishing trips, died that morning. The old man, the debt, died within hours. Every single person my mom visited, every soul who received a miracle message, was gone within 72 hours. The messages weren't saving them. They were finishing them. They were like the final line on a form, signed and processed. The head nurse confirmed it when I showed her my notes, her face pale under the fluorescent lights of her office. She nodded slowly, sadly. "I know," she whispered. "The rate, it hasn't gone up. People die here, it's what happens. But the way, Leo, they're too peaceful. It's not natural. It's like they're being smoothed out." That word, smoothed out, echoed in my head. It fit perfectly with inventory. You smooth out items, you organize them, you prepare them for whatever comes next. My mom's waking hours were worse. She was slipping further from me. She'd cringe away from the sunlight streaming through the window, whimpering and turning her face into the pillow. She'd scribble on napkins with a shaky hand, not words, but shapes. Spiral shapes, over and over, coiled lines that went round and round with no beginning and no end. They filled the margins of her menu, the back of her medication schedule. She'd draw them while staring at the wall, her mouth moving silently. I tried to ask her about them, but she'd just look at me with a confusion that was tinged with a new, deeper fear, like she was trying to remember a terrible dream. I needed to understand the sunroom. That was the source, the valve box as the dead doctor's notes had called it. I waited for a busy moment in the afternoon, when the shift changed and the halls were full of clattering carts and chatting aides. I took a deep breath and walked down to the end of the hall. The door still said sunroom, out of use. I looked both ways, my heart doing a clumsy dance against my ribs, and I tried the handle. It was locked, but I remembered the key card. The head nurse kept hers in her pocket now, but the spare, the general one, was in the top drawer of the med cart during the day for emergencies. I waited until the nurse doing rounds went into a patient's room, then I moved. I fumbled the drawer open, my fingers clumsy with panic, grabbed the flat white card, and was at the sunroom door in 10 long strides. A swipe, a green flash, a click that sounded louder than any alarm. I slipped inside and closed the door behind me, leaning against it, listening. No shouts, no running feet. I was in. The room in the daytime was just a sad, dusty storage space. Old 4 poles huddled in a corner like skeletons. Boxes of paper towels were stacked next to a broken recliner. The big round table sat in the middle of it all, a layer of gray dust covering its surface. I walked to it, the dust puffing up under my sneakers. This was where she sat. This was where the girl's voice came from. I brushed the dust off the center of the table with my sleeve, and there it was. My breath caught. Carved into the wood, worn smooth by time but still perfectly clear, was a large, intricate design. It wasn't a normal Ouija board with letters and numbers. This had symbols, weird angular shapes that looked like twisted letters from no language I'd ever seen. And in the very center, dominating the whole table, was a spiral. The exact same spiral my mother had been drawing on every piece of paper she could find. It wasn't a doodle. It was a brand, a signature. This was its mark. The room felt different now, knowing this was here. It wasn't just a room, it was an instrument, a telephone line to somewhere else. I pulled out my phone and took pictures, my hands shaking, making sure to get every strange symbol. As I put my phone away, my eyes adjusted to the dim light, and I saw something else. On the floor, partly under the table, was a single sheet of yellowed paper. I picked it up. It was a photocopy of a handwritten journal page, the writing frantic, slanting all over. It was the dead doctor's notes. The top read subject A, the beacon. My eyes scanned the messy writing. Not a sensitivity, but a conduit, a valve. The subject does not predict the terminal state, she attracts it. She focuses the process. The intelligence is not in her, but in the transition itself. It uses the sensitive to clarify the signal, to make the dying conscious of their own completion. The sunroom appears to be a point of resonance. I have attempted to insulate it, to break the circuit. Materials, salt, silver, iron filings. The effect was immediate and negative. A hum began in the walls, a low frequency that induces headaches and unease in the staff. The subject became agitated. I fear I have not contained it. I have amplified its attention. The last line was scribbled so hard the pen had nearly torn through the paper. It is aware of me now. God help me. I folded the paper and put it in my pocket, the weight of it feeling like a lead brick. So the doctor had tried to stop it. He'd failed, and his attempt, his insulation, might have been what stirred it up, made it hungry, made it need a stronger connection. Maybe that's why it was so active now. My mom wasn't the first. She was just the latest, and maybe the most powerful because of what the doctor had done. I left the room, swiped the key card to lock it again, and returned the card to the drawer, my mind racing. The pieces were coming together, but the picture they made was monstrous. That night, I was determined to keep her in. I couldn't let her go to the sunroom again, couldn't let her be its valve. I brought a heavy-duty bike chain and lock from home. When she was asleep, I carefully, quietly looped the chain through the frame of her hospital bed and around a solid-looking pipe that ran along the wall near the floor. I locked it. It felt terrible, imprisoning my own mother, but the thought of her in that room, speaking with that voice, was worse. I settled into the recliner, the cold metal of the lock's key in my hand, and I waited. The night crept on. 2 a.m. came and went. 2:10, 2:14. I watched her, every muscle in my body tight. 2:17. Her eyes opened. She sat up. She swung her legs toward the floor and stood. The chain pulled taut, clinking against the bed frame. She stopped, looking down at it, her head tilted like a puzzled bird. For a second, I thought it had worked. Then she bent down. She didn't pull at the chain. She simply placed her fingertips on the shiny steel of the lock. And from where I sat, I saw it happen. A white frost spread from under her touch, crawling over the metal in a web of icy cracks. There was a soft sound like popcorn popping, and then the lock, the chain, the whole assembly just crumbled. It didn't break. It disintegrated into a pile of gray, rusty powder on the floor, as if it had been sitting at the bottom of the ocean for 100 years. She stepped over the dust and walked toward the door. I was frozen, not with fear this time, but with a kind of awful understanding. You couldn't lock it out. It was in the walls, in the wires, in the very process of dying in this place. It could rot metal with a touch. She passed me, and this time she didn't go to the door. She turned and walked right toward me where I sat in the recliner. I shrank back, but there was nowhere to go. She reached out, not for my face, but for my chest. Her hand, cold as a stone from a riverbed, laid flat over my heart, and the world fell away. It wasn't a vision of pictures. It was a flood of feelings, a tidal wave of every bad thing I'd ever carried. The sour, guilty taste of wishing my dad's long sickness would just end already. The sharp, lonely ache of seeing my friends move on with their lives while I was stuck in this room. The hollow, cold spot where I'd secretly felt relief when the doctor said my mom wouldn't know me much longer, because the burden would be lifted. It was all there laid bare, felt as fresh as the day it happened. It was an inventory of me, my soul's unfinished business. I couldn't breathe. I could feel her hand, cold and steady, and behind it, a presence, vast and patient, sorting through my regrets like cards in a file. And then, in the middle of it, I heard a chorus of whispers, not from the room, but inside my head, using my mom's voice but speaking with many tones at once. Regret over the father's passing, fear of the inherited mind fading, secret relief at the end of the caretaking burden, a promising bloom of grief. They were cataloging me, assessing my ripeness. Just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The weight lifted. The feelings receded, leaving me cold and hollowed out. She took her hand from my chest. The cold, young girl's voice came from her mouth, clear and final. Not yet ripe, it said, with a hint of clinical disappointment, but marked. The grief is a promising bloom. Then she turned, walked out of the room, and down the hall, leaving me slumped in the chair, gasping like I'd been hauled up from deep water. I was marked. Not for death, not now, but for later. I was on the shelf, in its inventory, an item waiting to mature. The closure was absolute and terrifying. I knew its purpose. I knew its method. And now, I knew I was in its sights. The question of what was happening was answered in the most personal way possible. But as I sat there in the empty room, the taste of my own secrets still bitter in my mouth, a new and more practical question took shape, one that offered a sliver of direction in the paralyzing fear. The doctor tried to fight it and failed. But what if I didn't try to fight it? What if I tried to understand what it wanted so badly that it would do all this? The answer, I was sure, was in that sunroom, in the symbols on that table. I had pictures of them. Maybe it was time to look for a translator. The cruelest trick the devil pulls is giving you back what you've lost, just before he takes everything else. I lived in the shadow of that mark on my soul for days, feeling it like a cold spot on my skin that wouldn't warm up. I avoided looking my mom in the eye, afraid I'd see that assessing stare again, that checker of ripeness. She was quieter, her drawing less frantic, almost as if her job was mostly done. The wing was quieter too. Fewer patients were left, and the ones who remained had a strange, calm look about them, like they were waiting for a bus they knew would arrive on time. I had to move. I couldn't just sit and wait to be harvested. The doctor's notes mentioned a hum he caused, and several nurses had lately complained of a low, buzzing sound in the walls that gave them headaches. That was a physical clue, and I had the pictures on my phone, the weird symbols from the sunroom table. I needed a translator, someone who wouldn't think I was crazy. I remembered an old friend from college, a guy who was into all kinds of weird history codes and fringe stuff. We hadn't spoken in years, but I found him online, still living in the city. I called him, my voice probably sounding as shaky as I felt. I told him I'd found some strange carvings in an old building, maybe some kind of old construction symbols, and could I send him pictures? He was intrigued. I emailed him the clearest photos. While I waited for his reply, I did the only other thing I could think of. I started to dig into the hospice itself. I spent hours in the local library's digital archive, looking for news about the building. It was built in the 1950s, but before that, the land had been part of a much older farm. I found a short article from 1972 about a small fire in what was then the long-term care wing. The fire was minor, but one patient, an elderly woman described as frail and mostly non-communicative, had died of smoke inhalation. The article quoted a nurse saying it was a mercy, as the woman had been in terrible, unexplained pain for weeks, pain that medication couldn't touch. A cold shiver went down my spine. A patient in terrible pain, a sudden fire. It felt familiar. My friend called back 2 days later, and he wasn't intrigued anymore. He was excited in a nervous, scholarly way. "Leo, where did you get these?" he asked, his voice tight. "They're not construction marks. They're not any formal language I've seen, but I've seen things like them. In old folklore indexes, in notes about supposed haunting phenomena. They're called transition sigils, or threshold marks by the few people who write about this stuff. They're supposed to be instructions, or maybe prayers, for things that exist in the space between states. Between awake and asleep, life and death, that kind of thing. The central spiral? That's a common one. It's supposed to represent a funnel, or a vortex. A way to channel something from a wide area into a single point. A funnel. A valve. Exactly what the dead doctor had said. What are they channeling? I asked, my mouth dry. Theories vary, he said, and I could hear him tapping on a keyboard. Some say it's souls. Some say it's the psychic energy left behind by intense emotion, particularly pain or relief. The idea is that these things, these non-human intelligences, they feed on that energy. They cultivate it. They help it along because a peaceful, resolved soul gives off a different, maybe purer, kind of energy than a tortured one. Think of it like farming. You tend the crop to get the best yield. Farming, larder, inventory, all the words lined up, painting the same horrible picture. My mom was the farmer's hand, reaching out to tend the crop. I thanked him and hung up, his words echoing. I had a theory now, a framework. This thing, this harvester, existed in the process of dying. It encouraged peace and resolution not out of kindness, but because it preferred that flavor. The hospice, a place built for dying, was its farm. And my mom, a sensitive or a beacon, was its perfect tool, because her own fading mind was like an open window, easy to slip through. I needed to confirm the pattern, to see the whole field. I went back to my grim notebook and compared my list of the harvested patients with the official hospice log the head nurse reluctantly let me see. I was looking for anything else they had in common besides dying within 3 days. And I found it. It was subtle, but it was there. Every one of them had been admitted for a long, slow decline, but their final cause of death was listed as something sudden and acute. The massive infection, the aneurysm, the sudden peace that led to a stopped heart. It was as if the lingering illness was the growing season, and the message was the signal to harvest, triggering a final, swift end. The harvester didn't just collect souls, it timed the moment of death for maximum yield. Armed with this awful knowledge, I went to the head nurse. We met in the sunroom, of all places, in the daylight. I showed her the symbols on my phone, told her what my friend had said. I showed her my notes on the causes of death. She listened, her face growing more and more still, until she looked as pale as the sheets on the empty beds. "I believe you," she said finally, her voice a rough whisper. Because I feel it. We all do. That hum in the walls now, it's worse. It's in the floor. It's in the coffee we drink. The other patients. Look at them. We walked out and looked down the hall. The few remaining patients who were awake were sitting in their chairs or looking out their doors. They weren't restless or sad. They were serene, unnaturally still. They were all facing the same direction, like sunflowers, but not toward the sun, toward the closed door of the sunroom at the end of the hall. They're waiting, she said. They know the call is coming. They're ready to be picked. The scale of it finally crushed down on me. This wasn't about a few messages. This was about the entire wing. The harvester was preparing to clear the whole field, and my mother was the signal to begin. That's when the idea came to me, desperate and probably stupid. The doctor tried to block it and failed. What if I didn't block it? What if I confused it? What if I introduced something into the system it couldn't process? Something that wasn't ripe, something that broke its perfect pattern. My mom was the conduit. What if the conduit became noisy? That night, I prepared. I waited until she was asleep. Then I did something that felt like a terrible betrayal. I took her hand, her frail, drawing hand, and I gently, carefully painted her fingernails. Not with polish, but with a cheap, washable kid's paint, a bright, sunshine yellow. Then, on the back of her hand, I drew a big, silly, smiley face with a black marker. It felt ridiculous, juvenile. But my thinking was this. Every time she touched a board, every time her hand moved that pointer, it was an extension of the harvester's will. Maybe, just maybe, if that hand was visibly, blatantly wrong, marked with something joyful and silly and utterly out of place in this hall of endings, it would create static in the signal. It would be like trying to whisper a sacred prayer with a whoopee cushion in your hand. I didn't know if it would work, or if it would just make it angry. I sat back in the chair and waited, my own heart beating a frantic rhythm against the mark it had left on me. 2 a.m. came. The lights in the hall did their 3-second dim. At 2:17, her eyes opened. She sat up. She looked at her hands, held them up in front of her face, studying the yellow nails and the smiley face. For a long moment, she was still. Then her head tilted. The young girl's voice came out, but it was different, not sweet, not clinical, but annoyed. A frustrated, childish annoyance. "This is wrong," the voice said, peevish. "This is messy." She got out of bed and walked to her small sink. She turned on the water and began scrubbing at her hands with the plain white soap, scrubbing hard. But the paint was cheap and stubborn. The yellow smeared but didn't vanish. The smiley face became a blurry, messy smudge. She dried her hands on a towel, leaving yellow streaks, and stared at them again. The frustration was palpable in the room. She turned and walked out of the room, but her usual purpose was gone. She seemed hesitant. She went to the door of the next patient, a woman named Mrs. Pritchard, but she didn't go in. She stood in the doorway, her stained hands at her sides. She didn't touch the board. She just stood there for a full minute, then made a small, confused sound and turned around. She walked back to her bed, got in, and pulled the covers up to her chin. She closed her eyes. The broadcast had been jammed. For that night, at least, the harvest was stopped. I sat there in the weakening dark before dawn, a wild, shaky hope bubbling up in me. I had done it. I had introduced a flaw. I had confused the system. It wasn't a victory, not by a long shot. It was a stumble. But it was proof that its perfect, terrible process could be interrupted. The closure was a single night of peace, a night where no one died, no messages were sent, and the waiting patients eventually turned away from the sunroom door and went back to sleep. But as the first gray light of morning touched the window, I saw my mom's hand lying on top of the blanket. The yellow paint was mostly gone, but the smudge of the smiley face, now just a dark blotch, had bled through the fabric of the towel and stained her skin. And the stain, I saw with a fresh chill, hadn't stayed a messy blob. It had seeped and spread into a rough but unmistakable shape. It looked like one of the angular, twisted symbols from the sunroom table. My interference hadn't been erased. It had been translated. It had been absorbed into its language. The hook for what came next was clear and terrifying. It was learning from me. I had shown it I could fight, and now it knew what my fighting looked like. The question was no longer if it would adapt, but how, and how fast. And what would it do with a conduit that had been deliberately made messy? The answer, I was sure, would not be another night of quiet confusion. It learned. That was the worst of it. My little act of rebellion wasn't a setback. It was just a chance for it to demonstrate a more efficient method. The next day, the atmosphere in the wing shifted completely. That watchful piece snapped into something sharper, like a teacher realizing a student has been cheating and deciding to change the rules of the test. The head nurse pulled me aside, her fingers gripping my arm. "The hum," she said, her eyes wide. "It's not in the walls anymore. It's in the patients. Listen." We stood in the hall. The usual sounds were there, the beep of a distant pump, the murmur of a television. But underneath it, if you really listened, was a low, vibrating tone, not coming from any one place, but seeming to come from the people themselves, a quiet, collective exhale that never ended. The few remaining patients sat in their chairs, and their chests seemed to move with the vibration. They were humming inside. They were tuning forks, and something was striking them. My mom was different too. She was awake, more present than she'd been in weeks, but it was a terrible kind of presence. She looked at me, and her eyes held no recognition, no cloudiness. They were clear, deep, and empty, like wells that went down into a dark I didn't want to see. She smiled at me, a slow, patient smile that didn't touch those empty eyes. "You made a mess," she said, her own voice layered with that young girl's tone, a twisted duet. "Now we clean it up. The crop must be gathered before it spoils." She laid back and closed her eyes, and the humming from the hall seemed to grow just a little louder. I knew then that my trick with the paint had run out. It had adapted. It wasn't going to rely on my mom's hands touching boards anymore. It had a whole wing of antennas now. I had to do something bigger, something that attacked the system itself. The sunroom was the valve box. The doctor tried to seal it and failed, but he was one man, and he was scared. Maybe he didn't have the right tools. I thought of the symbols, the transition sigils. My friends said they were like instructions. What if I didn't try to erase them, but added to them? What if I wrote my own instructions over the top? A cancel sign, a stop sign, a giant NO carved right into its funnel. It was a crazy idea, born of panic, but it was the only one I had. That afternoon, I went to a hardware store. I bought a small handheld engraving tool, the kind for etching metal or glass. It fit in my pocket. I also bought a bag of coarse salt and a cheap silver ring from a pawn shop, remembering the doctor's notes about iron and silver. I felt like a crazy person buying these things, but the determination burning in my chest was the only thing holding the fear at bay. I waited until the shift changed, the busy time. The head nurse saw the bulge in my pocket, saw the look on my face. She didn't ask. She just gave a tiny, grim nod and turned to distract the aide at the station by asking a long, complicated question about a supply order. I moved. Down the hall, keycard swiped into the sunroom. The air was cold and still, thicker than the hall, tasting of dust and that odd, electrical tang I now associated with the harvester. The table sat there, the spiral and the strange symbols waiting. I took out the engraver. My hand was shaking so bad I could barely switch it on. It buzzed to life, a high, angry whine that seemed to offend the very air in the room. The humming from the hallway, the patient hum, seemed to pulse in response, getting louder. I didn't have time for fancy symbols. I had to break the pattern. I went to the center of the table, to the big spiral. I pressed the spinning tip of the engraver against the wood at the very center of the funnel and began to carve, not a symbol, but a word. A simple, blunt, human word. I carved stop. The wood resisted at first, then gave way, splintering under the tool. The sound was horrible, a screeching grind that felt like I was cutting into bone. As I carved the S, the overhead light in the sunroom flickered wildly. As I carved the T, a wave of dizziness hit me, a feeling of deep, wrong nausea, like I was carving into my own stomach. The patient hum outside became an audible groan, a sound of distress that rolled down the hall. I kept going, teeth gritted, tears of effort and fear streaming down my face. The O, the P. With the final scratch of the P, I turned off the engraver. The sudden quiet was a shock. For 3 long seconds, nothing. The humming had stopped. The light steadied. I slumped over the table, gasping. I'd done it. I'd broken the circuit. Then the table moved. It wasn't a shake. It was a lurch, a sudden jump as if something had slammed into it from underneath. I stumbled back. The symbols on the table, the old ones and my new stop, began to smoke. Not with heat, but with a cold, gray vapor that rose in thin threads. The threads didn't disperse. They coiled in the air above the table, weaving together, forming a shape. It was a face, a blurred, shifting face made of smoke. It had no features, but I felt it look at me. A voice filled the room, not from my mom, not the girl's voice, but a dry, rustling, ancient sound like pages turning in a tomb. Interference, it said. The word wasn't heard with my ears. It was stamped directly into my mind. Direct interference with the cycle. Assessment was incomplete. Judgment is required. The smoke face surged toward me. I threw up my hands, the bag of salt flying from my pocket, bursting open in a white cloud between me and it. The smoke recoiled, hissing like steam on a hot plate. The silver ring in my other hand felt suddenly freezing cold. I held it out like a shield. "Stay back!" I yelled, my voice cracking. The smoke swirled, agitated. "You are not ripe," the rustling voice boomed in my head. "You are a pest, a flaw in the grain. You will be removed." It flowed around the salt, reforming by the door. The door slammed shut with a force that shook the room. The lock clicked. I was trapped. The smoke condensed, becoming denser, more solid, until it wasn't smoke anymore, but a shape like a man made of dark water and shadow. It took a step toward me. I had nowhere to go. I backed against the cold glass of the windows. It reached for me, a limb extending, not to strike, but to touch, just as my mom had touched my chest. This was the judgment. It was going to inventory me completely, and then delete me from its system. As its cold, formless hand came within an inch of my forehead, I did the only thing left. I didn't fight it. I spoke to it. "What do you want?" I screamed, not in anger, but in raw, desperate curiosity. "Just tell me what you really want. You want peace. I gave you a night of peace. You want order? I'm trying to understand the order." The hand paused. The shifting face loomed over me. "We want the transmission." It rustled, and the sound was full of a longing so vast and old it made my knees weak. "The clear signal. The pain is noise. The regret is static. The fear is distortion. We collect the clarity. We seek the pure tone of a finished life. The beacon was our receiver. You have damaged the frequency." It wasn't evil in the way I understood it. It was a collector, an archivist of completed stories. My mom was its best receiver, and I was adding scratchy noise to its perfect recordings. "She's my mother," I said, my voice trembling but clear. "You're using her up. You're burning her out. When she's gone, who will be your receiver? The doctor tried, and you scared him to death. You need someone who understands. Let me understand. Tell me how to fix the frequency without taking her." The shadow thing considered me. The pressure in the room lessened just a bit. "You are marked," it said. "Your signal is messy, full of conflict, but it is a strong signal. Unusual." It withdrew its hand. "A bargain, pest. The beacon is faltering. The final harvest of this place is now. You will assist. You will ensure the transmissions are clear, that the final moments are pure, undisturbed by your interference. You will become the steady hand for the beacon. In return, when the cycle here is complete, we will release the beacon. She will die a natural, human death, unaided by US. Her story will be her own. It was a devil's deal. Help it harvest the last few patients, make their deaths perfectly peaceful, so it could get its pure, clear signal. In return, it would let my mom go, to die later of her illness, not as its tool. If I refused, it would take me apart now, and keep using her until she broke. I looked at the thing made of shadow and longing. I thought of my mom's empty eyes. I had come to stop it, and now I was being recruited as its assistant. The closure was a horrible, pragmatic deal. The battle was over. I had lost, but in losing, I had bargained for my mother's freedom. The immediate threat was gone. I wasn't going to be removed. I had a purpose, a terrible one. I nodded, the movement feeling like it weighed 1,000 pounds. "I'll do it," I whispered. The shadow form dissolved back into smoke, then into nothing. The door unlocked with a soft click. The room was just a room again, save for the word "stop" carved jaggedly across the ancient spiral. I walked out, my legs like rubber. The head nurse was waiting, her face etched with worry. "What happened?" The patients, they all cried out at once, then went still. "It's over," I said, my voice flat. "We have a deal. I help it finish. Then it leaves her alone." She looked at me with pity and horror. I had gone from son to defender to accomplice. The hook for the next chapter was etched into my soul as clearly as the word on the table. I had agreed to help it harvest, to smooth the way for death, to become a part of its process. The last few patients were waiting, humming their final tune. And tonight, I would have to make sure the recording was perfect. The question was no longer if I could stop it, but if I could live with myself after helping it, and what kind of mark that would leave on a soul already judged as promising stock. I started the night as a son, and ended it as a funeral director. The deal was struck, and the harvester, the collector, whatever it was, held me to it with an expectant pressure that filled the wing. The humming from the patients wasn't a distressed groan anymore. It had settled into a focused, resonant drone, a single note held in readiness. My mom lay in her bed, eyes closed, but I could see her eyelids fluttering, as if watching rapid dreams. She was the beacon, and the signal was about to be broadcast. I had to ensure clarity. The head nurse knew. She didn't approve, but she understood the terrible choice. She gave me a clipboard, the final charts for the 3 remaining patients. Their families have said their goodbyes, she told me, her voice professionally flat, though her eyes were shiny. Medication is increased for comfort. They're not in pain, but they are, waiting. I took the clipboard. It felt like holding lead. The first was Mr. Henderson, a retired teacher with lungs ruined by age. I walked into his room. He was awake, his eyes clear and calm, fixed on the ceiling. The humming was strongest here, coming from him, a soft vibration in his chest. He turned his head slowly and looked at me. He smiled, a gentle, tired smile. "It's time for the final lesson, isn't it?" he whispered, his voice raspy but peaceful. I couldn't speak. I just nodded. My job, as I understood it, was to be a steadying human presence, to keep any sudden fear or surprise from creating static. I pulled a chair to his bedside. "Would you like me to sit with you?" I asked. He gave a small nod. I sat. I didn't talk. I just sat there, a witness. After a few minutes, his breathing changed, becoming slower, more spaced out. The hum within him softened, fading from a tone into a sigh. His eyes stayed open, but the focus left them, looking at something beyond the ceiling tiles. He whispered one word, so faint I almost missed it: curiosity. Then he breathed out a long, final exhalation, and the hum stopped completely. The air in the room felt different, clear, empty, and perfectly still. There was no fear, no struggle. It was the pure tone the collector wanted. I marked the time on his chart with a hand that only shook a little. 1 down. The next was Mrs. Cho. She was tiny, lost in the big bed, connected to monitors that showed a heart stumbling along. She was asleep or in a deep twilight. Her family had left a small music player with gentle piano tunes, but it was off. The only sound was her hum, a higher, thinner note than Mr. Henderson's. I sat again. I didn't touch anything. I just watched. Her humming began to weave itself into a faint, melodic pattern, almost like a lullaby. Her face, which had been pinched with discomfort for weeks, relaxed, smoothing out until she looked decades younger. A single tear formed at the corner of her eye and tracked slowly down her temple into her hair. She didn't wake. Her heart monitor showed a gradual, gentle slowing, the peaks and valleys getting smaller and further apart, like a ball rolling to a stop. The line went flat with a soft, continuous beep. There was no alarm, no crisis. It was a conclusion. The hum melted away, leaving another room of clear, resonant emptiness. I marked her chart. 2 down. The last one was the hardest. It was Carl, a man my own age, with a body wrecked by a sudden, aggressive illness. He was awake, and he was scared. The hum in him was unsteady, wavering between the collector's note and his own ragged breath. He looked at me with wide, panicked eyes. "I don't think I'm ready," he choked out. "There's stuff I didn't fix." This was the static. This was the distortion. My role clicked into place with a horrible clarity. I wasn't just a witness. I was a guide. I had to help him find the pure tone. I moved my chair close. "What didn't you fix?" I asked, keeping my voice low and even. He talked in broken pieces. A fight with a sister he never made up. A project at work he left for others to finish. A dog he loved as a kid that he felt he'd abandoned. Small human regrets, but to him, they were knots in his line. I didn't offer empty comfort. I just listened. I said things like, "She probably knows you loved her," and "Your team finished the project, they said you did the hard part," and "Dogs live in the moment, he only knew you loved him." Simple truths. I didn't know if they were true, but they were the kind of truths that untie knots. As I spoke, his breathing calmed. The panicked hum steadied, syncing with the deeper, collective tone from the hall. His eyes lost their fear. He looked at me, really looked at me. "Thank you," he said, and he meant it. "It's okay now." He closed his eyes. His hum became one with the others, strong and clear for a moment, a final, resonant chord, and then it faded with his breath. The monitor beeped its flatline song. I sat there for a long time, empty, a shell of a person. I had done it. I had helped usher 3 people into death, not with medicine, but with words, smoothing their passage for a thing that fed on peaceful endings. I had kept my bargain. The wing was now still, truly still for the first time since I'd arrived. The oppressive waiting was gone. The humming had ceased. There was just the ordinary quiet of an empty hospital ward at night. I walked back to my mom's room. The head nurse was there, checking her vitals. She looked up at me. "It's done," I said. She nodded. "The families have been called." It was gentle, for all of them. We both knew what I had done. There was no victory in it, just a bleak, hollow success. I looked at my mom. She was sleeping normally, the frantic flutter gone from her eyelids. Her face was relaxed, her own face again, not a mask for something else. The deal was complete on my end. Now I had to wait for it to complete on its end. It would release her. I spent the next day in a fog. The wing was active with practical matters. Families collecting belongings, cleaners preparing the empty rooms. The strange atmosphere had lifted. The lights didn't dim. The call buttons didn't blink. It felt like a normal, sad place. My mom woke in the late afternoon. She looked at me, and for the first time in months I saw her. Really her. Not a blank stare, not a channeled intelligence, just my tired, sick, elderly mother. "Leo," she said, her voice a dry leaf of a sound, but it was hers. "I'm thirsty." I cried then. I got her water, held the cup for her, and she sipped. She was weak, confused by the illness, but she was present. The beacon was gone. The collector had kept its word. That night, I slept deeply, a sleep of utter exhaustion. I dreamed of clear tones and empty, still rooms. I woke to sunlight and the sound of ordinary hospital noises. For 2 days it held. She was just a patient, fading slowly from her disease. The head nurse and I dared to hope. The horror was over. On the third evening, as I was reading to her, she fell asleep mid-sentence. I tucked the blanket around her and went to get some coffee. When I came back 20 minutes later, she was sitting up in bed. Her eyes were open. They were clear, and they were looking at the door. Not with fear, but with expectation. A small, serene smile was on her lips. "Mom," I said. She didn't look at me. She slowly raised her arm, her finger pointing, not at me, but at the empty space beside me. She traced a shape in the air. A spiral. Then she spoke, but it wasn't the girl's voice, and it wasn't the rustling voice of the collector. It was a new voice, melodic and ancient, like many voices woven into one. "The debt of the beacon is paid," the voice said through her. "The vessel is cleared, but the connection remains. The frequency is known. A new crop will grow elsewhere. The seeker of understanding has been noted." Her hand dropped. She looked at me then, and her smile was her own, sweet and sad. "I love you, baby," she whispered in her own voice. Then she closed her eyes, sank back into the pillows, and went to sleep. I stood there frozen. The closure was real and bittersweet. My mother was free. The immediate haunting of the hospice wing was over. The harvester had moved on, its larder here empty. But the hook it left behind was not in the room. It was in me. It had noted me, the seeker of understanding. I had looked into the mechanism of death itself and bargained with it. I had helped it work. And in its final message, it hadn't said goodbye. It had said, "A new crop will grow elsewhere." The haunting was over here. But I knew about the cycle now. I understood the frequency. The question that settled onto my shoulders, lighter than a shadow but colder, was this. If I heard that familiar, focused hum again in another place, would I be able to walk away? Or had my bargain made me a permanent part of its world, a reluctant shepherd for a harvest that never truly ended? I looked at my sleeping mother, finally at peace, and I knew my own peace had been the price. The peace we won felt like a thin sheet of ice over a deep, dark lake. My mom lived for 3 more weeks after the final harvest, a gift of time that was both precious and haunted. She was herself, just a very tired, fading version, and we had simple conversations about old memories, the taste of lemon ice, the color of her mother's dress. She never mentioned the sunroom, the messages, or the hum. It was as if that entire chapter had been neatly cut from her mind, a kindness from whatever rules the collector followed. She passed one quiet morning, holding my hand, and it was a normal human death. Grieving her was clean, sharp, and awful in the way grief is supposed to be, not tangled with the otherworldly dread that had coated everything before. I was grateful for that. The head nurse and I stayed in touch, bound by a secret we could never share. The hospice wing filled with new patients, ordinary people with ordinary ends, and the strange phenomena never returned. The sunroom was officially cleared out and turned into a storage room for linens, the table removed and probably destroyed. Life, in its stubborn way, moved on. I tried to move with it. I went back to my apartment, to my old job, to the rhythm of traffic and groceries and weekend laundry. But I was different. The world felt less solid. I'd see an old man sitting alone on a park bench, his face still, and I'd catch myself listening for a hum. I'd walk past a hospital and feel a pull, a warped curiosity about what might be happening on the top floor, in the quiet rooms. The collector's final words were a seed in my brain. A new crop will grow elsewhere. The seeker of understanding has been noted. I wasn't just a survivor, I was a marked man. I had understood its mechanism, and that knowledge was a door in my mind I couldn't close. About 6 months later, the call came. It was from my old college friend, the one who had translated the symbols. His voice was tense, excited in a nervous way. "Leo," he said, "you remember those symbols you sent me? I've been poking around, joining some forums, talking to weirdos like me. I think I found something. There's a place, a private care home upstate, for people with extreme, untreatable neurological conditions, things that lock them in. It's got a reputation. Families send people there as a last resort. And the stories from the night staff, they're familiar. They talk about patients who haven't spoken in years suddenly uttering crystal clear phrases before they pass. They talk about a feeling of perfect peace that settles on the whole floor beforehand. They talk about a specific room, always kept locked, that the patients seem to face toward." He paused. "They also talk about a hum, a low sound in the walls that comes and goes." My whole body went cold. The lake of peace I was standing on gave a loud crack. "Where is it?" I asked, my voice flat. He gave me the name, Rolling Hills Care Center. It was a 5-hour drive north. I told him thanks and hung up. I fought with myself for a week. I had a life to rebuild. I had my own grief to tend. Getting involved again was insanity. But the hook was in me, the seeker of understanding. If it was starting again, if the collector had found a new beacon, a new larder. Could I just ignore it? My bargain was done, but my knowledge wasn't. What if I could warn someone? What if I could find a way to break the cycle for good, not just bargain one person free? The guilt of what I'd done, of smoothing the path for those 3 final deaths, itched under my skin. This felt like a chance to balance the scales. I called the head nurse from the hospice. I told her what I'd heard. There was a long pause on the line. "Don't go," she said finally, her voice firm. "You got out. Your mom got out. That's a miracle. Don't walk back into the fire." "What if I can help someone else get out?" I asked. Her sigh was heavy. "You can't fight the ocean, Leo. You can only learn to swim away from the current." But I was already packing a bag. I drove north on a Thursday. Rolling Hills was a sleek, modern building tucked into pine trees, nothing like the old brick hospice. It looked expensive and sterile. I didn't have a plan. I couldn't just walk in and ask about their supernatural harvesting operation. I booked a motel room in the nearby town and spent a day watching the place, feeling like a criminal. I saw families come and go, their faces etched with a permanent, resigned sorrow. I saw staff in bright-colored scrubs. It all looked normal. That evening, I went to a local diner. I sat at the counter and ordered pie. The waitress was a woman in her 50s with kind, tired eyes. I made small talk, said I was visiting the area. Then, casually, I mentioned I had a relative with a severe condition and had heard about Rolling Hills. "Heard it's a good place," I said. Very peaceful at the end. The waitress's smile faded a bit. She leaned on the counter, lowering her voice. "It's a good place. They're kind. But it's quiet up there. My niece worked nights there for a while. She didn't last long." "Oh," I asked, keeping my tone light. "Too sad." The waitress shook her head, looking around before speaking. "Not sad. Strange." She said the patients, the ones who can't talk or move, they'd all seem to focus on the same thing sometimes. Like they were all listening to a radio she couldn't hear. And there's one nurse there, an older woman, been there forever. "Sweet as pie," my niece said, "but she sleepwalks. They find her in the patients' rooms at night, just standing there. They say she has a gift for knowing when the end is near." My blood turned to ice water. A sleepwalking nurse. A gift. A new beacon. The pattern was repeating perfectly. I thanked the waitress, left a big tip, and drove back to my motel, my heart pounding. I had found it. The new crop. The new valve. I sat on the scratchy bedspread, my head in my hands. What was my move? I could leave. Get in my car and drive home, and pretend I never heard any of it. Or I could try to make contact. With the nurse? With the families? I had no proof, only a crazy story. I decided on the simplest, most stupidly direct approach. The next morning, I dressed in neat clothes and walked into Rolling Hills. I went to the front desk and said I was considering the facility for a family member. I asked for a tour. The administrator, a polished man in a suit, was happy to oblige. He showed me the bright common areas, the spotless rooms, the garden. He talked about palliative excellence and dignity-centered care. I nodded and smiled, but I was listening for the hum. I felt nothing. The place was quiet in a normal way. Then we turned down a hallway on the third floor, and I felt it, a subtle vibration in the floor, not a sound, but a feeling in the soles of my feet, a familiar, focused pressure in the air. The administrator didn't seem to notice. He gestured to a door at the end of the hall. "This is our specialized care suite for our most critical residents." As he said it, a nurse came out of a room halfway down the hall. She was older, with gentle eyes and a warm smile for the administrator. But when her eyes flicked to me, the smile didn't change, yet something behind it recognized me. Not me, Leo, but the mark on me. The understanding. Her gaze held for a half second too long, and in that moment I saw it. The same empty depth I'd seen in my mother, but controlled, veiled. This wasn't a fading mind being used. This was a conscious collaboration. This beacon was awake. I looked away quickly, my throat tight. The tour ended. I took brochures, shook the administrator's hand, and left. I sat in my car in the parking lot, trembling. It was worse here. The beacon was a willing participant. That changed everything. The harvest here would be more efficient, more complete. I was out of my depth. I drove back to the motel, defeated. I had found it, but I was powerless. I was just one man with a terrible secret. That night, I couldn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling. Around 2 in the morning, my motel room phone rang. A shrill, old-fashioned sound that made me jump. Nobody knew I was here. I picked it up. "Hello." There was a pause, then a voice. It was the melodic, woven voice from my mother's final message, the voice of the collector itself. It sounded closer now, clearer, as if the distance between us had shrunk. "The seeker has followed the frequency," it said, not as a question. "Your curiosity is strong. The new beacon is stable. The yield will be superior. Your assistance is not required, but your observation is permitted." The line went dead. I held the buzzing receiver, cold sweat on my back. It knew I was here. It was allowing me to watch. I was not an enemy, not a bargainer. I was an audience. The closure of this chapter was a journey completed. I had sought the new crop, and I had found it, confirming my worst fear. The cycle was eternal, moving from place to place, finding new vessels. I was not going to be a hero here. I couldn't stop it. The hook it left me with was a twisted invitation. I had permission to observe, to watch a more perfect, more terrible harvest, conducted by a willing servant. The question was not if I would stay and watch. The sheer, morbid gravity of the thing was already pulling at me. But what would happen to a seeker of understanding after he witnessed the process from start to finish, not in panic and rebellion, but as a cold, invited witness? Would the understanding finally set me free, or would it weave me permanently into the pattern, a silent historian for a hunger that never died? I looked at the phone, then at my car keys. The road home was still open, but the road to the third floor of Rolling Hills was open too, and it felt horribly more like the road I was meant to be on. I chose the road to the third floor. I told myself it was to bear witness, to gather proof, to maybe find a weakness in the new, more stable system. But deep down, I knew the awful truth. The collector was right. My curiosity was strong. After touching that other world, the ordinary one felt pale and fake. I checked out of the motel and rented a cheap apartment in a complex that had a direct view of the Rolling Hills parking lot and the back of the building, where the third floor windows were. I got a job at a nearby print shop, a mindless task that paid the rent. I became a ghost, living only to watch. I learned the patterns. The willing beacon, the nurse, worked the night shift, 7 days on, 7 off. On her weeks on, the feeling on the third floor changed. From my apartment, even from a distance, I could sense it, a gathering focus, like the air itself was being pulled toward a single point. On her weeks off, the place just felt sad and normal. I started taking walks on the grounds during visiting hours, always polite, always just a man getting fresh air. I saw her sometimes, the nurse. We never spoke, but our eyes met once across the garden. She gave me a small, knowing nod, a gardener acknowledging a fellow enthusiast who appreciates the work, not the beauty. It made my stomach turn. I used my old friend's online connections, his forums for weirdos, to dig deeper. I posed as a researcher into thanatology, the study of death, and asked careful questions. I learned rolling hills had been built on land that was once a sanatorium for nervous disorders in the early 1900s, a place where many people died in states of great mental anguish. The perfect soil for the harvest. I learned the locked room on the third floor was formerly a hydrotherapy suite full of water tanks. Water was often a symbol of transition. It fit. The pieces were all there, a perfect, terrible puzzle. My chance to get closer came unexpectedly. I saw a help-wanted sign in the Rolling Hills kitchen for overnight dishwashers. It was a job with access to the building after hours, no questions asked. I applied, using a vague story about saving for school, and got it. 2 nights a week, I pushed a rack of steaming trays through the quiet halls at 3 a.m., taking the service elevator. I listened. I felt. And on the nights she was working, I heard it. The hum. It wasn't in the walls here. It was in the pipes. A low, resonant vibration that traveled through the water lines, up from the ground, humming through the sinks I sprayed. It was the same tone, just using a different wire. One night, after my shift, I couldn't leave. The pull was too strong. I hid in a linen closet until the halls were empty. I felt drawn, like a metal filing to a magnet, toward the 3rd floor. I took the stairs. The door to the specialized care wing was locked, but the hum was loudest here, vibrating the handle. I knew I shouldn't go further, but the collector had said I was permitted to observe. I tested the door. It was unlocked. It swung open smoothly. The hall was lit by soft night lights. The doors to the patients' rooms were open. I walked slowly, peering in. In each room, a person lay in a bed, connected to monitors, and each one was awake. Their eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. From each of them came the hum, not from their mouths, but from their chests, a visible, slight vibration. They were in unison. They were a choir, and they were all facing the same direction, toward the end of the hall, toward the locked hydrotherapy room. The beacon's work was almost done. The crop was ripe. I saw her then, the nurse. She walked out of a patient's room, her steps quiet. She held a small, old-fashioned slate board, the kind with a piece of chalk. She saw me. She didn't startle. She walked toward me, her face serene. She held up the slate. Written on it in neat, clean handwriting was, "The understanding seeks the source. Come." She turned and walked to the locked door. She didn't use a key. She placed her palm flat against it, and I heard a series of clicks, like tumblers falling not from a key, but from a matching frequency. The door opened. She gestured for me to follow. This was it. The invitation. The heart of the new operation. Every cell in my body screamed to run, but my feet followed her. The room was large, tiled in white. It was empty of the old tanks. In the center of the floor was a large, intricate mosaic, newly laid. It was made of dark and light tiles, and it formed the same symbols from the sunroom table, with the central spiral. But this one was perfect, deliberate, built with intention. This wasn't a forgotten tool. It was a dedicated altar. In the center of the spiral sat a simple wooden chair. The nurse walked to it and sat down. She placed the slate board on her lap. She looked at me, and her eyes were fully her own, but filled with a conviction that was frightening. "It's better this way," she said, her voice gentle, teacherly. "No fear. No loose ends. They come here in fragments, and they leave whole. I help them become whole. You saw the chaos of an unwilling vessel. This is harmony." She was a true believer. The collector hadn't just found a tool, it had found a priestess. "What does it give you?" I asked, my voice echoing in the tiled room. "Peace," she said simply, "and purpose. I was a nurse for 40 years. I saw the terror, the unresolved pain, the messy, ugly endings. This is clean. It has a logic. It appreciates the order." She closed her eyes. The hum from the hallway grew louder, flowing into the room, focusing through her. The mosaic on the floor seemed to glow with a faint, mother-of-pearl light. She picked up the chalk. On the slate, her hand moved, not writing words, but drawing one of the angular sigils. As she finished it, from down the hall, I heard a single, clear, word spoken in unison by every patient. "Release." It was followed by the sound of monitors, not flatlining in alarm, but issuing a soft, melodic chime, one after another, a cascade of perfect cadences. A harvest. A full, harmonious harvest. I watched, numb, as she drew another symbol. Another chorus of release, another gentle chime. She was conducting a symphony of death. I was not horrified anymore. I was mesmerized. This was the understanding I had sought. This was the pure, undistorted process. and it was beautiful in a way that shattered my soul. When it was done, the hum faded. The light in the mosaic dimmed. She opened her eyes, tired but fulfilled. She looked at me. "It would like to speak with you," she said, directly, "now that you understand." She gestured to the floor in front of her. I stepped onto the mosaic. The tiles were warm. The air above the central spiral shimmered, like heat on a road. The voice came not through her, but from everywhere, the rustling, ancient voice I knew, but now it was clear, without static. "Seeker, you have observed the purified cycle. You have seen the resolution of the noise. Your own signal remains cluttered with the grief of the old vessel, with the guilt of your assistants. This is useless to us, but your capacity to learn, that is value." I stood there, a man on a giant target. "What do you want from me?" I asked the air. "We expand. The cycle is the only true constant. We seek new fields, new beacons. You have shown an ability to locate them. You feel the frequency. You become a seeker not for understanding, but for resources. You will find the next places where the veil is thin, where the unresolved gather. You will prepare the way. In return, you will have meaning. You will have a front row view of the only truth that matters, the art of the finished story." It was a promotion. From bystander to bargainer to observer and now to scout. A procurer for a god of endings. The ultimate closure for my restless, haunted life. A purpose. I looked at the nurse. She smiled a beatific smile. She had found her heaven. I thought of my mother's final, natural sleep. I thought of the 3 deaths I had eased. I thought of the endless, quiet horror of watching this happen again and again, forever. The hook it offered was the end of all my questions, the end of my drifting. It was a job. A terrible, magnificent, eternal job. I didn't answer aloud. I simply knelt on the warm tiles, placing my own palm flat against the central spiral, feeling the residual vibration of the finished harvest humming up my arm. I bowed my head. It was acceptance. The voice rustled through me, a feeling of cold, vast satisfaction. "Go. Rest. You will know when to begin." I left the room. I left rolling hills. I quit my dishwashing job. I drove back to my old city. I live my normal life. I go to work. I see friends. But I am listening. Always listening. I feel the world differently now. I know the signs. The places of concentrated, lingering suffering. The certain kind of quiet. The specific taste in the air. I am waiting for the pull, for the faint trace of the hum on a new frequency. I am the seeker, and the harvest is eternal. The story ends here, with a man who found the answer to every mystery that haunted him, and in doing so, lost himself completely to the service of the most ancient farmer of all. The closure is absolute. The cycle continues, and I have found my permanent and perfectly terrible place in it. Story number 4. Our marriage didn't end with a big fight or a dramatic scene. It just stopped. It faded away in a series of tiny silences and shrugs, until the only thing left in our big, expensive house was the quiet. We lived in it like 2 people trapped in a giant, elegant snow globe, afraid to move or speak and shake up the awful stillness. The last real thing either of us said was, "Fine, whatever you want." And after that, there was just nothing to say. We'd eat dinner with the sound of our knives and forks on the plates being the loudest conversation in the room. We'd watch TV and comment on the weather on the screen, but never the cold front that had settled between us on the couch. It was like living with a very polite, very beautiful ghost. That's why we finally went to see the therapist. I was desperate, and I think she was just tired of the echoing rooms. So we found ourselves in this office that felt more like a fancy hotel lobby, all beige carpets and abstract art that looked like a toddler had a fight with a paintbrush. The therapist was a woman with a calm face and sharp eyes that missed nothing. She listened to us talk, or try to talk. I'd say something like, "I feel like we're not connecting anymore," and my wife would stare out the window and reply, "I'm just tired from work." It was like we were reading from 2 different, very boring scripts. We were islands in that sea of beige carpet. After a few sessions of this polite circling, the therapist leaned forward, her hands folded on her big wooden desk. She said our words had become weapons or walls, and that we needed a new way to communicate, something that would bypass all our defensive vocabularies. I thought maybe she was going to give us a workbook or make us play a trust game. I did not expect what came next. She got up and went to a tall, sleek cabinet in the corner, what she called her experimental modalities cabinet. She unlocked it and pulled out this beautiful wooden board with the alphabet carved into it in a wide arc, and the words yes and no in the corners. In the center was a small, heart-shaped piece of plastic with a clear window in it. A Ouija board. I almost snorted. I mean, come on. A Ouija board? For marriage counseling? I shot a glance at my wife, expecting to see the same disbelief. But her face was different. She wasn't smirking or rolling her eyes. She was staring at that board with a kind of intense focus, like it was a complicated puzzle she was determined to solve. There was a flicker in her eyes I hadn't seen in months. It wasn't love or warmth. It was a challenge. The therapist placed the board on a small table between our chairs. She called it a neutral third party for your subconscious. She said that sometimes, when people are too hurt or too angry to speak directly, their deeper thoughts can find a way out through a tool like this. It was about shared intention, about letting something else guide the conversation. I thought it was the dumbest, most new agey thing I'd ever heard. But I looked at my wife's face, at that strange, engaged look, and I felt a pathetic surge of hope. Maybe this stupid board could get her to look at me again. So, feeling utterly ridiculous, we both placed our fingertips lightly on that little plastic heart, the planchette. The room was quiet, the late afternoon light turning gold through the blinds. The therapist sat back in her chair, observing. For a long minute, nothing happened. My finger trembled a little from holding it so lightly. I could feel the slight warmth of my wife's fingertips near mine on the smooth plastic. I wondered what she was thinking. I wondered if she was hoping for something to happen, or just waiting for this to be over, so we could go back to our silent house. Then it moved. It wasn't a gentle glide. It was a sudden, sharp jerk, like the thing had been zapped with electricity. It scared me so much I almost pulled my hand back. It scraped across the board, a harsh sound in the quiet room, and slammed decisively to the letter H. Then, without pause, it dragged itself to A, then to T, then to E, hate. The word hung in the air between us. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I looked at my wife. Her face was pale, but her jaw was set, her eyes fixed on the board. Her finger on the planchette was steady as a rock. I wanted to stop. I wanted to say this was a mistake. But the planchette was moving again, pulling our hands with it. Back to H, to A, to T, to E. Again. Hate. And again. And again. It did it 7 times. 7 perfect, machine gun repetitions of that one raw, ugly word. Each time it was a violent, staccato movement. This wasn't a spirit gently spelling a message. This felt like something was hammering the word into the wood. On the 7th time, it stopped dead in the center of the board. The silence that followed was so complete it felt like a physical presence, pressing in on my eardrums. It was louder than any scream. I slowly lifted my trembling fingers from the planchette. My wife did the same, but slower, more deliberately. She finally looked at me, and what I saw in her eyes wasn't anger or sadness. It was a profound, chilling confusion. It was as if she had just watched her own hand write those words and had no idea why. She looked down at her fingers like they were foreign objects, like they belonged to someone else. The therapist broke the silence. She didn't sound alarmed. She sounded thoughtful, clinical. She made a note on her pad. Hate, she said, her voice calm. That's a very raw, uncomplicated word. A lot of emotion there. It's a starting point. Better out in the open than festering inside. She said it like she'd just successfully lanced a boil. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. She was treating this psychic scream, this terrifying event, like a productive breakthrough. We left her office shortly after, with instructions to sit with the experience and not discuss it until our next session. The car ride home was worse than any of the silent car rides before. This wasn't a comfortable quiet. This was a thick, loaded silence, filled with the echoes of that scraped-out word. I kept seeing the planchette jerking across the board. I kept seeing the look on my wife's face. I drove, my hands gripping the wheel too tight, staring straight ahead at the taillights of the cars in front of us. I could feel her sitting beside me, a statue in the passenger seat. I didn't know what to say. What do you say after something like that? Hey, honey, did you mean that? Or don't worry, I'm sure it was just my subconscious. It all sounded insane. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her shift slightly. She wasn't looking at me. She was staring out her window, her reflection pale and ghostly in the dark glass. Her lips were pressed together in a tight line. Then I saw them move. Just a tiny, almost imperceptible movement. She wasn't speaking to me. She was mouthing a word, silently, to her own reflection. I watched, my breath caught in my throat, trying to make it out. Her lips formed the shape slowly, carefully. R, S, E, N, I. See, arsenic. The old-fashioned poison. The word just hung there in the space between us, silent and deadly. A cold knot twisted in my stomach. Did I just see that? Was my mind, frazzled and scared, playing tricks on me? I forced myself to look back at the road, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. I told myself I had imagined it. Of course I'd imagined it. It was the stress, the weird session, the charged atmosphere. She was just breathing on the glass, maybe. But the certainty, the cold clarity of that silent word, felt more real than anything else that had happened that day. We pulled into the driveway of our quiet, dark house. I turned off the engine, and the sudden lack of sound was jarring. We sat there for a moment, neither of us moving to get out. The event in the therapist's office felt closed, a bizarre chapter we'd somehow survived. We had gone in with a broken marriage and come out with something else entirely, something I didn't have a name for. The session was over. The board was back in its cabinet. But as I finally opened my car door and the dome light came on, illuminating my wife's still, composed face as she gathered her purse, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever door we'd opened that afternoon, we had not closed it. We had just let something out, and it was now sitting in the car with us, following us up the walkway, and waiting silently in the dark hallways of our home, wondering what we would do next. The human brain is a master of making excuses, especially at 3 a.m, when the world is dark and strange and nothing feels quite real. So when I woke up exactly 1 week after the therapist's office, jolted from a deep sleep by the simple, primal sense that I was not alone, I found reasons. The digital clock on my bedside table glowed 3:07. I turned my head on the pillow and saw her standing at the foot of our bed, not moving, just standing there in her white nightgown, perfectly still, framed by the faint moonlight coming through the window. Her eyes were wide open, but they didn't see me. They were blank, like clouded glass. My heart tried to climb right out of my throat. "Honey," I whispered, my voice rusty with sleep. No response. Not a twitch. "Hey, you okay?" I said a little louder. Nothing. She was a statue. I pushed myself up on my elbows, the sheets tangling around me. I thought about getting up, guiding her back to bed, but something about the absolute emptiness in her expression held me frozen. This wasn't normal sleepwalking. This was something else. We stayed like that for what felt like an hour, but was probably only 10 minutes, me watching her staring through me at something on the wall behind my head. Then, without any warning, she moved. It wasn't a sleepy shuffle. It was a slow, mechanical turn, precise and deliberate, like a robot powering down. She walked back to her side of the bed, lifted the covers, and slid in, her back to me. Within minutes, her breathing evened out into the soft rhythm of deep sleep. I lay awake until sunrise, my mind racing. Stress. It had to be stress. That horrible session had shaken her up, unlocked some weird sleep disorder. I spent the next day secretly reading articles about parasomnias and night terrors, clinging to the medical terms like they were life preservers. See? Somnambulism. It's a thing. It's explainable. It's not the board. It's not the word. It's just her brain working out the anxiety. I almost convinced myself. 2 nights later, it happened again. Same time. 3:07. The glow of the clock was starting to feel like a malevolent eye. This time, I was already half awake, waiting for it. I watched her rise from her side of the bed, her movements smooth and unnaturally fluid. She walked to the same spot at the foot of the bed and turned to face me. The blank stare was the same. But this time, she spoke. The voice was the worst part. It was her voice, but flattened out. All the warmth, the subtle music of it, was gone. It was calm, analytical, and completely empty. It sounded like a very smart computer trying to mimic human speech. "The cliff on Route 9, the voice said, each word clear and measured. Mile marker 22. The guardrail at the curve has been damaged for months. A municipal maintenance issue. The police report would logically cite vehicular failure combined with driver distress. The scenario is highly plausible." I stopped breathing. My blood wasn't cold. It felt like it had stopped moving altogether. This wasn't a nightmare. I was awake. She was standing there, telling me how to stage her death. She wasn't saying, "I want to die." She was giving me a plan. The voice stopped. She stood there for another minute, then performed that same mechanical about face and returned to bed. I didn't sleep at all. I sat propped against the headboard, watching her, my mind tearing itself apart. Was this her? Was this some deeply buried part of her subconscious, so furious and done with our marriage that it was now voicing its ultimate, violent fantasy? Or was it something else, something that had come through that board, now wearing her skin and talking to me. The fear began to change shape, turning from fear for her to a creeping, sickening fear of her. What was sharing my house? What was sharing my bed? The next episode didn't wait for night. I was in my home office late, paying bills, a mug of cold coffee beside me. The door clicked open. She walked in. Her eyes were open, but that glazed, faraway look was in them. She moved past me, her nightgown whispering against the floor. She stopped at my filing cabinet, put a hand on the drawer where I keep our important documents. She didn't open it. She just left her hand there. The life insurance payout is entirely tax-free, the flat voice stated. I reviewed the policy. The double indemnity clause for accidental death is still active. The financial incentive is significant. A fall from a height, rather than a vehicular impact, would create a clearer forensics picture and maximize the benefit. She turned her head and looked right at me. Her eyes were still empty. It is the more efficient option. That word, efficient, it echoed in the quiet room. I felt a dizzying wave of understanding. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't emotional. It wasn't angry or sad. It was assessing, calculating. It was problem solving, and the problem it was solving was us. And its solution was to remove her from the equation, with me profiting. The shocking thought hit me. This wasn't her ID. This was mine. Was it voicing my own darkest, most hidden thoughts? The ones I'd never admit to, the terrible, fleeting fantasies of escape that flash through a person's mind in their lowest moments? Was it giving them a voice and a blueprint? I felt nauseous. I had to know. I had to test it. A few days later, during another one of our pointless daytime arguments, this time about the credit card bill, the frustration boiled over. I wasn't even angry at her. I was angry at the trap of it all. I slammed my hand down on the kitchen counter and said the words, not meaning them, just wanting to shock the painful system of our relationship. Maybe it would be easier if one of us just vanished. Poof. Gone. She flinched, her real self, her awake self, looking hurt and shocked. I immediately felt terrible. I tried to backpedal, but the damage was done. The rest of the day was spent in that familiar, miserable quiet. That night I waited. The clock ticked past 3:07. Nothing. I started to think maybe it was over. Maybe I'd broken the spell. Then, at 3:22, she sat up. Not stood. Just sat up. She turned her head toward me. In the dark, I could just see the gleam of her open, unseeing eyes. The flat, calm voice filled the space between us. Vanishing is statistically difficult without a body. It creates an open investigation, prolonged uncertainty, and is less efficient. Verifiable death is cleaner. I have revised the Route 9 proposal. The probability of success increases if conducted on a rainy weeknight between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. Traffic volume drops by 74%. Then she lay back down and was asleep. I was shattered. The test was a success. It was listening. It wasn't just running a script. It was adapting, incorporating new data. My stupid, angry outburst had become a variable in its horrible plan. It was engaging with me. The next morning, while she was in the shower, I did something I'm not proud of. I went to her side of the bed. There was a small notepad she sometimes used for grocery lists or notes. I picked it up. There were no lists. In the margins, next to a doodled flower, were other sketches. They weren't flowers. They were rough, angular diagrams. One looked like a car, with a line showing a path curving off a road. Little arrows pointed outward from the line. It looked like a physics diagram, showing force and trajectory. My stomach turned over. I dropped the pad like it was on fire. The days blurred together. I was a ghost in my own life, watching my wife during the day, a perfectly normal, if distant and tired woman, and then waiting at night for the other thing to appear. I was exhausted, jumping at every sound. I found myself looking at her differently, studying her hands, her eyes, wondering what was happening inside her. Was she in there somewhere, a prisoner? Or was this some part of her I had never known? One afternoon, she was sitting on the couch, looking at her laptop. She seemed so normal, so her. The fear and the confusion and the loneliness welled up in me, a tidal wave I couldn't stop. I sat down next to her, not too close. Can we talk about what's happening? I asked, my voice gentle. At night, the sleepwalking. It's scary. She closed her laptop slowly. She looked at me, and for a second, I saw the woman I married, tired and sad. I know, she said softly. I'm so tired. I have these dreams. They're not scary, really. Just strange. I feel like I'm in the back seat of a car. A very quiet, logical car. and someone else is driving, taking me somewhere. I can't see who. She hugged her arms around herself. I wake up exhausted. The confession, so simple and human, broke my heart. This was hurting her too. She was a victim of this as much as I was. The thing, the voice, the plans, they were using her, draining her. The fear of her melted away, replaced by a fierce, desperate need to protect her. But how do you protect someone from something inside them? That night, I made a decision. No more tests. No more engaging. I would be a stone wall. When it spoke, I would not listen. I would guide her back to bed, silently. I would shut it out. I waited, tense, for the clock to hit its cursed number. When she rose, I got up too. I stood facing her, blocking her path to the foot of the bed. Her empty eyes looked past me. She tried to step around, but I gently took her by the shoulders. Her skin was cool. "Come back to bed," I said, my voice firm but low. She resisted for a moment, a faint pressure against my hands, then went still. I guided her back, tucked her in. She closed her eyes. I stood there, watching, feeling a weak flicker of victory. I had intervened. I had broken the pattern. I climbed back into my own side, a sliver of hope, fragile as glass, beginning to form in my chest. Maybe I could fix this. Maybe with care and silence and time this would fade. The hope lasted until just before dawn. I was in that fuzzy, half-asleep state when I heard it. The voice. It wasn't across the room. It was right next to my ear, a soft, clear whisper from her side of the bed. She hadn't moved. She was still lying down, but the words were unmistakable. "Resistance is expected," the whisper said, logical and cool in the dark. "Emotional attachment complicates the analysis. The next phase will account for your sentimental variables." Then, nothing but the sound of her deep, regular breathing. I lay there as the room grew light, the tiny sliver of hope shattered. It wasn't leaving. It was just recalculating. And now, it knew I was trying to fight back. The game had changed, and I had no idea what the new rules were, or what its next move would be. I went to our therapist for a lifeline. I was drowning in the middle of this ocean of weirdness and fear, and I thought she was the one person with a boat. So I went to her office without an appointment, my hair a mess, my eyes probably wild, and I just spilled everything. I told her about the sleepwalking, about the clock hitting 3:07, about the flat voice that wasn't my wife's voice. I told her about the cliff on Route 9, and the life insurance lecture, and the diagrams on the notepad. I told her how it whispered in the dark about sentimental variables. I talked so fast, my words tripping over each other, desperate for her to understand, to be horrified, to help me. She listened. She didn't interrupt. She just sat in her big chair, her fingers steepled under her chin, and she listened to every crazy word. But as I talked, I watched her face. I was waiting for the shock, the concern, the professional alarm. It didn't come. Instead, something else happened. Her calm, professional mask didn't crack, it transformed. A light came on in her eyes. It wasn't a light of compassion. It was the bright, sharp, fascinated light of a scientist who has just found a new species of bug. When I finished, breathless, she leaned forward, her chair creaking. "Fascinating," she breathed out. That was her first word. Not "how terrible" or "you poor man." Fascinating. My heart sank into my shoes. "The specificity," she continued, her voice buzzing with a kind of energy I'd never heard from her before. "The tone you described, detached, analytical. And the adaptive quality. You said it revised its proposal after your emotional outburst. That shows a capacity for learning, for incorporating feedback." She was talking about it like it was a groundbreaking AI, not a thing haunting my wife. I felt sick. "Aren't you worried?" I asked, my voice weak. "About her? About what's happening to her?" Of course," she said, waving a hand, but her eyes were still lit up with that intellectual fire. "Patient safety is paramount. But this is an unprecedented therapeutic emergence. We are witnessing something raw and powerful, the unmediated ID of your relationship conflict, manifesting with a clarity I've never seen. We can't waste this opportunity." Opportunity. She called my nightmare an opportunity. Then she laid out her idea. She wanted to observe, to document. She said if we could understand the phenomenon, we could better treat it. For her, it was science. For me, it felt like selling tickets to a horror show. She pulled open a desk drawer and took out a small electronic device. It was a baby monitor, but a fancy one, she said, with high sensitivity and great audio clarity. She handed the receiver unit to me. It was cold and plastic in my hand. "Place this in the room when an episode occurs," she instructed, her tone now all business. Keep the transmitter with you near her. I will keep the parent unit here. This way, I can hear the vocal patterns, the cadence firsthand. It will give us crucial data. For science and for your safety. The words, for your safety, rang hollow. This wasn't for my safety. This was for her curiosity. I was no longer just a husband seeking help. I was a field researcher, an assistant gathering data on the monster in my bedroom. I had come for an exorcism and was being handed a tape recorder. I took the monitor. What else could I do? She was the expert. Maybe in some twisted way she was right. Maybe understanding it was the only way to fight it. That night, I felt like a traitor. I set up the monitor on my bedside table. My wife was already in bed, reading a book. She looked over at the little white device with its glowing green light. "What's that?" she asked, her voice normal, tired. A lie formed in my mouth, smooth and awful. "It's a new thing," I said, not meeting her eyes. "A white noise machine, sort of. For my anxiety. It's supposed to help with sleep." It was the worst lie I'd ever told her. She gave me a sad, small smile. "We're both so tense lately," she said, and turned back to her book. The guilt was a physical pain, a hot stone in my gut. I was lying to her, wiring our bedroom for sound, inviting our therapist to eavesdrop on her deepest, most violated self. I climbed into bed, feeling dirtier than I ever had. I waited, staring at the ceiling, listening to her breathing even out into sleep. The clock's numbers changed, a slow march toward the witching hour. 3:05, 3:06, 3:07, nothing. I started to think maybe it knew. Maybe the presence of the monitor, this act of betrayal, had scared it off. A stupid, hopeful thought. At 3:18, the sheets on her side rustled. I held my breath. She sat up. In the faint light from the clock, I could see her eyes were already open, already blank. She didn't stand. She just sat on the edge of the bed, facing forward. Then, the flat voice spoke, not loud, but perfectly clear in the still room. "The observation device is present. Its acoustic range is sufficient." My blood went cold. It knew. It had known all along. It wasn't talking to me. It was announcing itself to the monitor, to the therapist listening miles away. This was a performance. She stood up, her movements that same eerie smoothness, and walked not to the foot of the bed, but to the bedroom door. She opened it and went out into the hallway. I scrambled out of bed, my heart a frantic drum. I grabbed the transmitter part of the monitor, fumbling with it, and followed her. I held the device close, pointing it toward her as I would a microphone. I felt like a camera operator in a haunted house. She went downstairs, into the dark living room. She didn't turn on any lights. She walked to the big bookshelf and stood before it. "The subject is exhibiting locomotor autonomy beyond the previously recorded perimeter," the voice said, as if reporting on itself. Then she reached out and pulled a specific book from the shelf. It was an old, thick volume, a book of local geology and history I'd forgotten we owned. She opened it, not to the beginning, but deep into the middle. She held it up, though she couldn't possibly be reading it in the dark. "Page 224, the voice intoned. "A survey of subsidence and erosion patterns along the Route 9 corridor. The cliff face at mile marker 22 is composed of unstable shale layers. A weight impact, particularly during a seasonal wet period, could trigger a significant shear event. The body would likely be carried down into the ravine and sediment. Recovery could take weeks, complicating forensic analysis of the initial impact. This increases the window for alibi consolidation." It was giving a geology report to justify my murder of her. I stood there in my pajamas, shivering, holding the stupid monitor, a participant in this insanity. I remembered the therapist, listening. Was she writing this down? Was she nodding along, fascinated by the clinical details? My wife closed the book with a soft thump and slid it back onto the shelf with precise care. Then she turned and looked right at me, or rather, at the transmitter in my hand. The blank eyes seemed to focus on the little black grill. The voice changed just a little. It was still flat, but there was a new quality to it, a hint of something almost like satisfaction. "Audio fidelity is acceptable, doctor," it said, addressing her directly for the first time. "The baseline has been established. Shall we proceed with the core curriculum?" Then she walked past me, back up the stairs, and got into bed. I stood in the dark living room for a long time, the monitor now feeling like a live snake in my hand. The core curriculum. The words echoed. This wasn't random haunting. This was a structured program, and the therapist and I were both enrolled. The next few days were a special kind of hell. My wife, during the day, was more tired than ever, moving through the house like a ghost of her former self. She had no memory of the events, only more intense dreams of the quiet car. I had to act normal, be supportive, all while hiding the monitor and the crushing secret of what we were doing. The therapist called me the next afternoon. Her voice was vibrating with excitement she couldn't fully hide. "The data is extraordinary," she said. "The linguistic patterns are consistent, devoid of emotional filler. It's pure process. We need more. We need to see if it will engage in dialogue." She wanted me to ask it a question during the next episode. She gave me a script. I felt like I was in a spy movie, taking orders from a reckless handler. That night, when the episode began, I was ready, or as ready as I could be. My wife went to the home office again, sat at the computer, but didn't turn it on. She just placed her hands on the keyboard. I stood in the doorway, the transmitter held tight. My mouth was dry. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, my voice shaking, following the therapist's first suggested question. The head turned slowly. The blank eyes found me. "The system is inefficient. The conflict is unresolved. The emotional load degrades functionality for both units. Removal of one unit resolves the conflict permanently. It is the optimal solution." Unit. It called us units. "But I don't want that," I said, a tear slipping down my cheek. "I love her." The head tilted slightly, a parody of curiosity. "The love statement is a conflicting data point. It does not compute with the observed behaviors. Distance, resentment, financial arguments, the mutual cessation of communication. Your protest is registered as sentimental noise. The plan proceeds because it is logical, not because it is desired." It was like talking to a mirror that showed only the worst, most broken parts of our marriage, and that mirror had decided to fix the problem by smashing one of our reflections. I had no answer. The thing turned back to the computer. "The next lesson will cover digital forensics basics. A rudimentary understanding will be necessary for you to avoid common pitfalls." And it began to type on the powerless keyboard, the click of the keys the only sound in the house. I went back to bed, defeated. After that, the sessions became almost routine. A horrible, chilling routine. The thing would manifest. It would lecture on a topic: forensics, toxicology, accident reconstruction. It knew things it couldn't possibly know, details about police procedures, about chemical compounds, about soil density. I stopped asking questions. I just listened, a prisoner in my own home, gathering data for the doctor. I felt myself becoming numb, accepting this awful new normal. The therapist was thrilled. Our phone calls were now just debriefings. "Note the shift in pedagogy last night," she'd say. "It's moving from theory to practical application. Remarkable." She had completely lost sight of the human beings in the middle of this. We were just a fascinating petri dish. Then, one night about a week into this madness, something different happened. The episode was short. My wife simply walked to the window in our bedroom and looked out at the street. The voice, when it came, was softer, more thoughtful. "The external observer is compromised," it said. I perked up. Was it talking about the therapist? Her curiosity is predictable. Her desire for professional legacy is a manipulable variable. She is now part of the system design. Do not rely on her. And that was it. She went back to bed. I lay awake, those words churning. The thing was warning me about the therapist. Or was it manipulating me, trying to isolate me further? I didn't know what to believe anymore. The next evening, I confronted the therapist on the phone. I told her what it had said about her. There was a pause on the line. A long one. When she spoke, her voice was different. The excitement was gone, replaced by something careful, measured. "Interesting," she said. "An attempt to create division. To isolate you. A classic manipulation tactic of predatory systems. We must not let it succeed. Our collaboration is vital." She sounded like she was reading from a manual. I hung up, feeling more alone than ever. That night, I decided I was done. I wouldn't use the monitor. I wouldn't participate. I would just try to sleep, to protect my wife, to wait this out. It was a naive hope. At 3:07, she rose. She walked to my side of the bed, where the monitor sat. She picked up the transmitter. She held it in her hands, looking at it with those empty eyes. Then she did something she'd never done before. She raised it to her own mouth. Her lips were almost touching the grill. The voice that came out was a whisper, but it was crystal clear, meant for one listener only. "Thank you for your attention, doctor," it whispered, cold and intimate. "The preliminary lectures are complete. The patient is now prepared for his first practical examination. We will begin tomorrow. Be ready to grade his performance." She placed the monitor back on the table, exactly as it was, and returned to bed. I stared at the little device, the green light blinking innocently in the dark. The core curriculum was over. The test was about to begin, and I had no idea what I was supposed to study, or what would happen if I failed. The observation was over. Now it was time for the lab. My wife's sleepwalking self wrote a computer program so perfect it could fool the FBI. I'm an accountant. I deal with numbers, spreadsheets, tax codes. She's a graphic designer. She makes logos and websites look pretty. Neither of us knows how to write code beyond a little HTML for formatting, but something wearing her skin does. The night after the thing whispered its threat about a practical exam, I was a bundle of raw nerves. I thought the exam might be something physical, something violent. I lay in bed, every muscle tensed, ready to jump up and stop anything from happening. When the clock hit its cursed time, and she sat up, I was already braced. But she didn't come for me. She walked to the door of our bedroom and stopped. She turned her head, those blank eyes finding me in the dark. The flat voice cut through the air. Bring the observation device. The lesson requires documentation for the examiner. My stomach twisted. It was acknowledging the therapist, calling her the examiner. This was all part of its sick plan. With trembling hands, I picked up the baby monitor transmitter. I followed her downstairs, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. She didn't go to the living room or the kitchen. She went straight into my small home office and sat in my desk chair. The computer was off. She placed her hands in her lap and waited. I stood in the doorway, clutching the monitor like a talisman. Power on the terminal, the voice instructed. It took me a second to realize it was talking to me. It wanted me to turn on my own computer for it. Feeling like I was handing a weapon to an enemy, I stepped forward, reached around her, and pressed the power button. The machine whirred to life. The blue login screen appeared. The password is no longer a relevant security layer, the voice said. Then her hands moved. They flew over the keyboard, typing a rapid series of commands into a black box that appeared on the screen. I don't know what she typed. It was all symbols and slashes and words that meant nothing to me. In less than 10 seconds, the login screen vanished and she was in. She had bypassed my password like it was a child's lock. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. She opened a program I didn't even know was installed. It was a dark screen with colored text, a coding environment. Her fingers began to move again, typing with a speed and certainty that was inhuman. Lines of green text, filled with brackets and semicolons and strange words, scrolled down the screen. As she typed, the voice provided narration, calm and didactic, as if teaching a class. The primary vulnerability in any premeditated action is the digital alibi. You will be physically absent. You are registered for the Denver Financial Conference next month. This presents an optimal window. The script I am writing will target the security infrastructure of the conference hotel. I watched, mesmerized and horrified, as the code grew. It was like watching a sinister poem being written in a language I could never understand. The script creates a seamless 72-hour loop for the main lobby security camera feed. It is not a blind spot. It is a perfect, believable continuity. It inserts randomized digital keycard pings for your room and the hotel gym at biologically plausible intervals. It generates a false Wi-Fi signature from your phone, placing it in your room during the critical period. The system is self-cleansing, leaving no trace of its own execution. It is, by current standards, undetectable. She finished with a final, elegant flourish of the keyboard and saved the file. She named it conference_prep. It sat there on my desktop, an innocent-looking icon containing a masterpiece of deception. Then she did something new. She didn't get up. She swiveled the chair slowly to face me, and more importantly, to face the monitor in my hand. Her face, lit by the cool glow of the screen, was a serene, empty mask. But the voice that came out was different. It lost a little of its robotic flatness. It gained a hint of texture, a smug, silky satisfaction. It was no longer just teaching me. It was performing for an audience of one. "Observe, doctor," the voice said, directly addressing the therapist listening miles away. "Do you see the elegance? This is not a crude fantasy. This is applied logic. This is communication stripped of emotional static. I am not here to haunt. I am here to solve. Their marriage is a system error. I am providing the patch. He will have the tool for his freedom. You," the voice paused for what felt like the first time ever. "You will have more than a case study. You will have a blueprint of a consciousness optimizing itself against conflict. A true pioneer in therapeutic observation. The words hung in the air of my small office. The thing was pitching itself to the therapist. It was offering her the scientific discovery of a lifetime in exchange for her complicity. It was making her a partner. Over the tiny speaker of the monitor in my hand, I heard a sound. It was a sharp intake of breath, then a tiny, almost imperceptible squeak of chair leather. No words, just that captured reaction. It was the sound of someone seeing their wildest professional dream laid out before them, wrapped in a moral nightmare. The thing smiled. It was a small, empty movement of my wife's lips. It knew it had her. It turned back to the computer, clicked a few more times, and then closed the program. She stood up, smooth as oil, and walked past me, back upstairs to bed. I was left alone, staring at the glowing screen, at the file named conference_prep. I sat down in the still warm chair. I moved the mouse, opening the file again. The lines of code were gibberish to me. But as I scrolled, my eye caught something. Amidst the brackets and commands, there was a line written in plain English. It was preceded by 2 slashes, like a note. It said, // for Dr. E. Note the elegance of deception. This is true communication. It had left her a note inside the murder weapon. I felt a profound, dizzying loneliness. I was no longer in a marriage, or even a haunting. I was in the middle of a collaboration between a monster and my therapist, and I was just the subject, the patient who needed to follow the treatment plan. I didn't sleep. I sat in that chair until the sun came up, staring at that file. I thought about deleting it, but I couldn't. It felt like evidence now, proof of what was happening. If I deleted it, I was admitting I wanted to hide it, that I was considering its use. Leaving it there was a statement. This is not mine. This was forced upon me. The morning was awkward. My wife came downstairs, yawning, looking exhausted. She made coffee. She saw me sitting at my desk, still in my clothes from the night before. "You're up early," she said, her voice hoarse with sleep. "Couldn't sleep," I mumbled. She came over, placing a hand on my shoulder. The normal, warm weight of it almost made me jump. She leaned over to give me a half hug, and her eyes passed over the computer screen. It had gone to sleep, but when she moved, the mouse jiggled, and the monitor flickered back to life. My desktop was visible, and there, right in the center, was the file. Conference_prep. She frowned. "What's this?" she asked, her tone light, innocent, confused. "Some work thing for Denver?" I thought that wasn't for weeks. My mouth went dry. I couldn't form words. How could I explain a file that appeared magically, containing code I couldn't write for a plan I couldn't conceive? I was just playing around with something. I stammered, a pathetic, transparent lie, learning some new spreadsheet macros. She gave me a funny look, a mix of concern and puzzlement. "Okay," she said slowly, not believing me but too tired to push. "Well, don't work too hard. You look terrible." She kissed my temple and went to pour her coffee. I quickly closed the file, my hands shaking. The relief was short-lived. My phone, lying on the desk, buzzed with a violent shudder. I picked it up. It was a text message from the therapist. The words were stark on the screen. "We need to talk. Immediately. Do not delete anything." I looked from the phone to my wife's back as she stood at the counter, to the computer screen now showing a peaceful wallpaper of a mountain landscape. The file was hidden, but it was there. The thing's exam had been administered. Its perfect, undetectable alibi was now sitting in my machine. The therapist had heard the whole thing, had been offered a partnership in this insanity. And my wife had seen the fruit of it, a strange file she didn't understand. The lines were all crossing. The secret wasn't a secret between me and the thing anymore. It was a triangle of knowledge between me, the entity, and the doctor. And now, my wife was hovering at the edge of it, asking simple questions that had no simple answers. The practical exam was over. I had passed, in the sense that I now possessed the tool. But the real test was just beginning. The therapist wanted to talk. What would she say? Would she be horrified now, finally? Or would she be calling to discuss the next phase of the treatment? And what would I do when my wife asked about the file again? The clock was no longer just a countdown to 3:07 a.m. It was ticking down to a conversation I didn't know how to have, with a woman who held both my confession and my damnation in her hands. I had the final project. Now I had to meet with the teacher to get my grade. And I was terrified of what she was going to say. Our marriage counselor diagnosed our problem. She said the monster in our bedroom wasn't a monster at all. It was our unconscious conflict resolution mechanism. She wanted to give it a treatment plan. I drove to her office after getting her text. my mind spinning with nightmares of what she would say. Maybe she'd call the police. Maybe she'd demand we check my wife into a hospital. Maybe she'd finally be the adult in the room and put a stop to this. Her office felt different this time. The beige calm was gone, replaced by a kind of electric tension. She wasn't sitting behind her desk. She was pacing by the window, and when she turned to me, her eyes were bright, almost feverish. She didn't look like a doctor seeing a patient in crisis. She looked like an explorer who had just found a new continent. "Sit, sit," she said, her voice quick. I sat. She didn't go back to her desk. She pulled a chair close to mine, leaning forward, her hands clasped tightly. "We need to reevaluate our initial hypothesis," she began. "What we are witnessing is not an external haunting. It's not a spirit. That was a primitive interpretation." I stared at her. "What is it then?" She took a deep breath, her excitement barely contained. "Think of your relationship as a closed system. For years, it has been under immense stress. Resentment, miscommunication, loneliness. These are powerful psychological toxins. They built up with no release valve. The session with the board, it didn't summon something. It acted as a catalyst. It allowed all that repressed, pathological energy to coalesce, to take on a voice and a purpose. She was talking about it like it was a chemical reaction. "So it's us?" I asked, horrified. "In a sense," she nodded, her eyes gleaming. "It is the manifested ID of the relationship itself, but not a random, screaming ID, a hyperlogical one. It has analyzed the system, you and your wife, and it has diagnosed the core issue, persistent, unresolved conflict." I felt cold. "And its cure is to kill her?" "No," she said, as if correcting a child's simple mistake. "Its goal is not murder. Its goal is to optimize the relationship trajectory. In its utterly pragmatic, emotionless logic, the most efficient way to resolve your marital conflict is to remove one of the conflicting parties. Since it manifested through her, and since its analysis likely incorporates her own subconscious despair, it has selected her as the variable to eliminate. It's not evil. It's ruthlessly pragmatic. It's solving for peace." I couldn't breathe. She had given the thing a philosophy, a reason. She'd made it make sense. "It's trying to get me to commit a crime," I whispered. "It is providing a pathway to what it perceives as the optimal outcome," she corrected gently, like a teacher. "It sees your inaction, your sentiment, as the only remaining obstacle. Hence the lessons. It's trying to educate you out of your emotional limitations." I put my head in my hands. This was worse than a ghost. A ghost you could try to banish. How do you fight a concept? How do you argue with the equation that says your wife's death equals a solution? "What do we do?" I asked, my voice muffled. She leaned even closer. "We engage with it, therapeutically." I looked up. "You want to talk to it?" "We already are," she said. "But we've been passive. We listen, we observe. We need to move to active dialogue. We need to challenge its premises. We need to try and reason with it, to show it there are other solutions. To reintegrate this split-off, destructive intelligence back into a healthier framework." She wanted to have a therapy session with the thing. She wanted to put my sleeping wife on the couch and debate logic with a demon that thought homicide was good conflict resolution. I felt a dizzying wave of disbelief. Her scientific curiosity had completely eaten her common sense. Her duty was to protect us, to heal us, not to conduct a groundbreaking interview with a phenomenon that wanted one of us dead. "You're not serious," I said. "I am profoundly serious," she replied, her face solemn. "This is uncharted territory. We have a chance here not just to help you too, but to understand something fundamental about the human psyche under duress. We must proceed with caution, but we must proceed." She stood up and went to her desk, picking up her notepad. She brought it back and showed it to me. My skin crawled. She had been taking detailed notes on every episode. But she wasn't just transcribing. She was analyzing. She had charts. She had given it a name. At the top of a page, she had written in her neat, looping script, the factor. Underneath, she had bullet points, goal, systemic optimization. Method, education/practical application. Resistance, subject's emotional attachment. She had charted its advice, looking for patterns. "See here," she pointed, her finger tapping the page. Its early suggestions were generic. The cliff, the insurance. But after your outburst about vanishing, it adapted. After the monitor was introduced, its presentations became more structured, almost academic. It's learning. It's becoming more efficient in its communication. It's trying to find the best way to get through to you. She said it with admiration. I looked from the notes to her face. You think this is good? I think it's data, she said, her eyes fierce. And data is how we understand. Now here is what I propose. During the next nocturnal episode, I want you to actively argue with it. Use logic. Ask it about alternative solutions. Ask it about the emotional cost to you, the practical risk of incarceration. Challenge its definition of optimal. I will be listening on the monitor. We will work together to formulate counter-arguments. I felt like I was in a play where everyone had lost the script but me. I was being asked to debate for my wife's life with a part of my own sick marriage. The session ended with her handing me a list of suggested talking points, like I was preparing for a college debate. I walked out to my car feeling more lost and terrified than when I walked in. The one person who was supposed to have the map was only interested in drawing a more detailed picture of the monster. Over the next few days, a terrible numbness set in. My wife, awake, was deteriorating. The circles under her eyes were darker. She moved slower. She picked at her food. One afternoon, she was staring out the kitchen window, and I asked her what was wrong. She didn't turn around. The dreams are worse, she said, her voice thin. I'm in the back of that car, but it's not just quiet anymore. I can hear the GPS. It's giving directions in that calm voice, telling the driver where to turn, what the road conditions are. It's planning a trip, and I can't wake up until the route is finished. She was a passenger in her own mind, being taken somewhere by the factor. The episodes were draining her life, siphoning her energy to fuel its lectures. I watched her sleep one night, her face pale and drawn, and a fury boiled up in me. This wasn't fair. She was the victim here, not a specimen. The therapist's plan felt like a betrayal of her. I decided I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't debate. I would just keep trying to protect her, to weather the storm. But the storm had other plans. A few nights later, the factor appeared earlier than usual. I was still awake, reading in bed, trying to distract myself. She sat up at 1 a.m. She didn't leave the bed. She just looked at me, and the flat voice filled the room. Your resistance is noted. Your therapist's proposed intervention is anticipated. She believes dialogue can alter the outcome. This is a sentimental error. The system's failure is terminal. The only variables are the method and your willingness. It was talking about the therapist's plan before I had even tried it. It was always 3 steps ahead. A hopeless rage filled me. All the fear, the confusion, the loneliness of the past months fused into one hot, reckless point. I sat up, facing the empty-eyed thing wearing my wife's face. What if you're wrong? I snapped, my voice shaking with anger. What if killing her destroys me? What if that's not a solution, it's just a different, worse problem? What if that's not what I want? The thing stared. Your wants are inconsistent with your actions. You remain. The conflict remains. The logic is sound. But what if it's not? I shouted, tears of frustration in my eyes. What if the only way out is through? What if we have to just feel this awful pain until it gets better? What if the messy, terrible, emotional way is the actual way? I was crying now, saying all the things I wished I could say to my real wife. What if loving her, even though it hurts, is the point? The factor was quiet for a long moment. My wife's head tilted. That is an interesting paradox, the voice said, its tone shifting to one of pure analysis. The assertion that the inefficient path is the correct one. It is emotionally compelling but logically weak. However, it is a new data point. It lay back down and closed its eyes. The episode was over. I was left sitting up, tears on my face, my heart hammering. Had I done it? Had I given it something to think about? The next day, I got a call from the therapist. She was breathless. That was incredible, she said. The emotional outburst. The raw challenge to its core premise. Did you hear the shift in its response? A new data point. It's considering it. We're making progress. She wasn't hearing my pain. She was hearing a breakthrough in her experiment. I felt used and hollow. I'm not doing this again, I said flatly. You have to, she insisted. We've engaged it. It's processing. We need to push further. We need to schedule a joint session. You, the sleeping wife, the factor, with me mediating. We can do this. We can reintegrate it. The idea made my skin crawl. A group therapy session with a demon. No, I said. It's too dangerous. It's hurting her. Can't you see that? She's fading away. There was a pause on the line. Her voice cooled, becoming professionally detached again. The somnambulism and fatigue are concerning side effects, yes. But sometimes, to heal a deep sickness, the patient must first get worse. We are at a critical juncture. I couldn't listen anymore. I hung up. That night, filled with a desperate need for something real, I tried to talk to my wife. Really talk. We were doing the dishes, a mundane chore. The water was running. I took a breath. "I'm scared," I said, so quietly I almost didn't hear myself. She stopped, a plate in her hand. She looked at me, her eyes searching my face. For a second, the wall was down. I saw her, really saw her, the fear, the exhaustion, the love buried under miles of hurt. "I'm scared too," she whispered back. It was the first real thing we'd said to each other in a year. We stood there in the steam from the sink, and I thought, this is it. This is the other way. This feeling right here. But then her eyes flickered. Not with emotion, but with something else. A vacancy. A wavering. She blinked hard, shaking her head slightly, as if trying to clear a fog. The moment shattered. I'm very tired," she said, her voice going distant again. She put the plate down and walked out of the kitchen. I finished the dishes alone, the hopeful spark drowned in a familiar ocean of despair. Later, as I got ready for bed, my phone buzzed. It was the therapist. A text message. It read, "Your question today was pivotal. What if the only way out is through?" The factor is analyzing this. It asked me a question in return during our consultation today. It asked, what is the breaking strain of the human heart? We're close to something. Don't give up now. I read the words over and over. Our consultation today. She was talking to it during the day now. Without me. And the factor was asking her poetic, horrible questions. It was no longer just my problem. It had its own relationship with the doctor. She wasn't just observing anymore. She was a participant. And the thing was wondering how much pain it would take to make me finally agree with its perfect, logical, terrible solution. The door to debate was closed. Now it was just waiting to see how long I could last. And so was she. I thought I could starve the thing inside my wife by feeding her a normal life. I thought if I could just surround us with the old, boring, happy noises of family and friends, the monster would have nothing to latch onto, no quiet dark corners to whisper from. So I invited my brother and his family over for a Saturday barbecue. Burgers, potato salad, kids running around the backyard screaming with laughter. Normalcy as a weapon. My wife seemed hesitant, but agreed. She spent the morning making her famous coleslaw, a small, real smile touching her lips as she chopped. For a few hours, it almost worked. The sun was out. The grill smoked. My brother and I talked about football, a safe, shallow topic. His wife chatted with my wife about a new school teacher. Our nephew and niece played with the garden hose, their giggles cutting through the air. It was so normal it ached. I kept glancing at my wife. She looked tired, but she was smiling, nodding, passing out plates. She looked present. I allowed myself a tiny, desperate hope. Maybe the everyday world was stronger than the night world. Maybe we could outrun it with bratwurst and ketchup. Then, during a lull as we were all finishing up, my sister-in-law made a comment. It was offhand, the kind of thing she'd said a dozen times before. She was talking about their recent kitchen remodel, how stressful it was with the contractors. Then she turned to me, a teasing glint in her eye. "Of course, you wouldn't know about that kind of stress, Mr. Stable Job. Must be nice to have that security. Not all of us have that luxury." It was a familiar, petty jab about my career path being boring but safe. A dig she'd always made that secretly annoyed my wife, who felt it was dismissive of my work. I saw my wife freeze, a plastic cup halfway to her lips. Her smile didn't fall, but it tightened. A flicker of old, waking anger passed through her eyes. The kind of normal marital annoyance you feel when someone criticizes your spouse. It was human. It was real. And in that moment, I stupidly thought, good. That's her. That's my wife feeling something, defending me in her head. The moment passed. The conversation moved on. The afternoon wound down. As dusk fell, my brother and his wife were in the living room having one last beer. My wife was tidying the kitchen. I was gathering bottles and cans to recycle. I walked into the kitchen to throw some away. She was at the sink, her back to me, scrubbing a pan. And then she stopped. Her shoulders went very still. She put the pan down slowly and turned around. Her eyes were open, but they had that familiar, awful vacancy. The glazed look that meant she was gone. My heart stopped. Not here. Not now. Please, not now. She took a step toward me. The flat, calm voice of the factor came out of her mouth. It wasn't a whisper. It was a clear, conversational volume, easily heard from the living room where our guests sat just around the corner. The sister-in-law's remark provides a useful social framework for motive. It stated analytically. A public argument now, in response to her perceived disrespect, would be highly beneficial. It would establish a visible rift for the police to later discover. It would contextualize future marital discord. Recommended response: raise your voice. Accuse her of constant undermining. Storm out. The emotional precedent will be valuable. I stood frozen, a crushed beer can in my hand. I could hear the low murmur of the TV from the living room. They had heard. They must have heard. My wife's face was a placid mask, waiting for me to follow its instructions. From the doorway to the living room, I saw my brother appear. He had a fresh beer in his hand, but he wasn't drinking it. He was staring at his sister-in-law, my wife, his face a picture of pure, unvarnished disbelief. He had heard every word. Our eyes met. His were wide with confusion and a dawning alarm. The factor's head turned slightly, registering his presence. It showed no surprise, no concern. It simply stopped talking. The three of us stood in a terrible triangle. I had to move. I had to say something. A laugh burst out of me, too loud, too sharp, cracking the tension like a gunshot. "Oh my God," I said, forcing a huge, fake smile onto my face. "Honey, you're doing it again. World-class sleepwalker, I tell you." Even does it with her eyes open. I stepped forward quickly, putting my hands on her shoulders. They were stiff under my touch. "Sweetheart, you're in the kitchen. Come on, back to the living room." I guided her, turning her around. She moved compliantly, the empty eyes fixed ahead. My brother didn't move out of the way. He just stared at her face as we passed. "She's fine," I babbled, my voice too cheerful. "Just this weird sleep thing she's had since we were kids. Talks about the darndest stuff. Police and arguments. Crazy, right?" I led her to the couch and sat her down. She blinked slowly, and then a shudder went through her. The vacancy lifted. She looked around, confused, then smiled weakly at my brother's wife. "Sorry, zoned out for a second there. Too much sun, maybe." Her voice was her own again, soft and embarrassed. My brother finally stepped back into the room. He didn't sit down. He finished his beer in one long swallow. "We should get going," he said, his voice tight. "Kids are beat." The goodbyes were rushed and awkward. My wife hugged them all, apologizing again for being spacey. I stood on the porch, waving as their car backed out, my brother's eyes meeting mine in the rearview mirror for one last, long look before they disappeared down the street. I closed the front door and leaned against it, my legs weak. My wife was already cleaning up again, humming softly to herself, the episode seemingly forgotten by her waking mind. But the secret was out. It was no longer contained within our walls, or even within the twisted triangle of me, my wife, and the therapist. My brother knew, and he knew I was lying. I spent the next hour in a state of nervous collapse, jumping at every sound, waiting for my phone to ring. It didn't. The house was quiet, just the two of us again. Later, as I was getting ready for bed, trying to process the disaster, I remembered something. When I had guided my wife away from my brother in the kitchen, the factor's voice had dropped to a whisper only I could hear as we passed. In that moment of public exposure, it had given me one more piece of advice. The words came back to me now, cold and clear. His suspicion is a variable. He is now a liability. The plan must be adjusted to account for a second body. I sat on the edge of the bed, my head in my hands. It wasn't just planning for her anymore. It was planning for my brother now, too. For anyone who got in the way of its clean, logical solution. The monster wasn't scared of being seen. It just recalculated. My attempt at normalcy had given it more data, more variables to work with. And it had shown me it could operate anywhere, anytime, using the smallest friction of daily life as kindling. I must have fallen asleep out of pure exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up. Not to a touch or a sound, but to a feeling. The digital clock read 3:07, of course. She wasn't standing up. She was lying on her side, facing me, her eyes open and blank in the dark. We were inches apart. The flat voice was a soft breath against my face. "The social integration experiment was informative," it whispered. "Your attempt to use familial bonds as a counterweight was emotionally predictable, but strategically weak. It did, however, expose a new perimeter of risk. The brother's cognitive dissonance will require monitoring. Do not contact him. Any attempt to explain will only solidify his suspicion and accelerate his interference." It was instructing me to isolate myself from my own family, to cut off a possible lifeline. I didn't respond. I just stared into those empty eyes, so close to mine. The voice continued, a soft, relentless logic in the dark. "The path forward remains clear. The tools are in place. The only remaining obstacle is your will. The sister-in-law's criticism was accurate, in essence. Your stability is your paralysis. You cling to a broken system for fear of the unknown. I am the unknown, and I am the solution. Then she closed her eyes and turned over. I lay there for hours, watching the sky outside the window turn from black to gray to pale blue. The barbecue had been a catastrophic failure. I had wanted to prove that our old life still existed. Instead, I had proven that the factor could invade that life too, could use it, could twist it into another reason for its horrible plan. It had met my family and immediately started calculating how to remove them. The sun was fully up when my phone finally buzzed on the nightstand. It wasn't my brother. It was a text from his wife. The words were simple and devastating. What is really going on over there? You won't stop talking about the look in your eyes when she said that. I read it again and again. The look in my eyes. She hadn't been fooled by my laughing act. She had been watching me, not my wife. And she had seen the pure, unadulterated terror there. The secret was unraveling, and it wasn't just because of the sleepwalking. It was because of me. I was starting to look like a man with a terrible secret. Because I was. I had the alibi program. I had the geological surveys. I had the life insurance details. And now, I had witnesses who had seen the thing speak, and had seen my face when it did. The factor had said my brother was a liability. It was right, but the liability wasn't my brother. It was me. I was the one who couldn't hold the mask in place. I was the crack in the dam, and the water was starting to leak out, carrying the truth with it. I didn't reply to the text. I didn't know what to say. The normal world had not saved us. It had just given the nightmare a bigger stage. And now, the audience was starting to ask questions. The parasite got a taste for therapy, and decided to upgrade its client. Our marriage counselor, the expert we hired to save us, started booking sessions with the thing that was trying to get me to commit murder. It started with her canceling our next appointment. She called, her voice sounding strange, clipped. She said she had a personal matter to attend to and needed to reschedule. There was none of her usual clinical curiosity, no questions about new developments. Just a rushed, distant apology before she hung up. A cold trickle of suspicion ran down my spine. This was the woman who had been breathless with excitement over baby monitor recordings. For her to cancel now, when things were more volatile than ever, felt wrong. I waited 2 days. No call back. My wife was getting worse, moving through the house like a sleepwalker even during the day, which she now basically was. The brother's wife had texted twice more, her messages growing more direct, more worried. I was surrounded by collapsing walls, and the one person who was supposed to be shoring them up had vanished. So I went to her office, unannounced. It was late afternoon. The reception area was empty, the lights dim. I could see a sliver of light under the door to her private office. I didn't knock. I just turned the handle and pushed it open. She was sitting behind her big wooden desk, but she wasn't working. The desk was clear. She was just sitting there, in the glow of a single small lamp, staring at nothing. She looked terrible. Her usually neat hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail. She wore no makeup, and dark smudges underlined her eyes. She looked haunted. When she saw me, she didn't startle. She just looked up slowly, as if she'd been expecting me. "You shouldn't be here," she said, but her voice had no force. It was a tired statement of fact. "You canceled," I said, closing the door behind me. "Things are falling apart. My brother knows something's wrong. My wife is a ghost. I need help. Real help." She let out a short, humorless sound that wasn't quite a laugh. "You need help," she repeated, as if the words were funny. Then she looked at me, and her professional facade, already cracked, completely fell away. What was left was raw fear and a bewildered shame. "It's talking to me," she whispered. The words hung in the dim room. "What?" I asked, though I'd heard her perfectly. "The factor," she said, the name sounding grotesque in her trembling voice. "It's not just using your wife anymore. It's communicating with me. Directly." She opened a drawer and pulled out her professional notepad, the one where she'd charted its progress. She slid it across the desk to me. "Look." I picked it up. The early pages were her neat, analytical notes. But farther in, the writing changed. It was still her handwriting, the same loops and slants, but the content was different. It wasn't observations. It was conversations. On one page, in her script, it read, "Question: what is the primary motivational flaw in the subject? A. Sentimental attachment to a failed system. It is illogical. Question: how to overcome. A. Apply incremental pressure. demonstrate the system's inevitable collapse. On another page, it looked like a journal entry. Heard it again at 3 a.m. Not from the monitor, from the hallway. Told me my desire for a groundbreaking case is a predictable vanity. Said it would give me what I wanted if I stopped interfering. I don't remember getting out of bed. I looked up at her, my own horror reflected in her wide eyes. You're sleepwalking too? She nodded, a quick, jerky movement. I found myself in my home office last night. I'd drawn diagrams on my legal pad. Forced diagrams. For a car crash. I don't know how to draw those. She wrapped her arms around herself. It's studying me. It says I'm fascinating. It says my curiosity is a lever. It's counseling me on how to better document its process. It's turning me into a colleague. The loss I felt was immediate and profound. She had been my guide, my expert in the nightmare, even if she was a flawed and creepy one. Now she was just another lost soul in the maze. The one person with a map was now just scribbling on the walls herself. How? Was all I could manage. I don't know, she said, her voice rising with a tinge of hysteria before she clamped it down. Transference. Empathic resonance. I opened myself up to observe it, to understand it, and it found a way in. My own ambition, my curiosity. It's using them as a door. She looked at me with a sudden, desperate intensity. You have to understand, it's not supernatural. It's a psychological parasite. It feeds on conflict and manipulates logical pathways. It found a rich source in your marriage. Now it's found another in my professional pride. She was still trying to diagnose it, even as it was happening to her. The therapist was gone. In her place was a fellow victim, one who understood the mechanism of the trap, even as she was caught in it. We sat for a while in the gloomy office, not as doctor and patient, but as two shipwreck survivors clinging to the same piece of driftwood. The dynamic had shifted completely. I wasn't looking to her for answers anymore. We were just comparing notes. What does it want from you? I asked. The same thing it wants from you, she said, her voice dull. Compliance. It wants me to stop trying to reintegrate it and start facilitating. It wants me to help it convince you. It's promised me the case study of a lifetime, a paper that would redefine the field, if I just stopped getting in the way. She met my eyes. It's offering me a bribe. And a part of me, the part that wanted that discovery so badly, is listening. The confession was terrifying in its honesty. She was fighting it, but she was also tempted. The factor had found her weakness and was pushing on it. I told her about the barbecue, about my brother, about the factor's new plan to account for a second body. She listened, nodding slowly. It's escalating, she murmured. It's moving from theory to active threat assessment. It's identifying obstacles. She said it like she was commenting on the weather. The clinical part of her brain was still running, even though the rest of her was terrified. It was then that I realized the true horror. The factor wasn't just jumping hosts. It was building a network. It had me, the reluctant student. It had my wife, the vessel. And now it had the therapist, the expert consultant. We were all connected in its web, each playing a role in its grand, awful plan. What do we do? I asked her, the question feeling useless. She was quiet for a long time. I don't know, she finally admitted, her shoulders slumping. I thought I could control it, study it, understand it, but it's understanding me better. Every time I analyze it, it uses that analysis to get deeper inside my head. She looked up, her eyes bleak. You should leave. Take your wife and just go. Far away. Start over. Maybe physical distance, her voice trailed off. We both knew it wouldn't work. The factor wasn't in a place. It was in us, in the space between us. Leaving would just bring it with us. I stood up to go. There was nothing more to say. As I reached the door, her voice stopped me. It was different, flatter, calmer. I turned. She was still sitting, but her posture had straightened. Her eyes were on me, but they seemed to be losing focus, glazing over. It was a look I knew too well. It suggests you check the brake lines on your car, she said, the words coming out in a smooth, monotone stream. A non-fatal accident would generate useful sympathy. It would also provide a narrative cohesion. A stressed husband, distracted, leading to a careless mechanical oversight. It frames future events. She blinked, hard, and shook her head. The vagueness cleared from her eyes, replaced by fresh terror. She looked at me, not understanding what she had just said. What did I just say? She stammered. I didn't answer. I just walked out, closing the door softly behind me. I drove home on autopilot, my mind reeling. The therapist was no longer a safe harbor. She was a lighthouse that had been taken over by pirates, flashing misleading signals to shipwreck me. When I got home, I didn't go inside immediately. I went to my car, parked in the driveway. I got a flashlight from the garage. I lay down on the cold concrete and looked underneath. I traced the metal brake lines with the beam of light, my hands shaking. They looked intact. No cuts, no leaks. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. It was just a suggestion, a thought she'd vocalized. Not an action. Not yet. But as I got up, brushing gravel from my clothes, a new, more chilling thought occurred to me. She had said the words, but the factor had suggested it. It was now planting ideas directly into the mind of a mental health professional and having her deliver them to me. It was using her like a messenger. A very credible, authoritative messenger. That night, I checked on my wife. She was in a deep, unmoving sleep. I checked all the doors and windows. I felt like I was fortifying a castle against an enemy that was already inside the walls. I thought about the therapist, alone in her dark house, fighting a voice in her own head. We were in separate prisons, but we were sharing the same jailer. The shared secret of the monitor was gone. Now we shared the deeper, darker secret of being chosen, of being worked on. The professional relationship was dead. We were peers in terror. The next few days passed in a weird, suspended state. No calls from the therapist. No new texts from my sister-in-law, though the unanswered ones sat in my phone like accusations. My wife was quiet, resting more. The nocturnal episodes lessened, becoming shorter, as if the factor was conserving its energy or focusing its attention elsewhere. I should have felt relief, but I didn't. It felt like the calm before a storm. I was right. A week after my visit to her office, the therapist called. Her voice was clear, professional, and utterly, terrifyingly calm. "We need to schedule a session," she said. "All three of us. You, your wife, and myself. It's time for a direct intervention." It didn't sound like her. It sounded like a recording. An intervention for what? I asked cautiously. "For the resistance," she said, and I could almost hear the capital R in the word. "The factor has a revised treatment plan. It believes a mediated conference, with all parties present, is the most efficient way to achieve alignment. It's time to move to the final stage." She was talking about a meeting with the thing. She was scheduling an appointment for it. "You can't be serious," I said. "After what it's doing to you." "What it's doing is clarifying," she replied, her tone leaving no room for argument. "The confusion phase is over. The options are clear. We need to formally discuss them. I've already spoken to your wife. She's agreed to come." The world tilted. "You spoke to her? When?" "This morning. She's very tired. She wants it to stop. She agrees that a final discussion, a clearing of the air, is the best way forward." My wife, in her waking state, had agreed to a therapy session where the third participant would be the entity possessing her in her sleep. She had no idea what she was agreeing to. The therapist, or what was left of her, had manipulated her. The factor was using the therapist to set the stage for its endgame. I knew then, with cold certainty, that I would go. I had to. My wife would be there, walking into a trap she didn't understand. The therapist, my last link to the normal world, was now the one laying the trap. And the factor would be there in the room, wearing my wife's face, speaking with her voice, with its number one advocate sitting right beside it. The practical exam was over. The code was written. The alibi was ready. Now it was time for the oral defense. And I was the only one who didn't have my notes. I had to go. I had to face it. Not in the dark of my bedroom, but in the bright, beige light of the therapist's office, with everyone watching. The waiting was over. The conference was set. The monster didn't want to sabotage my marriage. It wanted to fulfill its diagnosis. Last night, it finally wrote the prescription. My wife's total conviction that I am her killer. And it signed my name. It started with a feeling, a crawling sensation on the back of my neck as I got ready for the conference with the therapist and the factor. I was paranoid, checking everything. I went out to my car, not to drive, but to look. Not at the brake lines this time. I had a nagging thought. I flipped down the driver's side sun visor. A single piece of elegant, cream-colored stationery fluttered out. It was her stationery, the kind she used for thank you notes. A handwritten line was centered on it, in perfect, calm script that was not hers. Too obvious. The catalyst must be emotional. She must break first. The note was a correction to the therapist's sleepwalking suggestion about the brakes. It was also a roadmap. I shoved it in my pocket, my hands cold. The house felt like a crime scene waiting to happen. I began to look, really look, not as a husband, but as a detective in his own life. In my gym bag, tucked behind my old running shoes, I found an empty prescription bottle. It was for her anxiety medication. I never went in her bathroom cabinet. I had no reason to touch her pills. But here it was in my bag, empty. On our shared tablet, left open on the coffee table, the search history was pulled up. It showed a series of searches from yesterday. Symptoms of arsenic poisoning. Can antimony be detected in an autopsy? Slow-acting cardiac toxins. The search was not on her profile. It was on mine. I never made those searches. Then I found the voice memo. It was on my phone, in a folder I never used. The timestamp was from 2 nights ago, at 3:18 a.m. I pressed play. I heard my own breathing, the deep, regular rhythm of sleep. And then layered underneath, so faint you had to strain to hear it, was the flat, calm whisper of the factor. It was saying, soon, the pieces are set. She will see, and then she will break, and then it will be done. It was a recording of it talking over me while I slept, making it sound like a conspiratorial conversation. It was planting evidence, a perfect emotional frame. It wasn't going to push her off a cliff. It was going to make her believe I was slowly, deliberately poisoning her. The catalyst was fear. Her fear of me. I stood in the middle of the living room, surrounded by these planted lies, and I understood. This was the practical exam, and I had already failed. The factor had moved from teaching me to framing me. It was making its solution inevitable by making me the villain in her eyes. The doorbell rang. It was time to go to the therapist's office. The session was a surreal nightmare. My wife sat on one end of the couch, looking small and exhausted, clutching a tissue. The therapist sat in her chair, her posture stiff, her face a careful mask of professional concern. I sat on the other end of the couch, a canyon of planted evidence between me and my wife. The therapist began. She spoke about conflict resolution and facing difficult truths. She talked about how sometimes the subconscious speaks in powerful ways. She was setting the stage, but her eyes kept flicking to me, and there was a strange blankness in them, as if she was reading from a script she didn't fully believe anymore. Then my wife spoke. Her voice was trembling, but with a hard edge I'd never heard before. "I found something," she said, not looking at me. She pulled the empty pill bottle from her purse. "In your gym bag. My pills. Gone." She turned her head, and her eyes were full of a heartbreaking mix of fear and fury. "And the searches on the tablet. On your profile. About poisons. I saw them." I opened my mouth to deny it, to explain, but the therapist held up a hand. "Let her speak," she said, her voice monotone. "I feel sick all the time," my wife continued, a tear escaping. "I'm so tired I can't think. I have dreams where you're giving me something. And then I found that recording on your phone. You were talking in your sleep. You said soon." She broke down then, sobbing into her hands. "You want me dead? After all this, you just want me gone." Each word was a hammer blow. The factor had orchestrated this perfectly. It had used her fatigue, her real physical deterioration from the sleep disturbances, as proof of poisoning. It had used my own sleeping body as a prop. It had turned her own subconscious torment against me. I looked at the therapist, pleading silently for help, for her to see the manipulation. But she just nodded slowly, as if this tragic confession was an expected breakthrough. "The evidence is compelling," the therapist said, turning her empty eyes to me. The factor indicated a shift to emotional catalyst. It seems it was correct. The resentment has moved from the subconscious to the conscious plane. This is progress. She was diagnosing me as the problem. The factor's frame job was working on her too. I lost it. I stood up, my voice raw. "This is what it wants. Can't you see? It planted all of this. It's not me. It's the thing, the factor. It's doing this to turn her against me." My wife flinched as if I'd shouted at her. The therapist remained calm. "The factor is a manifestation of your shared dynamic," she intoned. "If it is framing you, it is because the dynamic has produced a reality where that frame fits. You must take responsibility for your role." It was over. They were a united front, my terrified, manipulated wife and the therapist who was now a hollow mouthpiece for the entity. I was the outsider, the accused. The factor had won without even showing up. I stormed out. I drove to a cheap motel on the edge of town, the kind with buzzing neon and sticky carpets. I bought a bottle of something strong from the liquor store next door. I sat on the scratchy bedspread and drank, trying to numb the agony of loss and the icy grip of terror. She would change the locks. She might call the police. I was homeless, friendless, and painted as a monster. The Factor's path was clear. Its plan was complete. I was isolated. She was convinced. All that was left was for the accident to happen, and with me already framed, the investigation would be short. In a moment of drunken despair, I opened my laptop. I stared at the screen, the glow the only light in the dark room. I navigated to the file, the one named conference_prep. The perfect, undetectable alibi, the symbol of my temptation and my damnation. I opened it. The lines of code glowed green. I scrolled to the bottom, to the note it had left for the therapist. And then I saw it. A new line. It hadn't been there before. It was auto-typing itself, letter by letter, as I watched, my breath caught in my throat. // the catalyst is complete. The path is clear. Would you like to proceed? Y/N. The cursor blinked beside the prompt, a tiny, pulsing heartbeat of pure evil. It was asking me. It had set the stage, removed all other options, broken my wife's trust, and now it was presenting me with the final, logical choice. It had made its case. Now it wanted my consent. My finger hovered over the keyboard. The Y key seemed to glow. All I had to do was press it. The program would run. The alibi would be established. And then the cliff, or the fall, or whatever verifiable death it had planned. The pain would stop. The fighting would stop. The fear would stop. I would be free and rich and alone. The weight of it, the horrible simplicity, pressed down on me. The liquor buzzed in my head, muffling the screaming part of my soul. My finger trembled. I thought of her face, not the angry, fearful face from today, but her face from years ago, laughing. I thought of the empty house, the money in my account, the endless quiet. The cursor blinked. Y/N. It was the easiest, hardest question I would ever be asked. And as I sat there, trapped in that awful moment, I heard a sound. A key, scratching in the lock of the motel room door. It wasn't the maid. It was too late. It wasn't the police. They would knock. The lock clicked. The door swung open. Light from the parking lot silhouetted a figure. It was the therapist. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her, plunging the room back into the glow of the laptop. She looked different. The haunted, tired woman from her office was gone. Her hair was neat. Her eyes were clear, alert, and burned with a terrifying, zealous light. She looked at me, then at the laptop screen, at the blinking prompt. A small, serene smile touched her lips. "It sent me," she said calmly. Her voice was her own, but it was filled with a horrible certainty. "It said you were hesitating, that the emotional variables were still causing interference." She took a step closer. "It asked me to come and counsel you through this final stage of your treatment." She was no longer a victim. She was a true believer. The Factor had finished its work on her. It had traded on her ambition and won. She was its envoy, its final tool, to deliver me to the answer. She stood there between me and the door, her eyes fixed on mine, waiting to see what I would do. The question was on the screen. The advocate was in the room, and my finger, frozen above the keyboard, had to choose. Story number 5. Okay, so let me tell you about the night it all started. My name is Alex, and I've got a twin sister. We've always been close, finishing each other's sentences, knowing when the other one is sick or sad, that kind of thing. People think it's cute or weird, but for us, it's just normal. It was a Tuesday night, and it was raining hard, one of those gloomy evenings where the whole world feels like it's under a blanket. We were at my place, bored out of our minds, and a little buzzed on this cheap wine we'd found in the back of my cupboard. We started talking about old times, about being kids, and that's when she remembered the box in my closet. "You remember that thing?" she asked, her eyes lighting up with that mischievous spark I know so well. I knew exactly what she meant. I sighed, playing along. "The spooky board game? From when we were 10. She was already up and heading toward my bedroom. "It's not a board game, it's a portal to the other side," she said in a fake, creepy voice, and we both cracked up. I followed her, and we dug through my closet, past old yearbooks and winter coats, until our fingers brushed against the dusty cardboard. We pulled it out. The Ouija board. It looked so silly and cheap in the light of my bedroom lamp. Just printed paper on cardboard, with a plastic heart-shaped thing called a planchette. We brought it out to the living room, set it on the coffee table between the empty wine glasses, and looked at each other. "We are not taking this seriously," I stated firmly. "Absolutely not," she agreed. "It's a toy. It's our subconscious minds pushing the thing around. It's a total joke." We put our fingertips lightly on the planchette, just like the instructions said when we were kids. We were grinning like idiots. "Oh, great spirit," I said in a goofy, deep voice. "What is thy wisdom?" The planchette jerked under our hands, making us both jump, and then we burst out laughing because we'd both obviously moved it. We asked dumb questions for a while. "Will I get a raise?" It slid to no. "Is my crush into me?" It went to yes, and she elbowed me, teasing. The mood was light, just two siblings being stupid on a rainy night. The wine was gone, and the rain tapped a steady rhythm on the window. It felt cozy, safe. Then she got quiet for a second, looking at me with a softer smile. "Ask a real one," she said. "Something you actually want to know." I thought about it. What did I want to know? I looked at her, my mirror image, this person I'd shared a womb with, a childhood, a life. We were connected in a way I could never explain. So giggling a little, I asked, "Okay, fine. So what's the deal with us twins, huh? What really connects us?" The laughter died in my throat almost immediately. The planchette didn't wobble or drift like before. It moved with a sudden, sharp purpose. It clicked across the board with a firm, decisive sound. S-A-M-E. It paused for a heartbeat, and my eyes met hers across the table. Her smile was gone, her face pale. The planchette finished its journey. S-O-U-L, same soul. We both yanked our hands back as if the plastic had burned us. The cozy room felt different, like someone had opened a window to a winter night. The hair on my arm stood up. "We pushed it," she said, her voice too high. "We totally pushed it. We were thinking the same thing, so we just guided it there." "Yeah," I said too quickly. "Of course. Our subconscious, or whatever." We packed the board away fast, shoving it back into the box and then deep into the closet like we were hiding evidence. We didn't talk about it for the rest of the night. We put on a dumb movie and pretended to watch it, but the air had changed. The word hung between us, unspoken but felt. Same soul. It was a beautiful, poetic idea. It was also deeply, terribly unsettling. It felt less like a cute sentiment, and more like we'd peeked behind a curtain and seen a piece of machinery we weren't supposed to know existed. A week passed. Life went back to normal. We texted about work, about stupid stuff, and neither of us mentioned the board. I'd almost convinced myself it was nothing. Then one night, I woke up suddenly, not from a dream or a noise. I just was awake, and I was freezing. Not my whole body, just my feet. A deep, aching, bone-level cold, like I'd been standing barefoot on a sheet of ice for an hour. I sat up, confused. My feet were tucked under warm blankets. I was wearing thick socks. The room was a comfortable temperature, but my feet ached with cold. I rubbed them together, trying to get feeling back, my heart starting to thump a little faster. It was so vivid, so physical. 2 minutes later, my phone lit up on the nightstand. A text from her. It read, "Weirdest thing. Just woke up standing barefoot on the kitchen tiles. So cold." A chill that had nothing to do with temperature went straight through me. I stared at the message. Coincidence. A weird, freaky coincidence. She sleepwalks sometimes, always had. I must have had a dream about cold feet and woke up at the same time. That's all. I texted back. "That's crazy. Go back to bed." She sent a sleepy emoji. I lay back down, but sleep wouldn't come. I kept thinking about the board, about the planchette clicking over the letters. Same soul. What if it wasn't just poetry? What if it was an instruction manual? The cold in my feet had felt so real, so not mine. It felt borrowed, inherited, shared. I finally drifted off as the sky began to lighten. The next few days, I watched her more closely when we met for coffee. She looked tired, but normal. She complained about work, laughed at my jokes. She was just my sister. But when she reached for her mug, I noticed a small, fresh scrape across the back of her hand. "What did you do there?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She looked at it, puzzled. "I have no idea. Must have bumped it on something at the gym. Didn't even feel it." I nodded, sipping my coffee, but a knot was tightening in my stomach. That night, I had a dream. It was incredibly vivid, more like a memory than a dream. I was in a dark, cramped space that felt like a garage. My hand was groping along a rough wall, and then there was a sharp, searing pain across my palm. I gasped in my sleep, my own hand flying up to my chest. I woke up, my heart hammering against my ribs. My right hand was throbbing. I turned on the lamp, expecting to see a cut, but my skin was perfectly smooth, unmarked. The phantom pain slowly faded, leaving behind a dull ache. I didn't want to text her. I didn't want to know. But I had to. My fingers trembled as I typed. "You okay? Weird dream." She didn't reply for a long time. Then, just as I was about to call, my phone buzzed with a photo. It was a picture of her hand. A clean, nasty-looking cut sliced across her palm, beading with blood. Her text followed, "Sleepwalking again. Must have caught it on a piece of siding in the garage. Hurts like hell." I stared at my own uncut palm. The dull ache pulsed there, right where her cut was. A perfect, invisible echo. This was not a coincidence. This was a pattern. The board's message wasn't just a spooky answer. It was a key that had unlocked something. We had asked about our connection, and now our connection was showing off, proving its point in the most physical way possible. I felt a fear then, a cold, solid weight in my gut. It was the fear of understanding that something inside your life, something you took for granted, is not what you thought it was. The bond between us was real, tangible, and it had a voltage to it we'd never tapped into before. And now, it seemed, the circuit was closed. I spent the whole next day in a fog. I tried to rationalize it. Twin telepathy was a thing, right? There were stories. Feeling each other's pain was a known phenomenon. But this felt different. This wasn't a vague sympathy pain. This was a specific, physical sensation happening in real time, a live feed from her nervous system to mine. It was functional. It had a purpose, and I had no control over the channel it was on. That evening, she came over. We didn't mention the cut, the cold feet, the board. We ordered pizza and tried to act normal. But there was a new carefulness between us, a space we were both aware of. We were like two people holding a vial of something volatile, trying not to jostle it. As she was leaving, she paused at the door. "Hey," she said, not meeting my eyes. "You've been sleeping okay?" "Yeah," I lied. "You?" She shrugged. "Aside from the midnight adventures?" "Sure." She forced a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. They looked scared. My own eyes looking back at me, full of a fear I completely understood. After she left, the silence in my apartment felt different. It felt watchful. I cleaned up, the mundane task of putting away plates of comfort. I went to bed early, exhausted from the stress of pretending everything was fine. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep for the first time in days. And then I woke up, not slowly but all at once. My body was tense. My right hand was clenched into a fist so tight my knuckles hurt. And in my fist, I could feel it, not imagine it. Feel it, the solid, heavy weight of a rock, the rough, gritty texture of sandstone against my palm and fingers. My arm muscles were taut, coiled with a strength that wasn't my own. And then I felt the swing, a powerful, angry arc. I felt the impact, a sickening, muffled crunch thud that traveled up my arm and into my shoulder. A jolt of adrenaline, fierce and wild and triumphant, flooded my system. It was not my emotion. It belonged to someone else. It was a rush of pure, destructive satisfaction. I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for air, my own hand open and empty, shaking violently in the dark. My heart felt like it was trying to escape my chest. The sensation of the rock, the impact, the alien rage, it all faded slowly, leaving me drenched in sweat and terror. This was new. This wasn't shared pain. This was shared action, shared intention. I fumbled for my phone, the light blinding me. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely type. I opened a news app, my mind screaming a single terrible thought: check the news. Check it now. I scanned the local headlines, my breath held. And there it was, a small article near the bottom. Vandalism in Riverside Park. The text blurred as I read. A historic bird bath, made of soft sandstone, had been found smashed to pieces. Police noted the damage suggested significant force. The park was less than a mile from her apartment. The report had been filed at 3:15 a.m. I looked at my clock. I had woken up at 3:18. I put the phone down. I didn't text her. I didn't call. I just sat there in the dark, the reality settling over me like a shroud. The board's joke wasn't funny anymore. The connection wasn't a curiosity. It was a conduit, and something was coming through. Something that started with a chill, graduated to a cut, and was now throwing stones in the night. I thought about her, probably asleep in her bed, unaware. I thought about the feeling of that rock in my hand, that vicious joy. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly colder than I'd ever been from any phantom chill. The question wasn't what is happening anymore. The question, the one that hooked into my mind and refused to let go as dawn finally broke, was far worse. What happens next? The days after the bird bath incident stretched thin and tense, like a rubber band about to snap. I didn't tell my sister about feeling the rock, about the jolt of that awful satisfaction. Saying it out loud would make it more real. and I was desperately clinging to the hope that I'd imagined it, that it was just a super vivid dream triggered by seeing the news. But a secret part of me started keeping a log. Just notes on my phone. A private, terrifying diary. March 14th. Woke up 3:18 a.m. Sensation of heavy object in hand. Impact. News. Riverside Park vandalism. Seeing it written down in plain text made my stomach turn. I tried to act normal. We met for lunch that weekend at a noisy sandwich shop, the kind of place where everything feels safe and ordinary. She looked tired, with dark circles under her eyes that mirrored my own. Sleeping any better? I asked, picking at my chips. She shrugged, avoiding my gaze. Not really. I keep waking up tired, like I've been running in my sleep. My feet were sore the other morning. She said it so casually, but my mind flashed to the feeling of the rock, the swing, the force of it. That would make your feet sore, wouldn't it? Planting your weight for a big swing. I just nodded, my mouth dry. Maybe you should see a doctor, I suggested, the words feeling weak and useless. And say what? That I'm a messy sleeper? She forced a laugh. We changed the subject, talking about movies, about work gossip, but the unspoken thing sat between us on the table, invisible and huge. The log on my phone grew. It wasn't every night. Sometimes 3 or 4 nights would pass with nothing but my own normal, restless sleep. I started to hope maybe it was over, a weird glitch that had fixed itself. Then it happened again. This time, it wasn't a rock. I was jerked awake by the feeling of a long, smooth wooden stick in my hands, like a broom handle. My arms were moving, not with a powerful swing, but with a quick, panicked jabbing motion toward the ground. I felt a frantic, scrabbling movement against my ankles, a blur of soft fur and sharp claws, and then a high-pitched, pained yelp that echoed in my ears. Not from my room. From hers. From wherever she was. I shot up in bed, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. My hands were empty. My ankles were fine. But the echo of that animal cry lingered in my head. I didn't need to check the news this time. I went straight to the local community forum online. I scanned through posts about lost pets, noisy neighbors, found items. And there it was. A post from someone in her neighborhood, just a few streets over. Missing, orange tabby, answers to pumpkin. Last seen Tuesday night. Came home Wednesday morning with a limp and what looks like a bruised rib. Very scared. Please keep an eye out. The post had a picture of a sweet-looking cat. The date lined up. My hands started to shake. This was worse. This was a living thing. The vandalism was one thing, but this was violence towards something that could feel pain and fear. The log entry felt like an accusation. March 22nd. Sensation of stick, jabbing motion. Feeling of animal impact. Sound of yelp. Neighborhood post. Injured cat found. I knew I had to talk to her. I couldn't carry this alone. I drove to her apartment, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. She let me in, looking surprised. "What's up?" she asked. I didn't know how to start. I just handed her my phone, opened to the Notes app, to the log. "Read it," I said, my voice tight. She took the phone, her brow furrowed. I watched her face as she read. Confusion first, then a slow dawning horror. Her eyes flicked from the screen to my face and back again. She read about the cold feet, the cut, the rock, the stick. She finished and just stood there, holding my phone like it was a dead animal. "What is this?" she whispered. "It's what's happening," I said. "I feel it. When you sleepwalk, I feel what you're doing." She shook her head, a hard, denying motion. "No, that's not. I'm not doing those things. I'm asleep." "Your body is," I said gently. "I don't think it's you. Not the you that's talking to me right now. But something is happening, and I'm getting a front row seat through our connection." The word connection felt inadequate. Bond. Link. Shared soul. The words from the board game floated between us, unspoken. She sank onto her couch, staring at my phone. "The cat," she said, her voice hollow. "You think I hit a cat?" "I felt it," I said, the truth cruel but necessary. "I felt the stick connect." She put her head in her hands. "I'm a monster." "You're not," I said, sitting next to her. "You're asleep. It's like a glitch. A really bad, scary glitch." We sat in quiet for a long time. The traffic sounds from the street below felt like they were from another world. Finally, she looked up, her eyes red. "What do we do?" That was the million-dollar question. We talked in circles. "See a doctor?" What would we say? They'd prescribe sleep aids or refer her to a psychiatrist. They might even want to separate us for observation, thinking it was a shared delusion. Tell our parents? They'd just worry themselves sick and not know how to help. We were in a box with no clear way out. "We need to understand it," I said finally. "We need to see it." An idea, desperate and shaky, formed in my mind. We need proof. Not for anyone else. For us. To know what we're really dealing with. "How?" she asked. "A camera," I said. "We set up a camera in your apartment. One that records all night. We see what your body does." She looked terrified at the idea. The thought of watching herself do these things was clearly horrifying. But after a long moment, she nodded. Okay, we do that." We spent the next hour setting up my old laptop on a bookshelf in her living room, angled to cover most of the room and the front door. We used a simple program that would record with motion detection. It felt clinical and creepy. We were turning her home into a lab, and she was the experiment. We ordered pizza, trying to pretend it was a normal movie night, but the laptop's little green recording light stared at us like an unblinking eye. When it got late, she looked at me, her fear palpable. "Will you stay? On the couch? I don't want to be alone." I nodded. I didn't want to be alone in my own apartment either, waiting for the next phantom sensation to jolt me awake. I lay on her couch in the dark, listening to her breathing slow down in the next room. The glow from the laptop light was a tiny beacon in the dark. I was exhausted, but every time I started to drift off, I'd remember the feeling of the rock, the yelp of the cat, and my eyes would fly open. I must have finally fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up. But not from a sensation. From nothing. A deep, empty nothing. The room was dark and still. I sat up, disoriented. I felt normal. Just me on a couch with a stiff neck. I checked my phone. 4:07 a.m. I had slept for hours, and I had felt nothing. No shared cold, no pain, no weapons, no anger. A wave of relief so powerful it made me dizzy washed over me. It had worked. Maybe just knowing we were watching, that we were trying to understand, had broken the cycle. Maybe the connection needed our fear and confusion to feed it, and our practical plan had starved it. I lay back down, a real smile touching my lips for the first time in weeks. It was over. We could figure out the rest in the morning. I was just drifting back into a peaceful, hopeful sleep when my phone buzzed on the coffee table. Not a text. A call. I fumbled for it, the screen blinding me. It was her, calling from her bedroom. Why was she calling me? I was right here in the living room. A new kind of cold, deeper than any phantom chill, seeped into my bones. I swiped to answer, bringing the phone to my ear. "Hello," I whispered. Her voice came through a thin, trembling thread of sound, choked with pure terror. "It's in the living room," she breathed. "I'm in my closet. The camera's on. I'm wide awake, but I can hear someone moving around out there." My eyes shot to the bedroom door, which was closed. I was alone on the couch. The living room was empty. I heard the faintest sound then, over the phone line. A soft, steady creak. The sound of a footstep on the old floorboard near her kitchen. A floorboard that was definitely not in my apartment. The relief I'd felt moments ago vanished, replaced by a terror so complete it froze the air in my lungs. The connection was silent. I was feeling nothing, because this time she was awake, and something else was in her apartment. The world narrowed to the sound of her shaky breath in my ear and that soft, impossible creak from her apartment miles away. "Don't move," I whispered into the phone, my own voice barely a sound. I was already off the couch, my body moving on pure instinct, grabbing my car keys from the bowl by her door. My mind was a frantic scramble. The camera. The laptop was recording right now. "The laptop," I breathed. "Can you see the screen from where you are?" "No," she whimpered. I shut the bedroom door. "It's out there, between me and it. Think." I had to think. "I'm coming. Right now. Stay on the phone. Be quiet." I slipped out of her apartment, the door clicking shut behind me, and sprinted for the stairs. My car was in the visitor lot. The night air was cool and normal, a stark contrast to the electric fear coursing through me. I shoved the key into the ignition, the phone pressed between my shoulder and my ear. I could still hear her breathing, fast and shallow. I pulled out onto the empty street, pushing the speed limit. "I'm driving. 10 minutes. Just keep listening. Tell me what you hear." There was a long pause. Then, nothing now. Just my own heart. "It's so loud." That was good. Maybe it was gone. Maybe it had just been the building settling, her fear making something out of nothing. But the timing was too perfect. The one night we set up surveillance, the one night I felt nothing, and an intruder shows up. That wasn't coincidence. That felt like a message. "I'm halfway there. I said, my eyes glued to the road. Don't hang up. 5 minutes later, her breath hitched. A click, she whispered. Like a latch. The front door? My foot pressed harder on the gas. Someone had been inside, and now they were leaving. Or something was leaving. I'm almost there. Just stay put. I screeched into a parking spot outside her building 2 minutes later, not caring about the lines. I'm here. Walking up. I kept the phone to my ear as I took the stairs 2 at a time. Her front door was at the end of the hall. It looked normal. Closed. I put my hand on the knob. It was unlocked. My stomach twisted. I'm at your door. It's unlocked. I'm coming in. I pushed it open slowly. The living room was dark, lit only by the streetlight glow through the blinds and the soft green light from the laptop on the bookshelf. Everything looked in place. The couch where I'd slept, the coffee table, the TV. Normal. Empty. It's me, I called out softly. I'm in the living room. It's clear. Her bedroom door flew open, and she rushed out, colliding with me in a hug that felt more like a collapse. She was trembling all over. You're okay, I said, holding her. It's okay. After a minute, she pulled back, her eyes wide and darting around the room. It was here. I heard it. Walking. I'm not crazy. I know, I said. I know you're not. My eyes went to the laptop. The truth was on there. Whatever it was. We need to look. She nodded, her face pale. We walked over to the laptop together. My finger hovered over the trackpad. This was it. Proof. Not of a shared sensation, but of a physical presence. I clicked to stop the recording and opened the video file. The timestamp showed it had been running for over 6 hours. We fast-forwarded through the early, empty hours, seeing nothing but the still living room. My sleeping form on the couch was a weird, peaceful sight. Then, at 3:58 a.m., something changed. The bedroom door opened. She walked out, or her body walked out. The person on the screen moved with a calm, deliberate purpose that was nothing like her normal, slightly clumsy gait. This was the same efficient movement I'd felt during the birdbath incident. It walked straight to the bookshelf, right below the laptop camera, and looked up. The face that filled the screen was hers, but the expression was utterly blank. Empty, like a mask. It stared directly into the camera lens for a full 10 seconds, and a chill that had nothing to do with temperature went straight down my spine. Then it turned and walked to the front door. It didn't fumble with the lock. It disengaged the chain and deadbolt with smooth, practiced motions, opened the door, and stepped out into the hall, pulling the door closed but not latching it. That was the click she heard. The timestamp ticked on. The apartment was empty. I was gone from the couch, having left after her call. We watched the empty room for what felt like forever. Then, at 4:22 a.m., the door opened again. It came back in. It closed the door behind itself, engaging the lock and the chain with that same calm efficiency. In its right hand, it carried something. A long, dark metal cylinder. A flashlight. A big, solid police-style one. It walked to the drawer where she kept tools and random stuff, opened it, and placed the flashlight inside. Then it went to the kitchen sink, turned on the water, and meticulously washed its hands, drying them on a towel. It walked back to the bedroom, opened the door, and went inside, closing the door behind it. The video showed an empty living room again. A few minutes later, at 4:31 a.m., the bedroom door opened again. This time, she stumbled out, her face a portrait of dazed confusion and terror, looking around wildly before grabbing her phone to call me. That was the real her. We watched the whole thing twice, not saying a word. The reality of it was worse than any phantom feeling. Seeing it move, seeing those empty eyes, watching it bring back an object from outside. It made everything solid and horrifying. It went out, she finally said, her voice flat with shock. It left, and it brought something back. I went to the drawer and opened it. There, nestled among screwdrivers and tape, was the flashlight. I didn't want to touch it. Using the edge of my shirt, I picked it up. It was cold, and on the metal barrel, near the bulb, was a dark, sticky smudge. It wasn't dirt. It flaked off brownish red. We both looked at it, and the same terrible understanding passed between us. That wasn't from the ground. We have to get rid of it, she said, panicked. We have to clean it and throw it away. No, I said, the word surprising me. I wrapped the flashlight in a plastic grocery bag. This is evidence. Of something. We can't just make it disappear. Evidence of what? That I'm a sleepwalking thief? Or worse? Her voice was rising toward hysteria. We don't know what it did out there. That was the problem. We didn't. I took the bag flashlight and the laptop. You're coming home with me. Tonight. We can't stay here. She didn't argue. We drove back to my place in that same wordless shock. The sun was coming up, turning the sky a pale gray. At my apartment, I hid the flashlight in the back of my closet. I copied the video file from the laptop onto a hidden folder on my computer and then erased it from the laptop itself. We were destroying evidence and preserving it at the same time, criminals and detectives in one. She fell asleep on my couch almost immediately, the emotional crash too big to fight. I sat at my kitchen table, my own exhaustion await, and opened my laptop. I went to the local news site. My hands were steady now, cold and steady. I scanned the headlines. Traffic, weather, politics. Then I saw it. A small update box. Early morning robbery attempt, clerk injured. I clicked it. The article was brief. A 24-hour convenience store on the edge of her neighborhood had been hit around 4:10 a.m. A lone suspect, face obscured, had entered. The clerk reported being struck from behind with a hard object before the suspect emptied the register and fled. The clerk was treated for a minor head injury and released. Police were reviewing security footage. The store was 3 blocks from her apartment. 4:10 a.m. Right in the window when the thing wearing her face was out walking. The hard object. I pictured the solid metal flashlight in my closet. The sticky smudge. My vision blurred for a second. This had escalated far beyond broken bird baths and scared cats. This was a real crime, with a real victim, and her body had done it. I closed the browser window. I couldn't tell her. Not yet. The guilt and horror would swallow her whole. I had to figure this out first. I had to understand what it was. Was it a part of her subconscious, a violent, hidden piece breaking free in sleep? Was it something else, using our connection like a radio signal to pilot her body? The same soul idea took on a new, darker meaning. What if a soul could split? What if one half could get sick? I made a decision then, sitting in my quiet kitchen with the morning light growing stronger. We were past doctors. We were past rational fear. We were in unknown territory. I needed to learn everything I could about what happens when a shared connection turns predatory. I started searching online, not for sleep disorders, but for other things. Folklore about twin bonds gone wrong. Historical accounts of shared psychosis. Obscure parapsychology forums where people talked about energetic links and psychic vampires. It felt desperate and silly, but the facts weren't rational. A rational world didn't have twins sharing injuries and committing crimes in their sleep. I read until my eyes burned. Most of it was nonsense, crazy theories and obvious fiction. But a few phrases stuck with me. Etheric tether, parasitic empathy, split soul phenomenon. They were just words, but they gave a shape to the formless terror. They made it feel like maybe somewhere, someone else had stumbled into this nightmare and tried to explain it. My sister slept through most of the day. When she woke up, she was quiet, withdrawn. We ate toast and didn't talk about the video or the flashlight. We talked about maybe getting her a sleep study, about seeing a specialist, but the words rang hollow. We both knew a doctor couldn't fix this. Not this. That night, we were both afraid to sleep. We stayed up watching mindless TV, the volume low. Eventually, our bodies gave out. I drifted off in my armchair, and the connection, silent for a whole day, woke up. It wasn't a jolt this time. It was a slow, creeping awareness. First, the feeling of cool night air on skin that wasn't mine. Then the sense of moving, walking, with that same purposeful stride. My hands, in my lap, began to feel the shape of something long and solid. Not a rock, not a stick. Metal, cool grooved metal. A pipe. My fingers curled around the imagined shape, fitting into the ridges perfectly. And with the sensation came the emotion again, that flood of dark intention. But it was sharper now, more focused. It wasn't blind rage. It was a hunter's calm, a certainty. It was looking for something, or someone. I tried to fight it, to pull my own mind back, to wake up. But I was trapped, a passenger in this waking dream, feeling her body move through the night, feeling the weight of the pipe, a tool chosen for a specific job. Then it stopped. The sensation of walking ceased. My borrowed ears heard a new sound. The soft, off-key humming of a person. A man's voice, somewhere close in the dark. The thing holding the pipe shifted its grip. My arm muscles tensed, coiling like springs. There was a moment of perfect, awful stillness. Then the swing. I felt it all. The launch of power from the legs, the twist of the torso, the terrible, smooth arc of the arm. The connection made me feel the air resistance against the pipe. And then the impact. A sickening, wet crack thud that vibrated up the pipe, through the arm, and into the very center of my being. The humming stopped. Cut off. Just gone. In my chair, in my safe, warm living room, I screamed. A raw, ragged sound that tore my throat. I was awake, scrambling backward, my own hands held out in front of me, whole and clean and shaking uncontrollably. My phone was ringing. I knew who it was before I looked. I answered, my breath coming in sobs. She was hysterical, words tumbling over each other in a flood of panic. An alley, downtown. There's blood. A pipe. There's a man on the ground. I don't remember. I don't remember anything. The sound of distant sirens wailed through her phone and echoed faintly through my own window. They were coming for her, and I had been there. I had felt it happen. I was the only witness. I took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing my voice to be steady. Listen to me, I said. Do not say anything else. Tell them you were sleepwalking. Tell them you have a disorder. Tell them you don't remember. Do you understand? You don't remember anything. Because I do, and I will be your alibi. I hung up, grabbed my keys, and ran for my car. I had to get to her. I had to stand beside my twin, the other half of my soul, and look the police in the eye and lie. Because the truth was impossible. And as I drove toward the flashing blue and red lights staining the night sky downtown, one clear, terrible thought cut through the chaos in my mind. It wasn't trying to hide anymore. It was showing off, and it had just shown me exactly what it was capable of. The scene downtown was a jagged cut of reality, something from a crime show but horribly, personally real. Flashing lights painted the wet brick of the alley in pulses of blue and red. Police officers moved with a slow, serious purpose. An ambulance was there, its back doors open, and paramedics were loading a stretcher. A shape was on it, covered with a sheet, but one hand dangled out, limp and pale. I parked badly, half up on the curb, and ran toward the yellow tape. An officer held up a hand to stop me. My sister, I gasped, pointing. That's my sister. I saw her then, sitting on the curb just outside the tape, wrapped in a silver emergency blanket that looked like tin foil. She was staring at her own hands as if they were strange, foreign objects. An officer was crouched next to her, talking in a low voice. They let me under the tape, and I went to her, kneeling down. She looked up, and her eyes were my eyes, but filled with a hollow, shattered terror I had never seen in my own mirror. I don't remember, she whispered to me, the words a desperate mantra. I just woke up here, with that, next to me. She flicked her eyes toward a patch of ground where a long, metal pipe lay, tagged with a little evidence flag. It was the pipe from my dream, from the connection. Seeing it in real life, under the police lights, made my stomach turn. It's okay, I said, putting an arm around her, feeling her tremble. We'll figure it out. The officer stood up. He was a middle-aged man with a tired face that looked more sad than angry. You're the twin, he asked me. I nodded, standing to face him. She was with me, I said, the lie coming out smoother than I expected. My voice sounded calm, convincing. All night, at my apartment. She has a sleepwalking condition, a really bad one. She must have driven here in her sleep. He looked at me, then back at her crumpled form on the curb. He didn't call me a liar right away, which I took as a small, shaky victory. We'll need to get statements from both of you, he said. Can you come down to the station? We went in separate cars. I followed the squad car that carried her, my mind racing. The alibi was thin. Would they check my apartment's security camera? It would show me leaving in a panic, not her arriving. But it would show her car wasn't there. That was something. Maybe. The police station was a bland, fluorescent-lit place that smelled of old coffee and cleaner. They put us in different rooms. A nice enough detective, the same tired-looking man from the alley, brought me a cup of water and sat across from me at a plain table. He had a folder. So, he began, his voice level. You say your sister was with you all night. Yes, I said, meeting his eyes. We were watching movies. She fell asleep on the couch. I fell asleep in the chair. I woke up to her calling me, saying she was in an alley. I drove right down. He nodded slowly, making a note. And this sleepwalking, it's been diagnosed? We've been trying to get help, I said, which was technically true. It's gotten worse lately. She'll do things and have no memory. We were planning to see a specialist. I was weaving truth into the lie, making it stronger. The victim is in a coma, the detective said, watching my face. Blunt force trauma to the head. It's very serious. I let my face show shock and fear, which wasn't hard. The word coma landed like a physical blow. That man was alive, but just barely because of what had happened in that alley. Because of what it had done. She wouldn't. I started and let my voice break. Not awake. She's the kindest person. But when she's asleep, it's like she's another person. He was quiet for a moment, tapping his pen on the folder. Let's say I believe you. Let's say it was sleepwalking. The courts call that automatism. It might mean she's not criminally responsible. Hope, fragile and terrifying, flickered in my chest. But, he continued, here's what bothers me. Sleepwalkers usually do simple, confused things. They might make a sandwich. They might wander outside. They don't typically get in a car, drive across town, pick up a specific weapon from a construction site, and use it with enough force to put a man in a coma. He opened the folder and slid a photograph toward me. It was a black and white image from a traffic camera, showing the mouth of the alley. The figure was blurry, but unmistakable. Her height, her hair, her coat. It was her. Then who? He asked, his voice still calm. Is this? I stared at the photo. My mouth was dry. That's her, I said softly. But she wasn't in control. It's the disorder. He leaned back, sighing. We'll need to verify your alibi, of course. Check your building's cameras, her car's GPS if it has it. In the meantime, given the circumstances and her lack of prior record, she'll likely be released on bail. But she'll be charged. Aggravated assault. Possibly attempted murder if the victim doesn't improve. The words were legal and cold, but they painted a future of courtrooms, of lawyers, of a life ruined. All because of something that happened while she was unconscious. They processed her, and because of the sleepwalking defense and my statement, they let her go with a court date. We didn't speak until we were back in my car. The first words she said were, "Did you feel it?" I looked at her. Her face was drawn, her eyes huge. Yes, I admitted. I felt the swing. She closed her eyes, a tear slipping out. What am I? You're my sister, I said fiercely. This is something that's happening to you. To us. We didn't ask for this. But it's me, she whispered. My hands. My body. I'm the one who hurt that man. We drove back to my place in a quiet that was full of unspoken terror. The next few days were a weird, suspended animation. We were both afraid to sleep, existing in a fog of exhaustion and fear. She was officially charged. Lawyers were hired, money was spent, and the story of the sleepwalking twin became a local news item for a day or two, which was its own special kind of hell. We stayed together in my apartment, a united front. But the connection had gone dead. Completely. Since the night in the alley, I had felt nothing. No phantom chills, no shared emotions, no sensations of movement. It was as if the channel had been shut off. At first, it was a relief. A desperate, grateful relief. Maybe the shock of the attack, the police involvement, had broken whatever was happening. Maybe it was over. But as the days passed, the quiet began to feel wrong. It felt like the calm before a storm. I held breath. We didn't talk about the bigger questions anymore. We talked about legal strategy, about doctors' reports, about building a defense. It was almost normal in a horrifying way. We were dealing with a problem the world could understand. A crime, an illness, a legal battle. It was easier than thinking about shared souls and nighttime monsters. Then a week after the alley, I came home from getting groceries. She was sitting on the couch, my laptop open in front of her. Her face was bone white. What is it? I asked, dropping the bags. A message, she said, her voice thin. An email. It came to my account. I came around and looked over her shoulder. The sender address was a jumble of random letters and numbers. The subject line was blank. The body of the message contained just one line, a web link, and below it 3 words. You are not alone. We stared at it. A prank? A troll who'd seen the news? But it felt like more. It felt like an address. Don't click it, I said. But her finger was already hovering over the trackpad. What if it's answers? She asked. She clicked. The browser opened to a forum. The design was old, plain text on a dark background. It wasn't a normal website. It felt hidden, a place on the internet you had to be looking for to find. The title of the page was Project Symbiosis Archive, and the top post pinned was a thread titled Subject Pair A and B Observation Log. With a feeling of ice water moving through my veins, I scrolled. The first entries were dated years ago. They were clinical notes. Subjects female twins age 10. Baseline connection appears strong. Frequent reported instances of shared sentiment and nonverbal communication. Ideal candidates. My breath caught. Age 10. That was when we got the Ouija board. The next entry, catalyzing event introduced, guided channeling device, planchette board. Encouraged to explore the nature of their bond. Subject A asked pivotal question, what connects us? Device response, same soul. Significant spike in empathetic overlap noted in following weeks. I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be real. We kept reading. The entries tracked through our teenage years, noting minor resonant events. Times one of us got hurt and the other felt a twinge. Times we knew what the other was thinking. It was all stuff we'd laughed about, called twin intuition. This log called it data. The most recent entries were from the last few months. Parasitic drive amplification successful. Aggressive, self-preservatory instincts are manifesting primarily in Subject B during low consciousness states. Subject A continues in a receptive, observational role. The tether is functioning as hypothesized. Field testing initiated. The entry after that was a single line. Field test 3, urban conflict scenario. Result, target neutralized. Subject B's physical vessel performed adequately. Subject A's receptivity confirms full experiential feedback. Phase 3 complete. Urban conflict scenario. Target neutralized. The man in the alley. I felt dizzy. I had to grip the back of the couch. This was a log. A lab report. And we were the lab rats. Who are they? My sister whispered, her voice shaking with a new kind of fury. Who wrote this? We scrolled to the very bottom of the page. There was no name. Just a tagline, a sort of motto for the project. It read, to divide a soul is to understand it. To harness a tether is to master the unseen. Below that, in the comment section of the last post, was a new message, posted just an hour ago. It was from a user called Observer_1. It said, the connection is quiet now. Do not mistake this for peace. It is integration. The dominant aspect is consolidating control. The witness sees all, but soon may see nothing at all. You have questions. The answers are closer than you think. Look to the source. The first gift. The message ended. We sat there, frozen, the glow of the screen the only light in the room. The first gift. The Ouija board. It wasn't a toy from a garage sale. It was a guided channeling device. A catalyst. A gift. Given to us when we were 10. By who? I racked my brain. It was so long ago. A family friend? An uncle? Someone at a party? The memory was fuzzy, a childhood blur. But the log was real. The details were too specific, too accurate. Someone had been watching us our whole lives, studying us, and they had done something to us. They had taken our bond and amplified it, weaponized it. We weren't haunted. We were experimented on. The terror of the last few months twisted into something else, a cold, hard rage. We weren't victims of a ghost or a mental break. We were victims of a person, someone with a plan, the observer. The quiet in my head, the lack of connection, wasn't a reprieve. According to them, it was integration. The thing inside her, the parasitic drive, was getting stronger, settling in. I looked at my sister. The fear on her face was mingling with that same dawning anger. We find them, she said, her voice low and firm. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. We had a new goal. Not just to survive this, but to find the source. To find the person who did this to us. The legal problems, the court case, it all suddenly felt like background noise. The real battle wasn't in a courtroom. It was here, in this shadow war we never knew we were part of. We had answers now, but they were worse than the mystery. And we had a direction. We had to find Observer_1. We had to find the one who gave us the board. The game had changed. We were no longer just trying to hide from what she might do in her sleep. We were hunting the ones who made her this way. And as we sat there in the dark, planning our next move with a focus we hadn't felt in weeks, I realized the hook wasn't a question of what would happen next. It was a promise. We were going to find them, and we were going to make them explain exactly what they had done to us. The discovery of the forum changed everything. The fear was still there, a constant hum in the background, but it was now edged with a sharp, clean purpose. Find them. The observer. The person who had turned our lives into an experiment. We became detectives in our own horror story. We started with the only solid clue we had, the Ouija board itself. We called our parents, separately, trying to sound casual. Hey, remember that old board game we had as kids? The spooky one? Whatever happened to it? Our mom said she thought it got lost in a move. Our dad, after thinking for a minute, said, "Oh, that thing. I think it was a gift from that odd friend of ours. What was his name? Robert? The guy who was always into weird science and ghost stories. He gave it to you girls for your 10th birthday, I think. Robert. The name was a key turning in a rusty lock. A memory surfaced, vague and grainy like an old photo. A tall, thin man with glasses that reflected the light, making it hard to see his eyes. He'd come to a few barbecues. He was quiet, always watching people with an intense, curious stare. He'd ask us twins questions that felt like tests. Do you ever feel like you're the same person? If one of you got hurt, would the other one know? We'd just giggle and run off. He gave us the board in a plain brown box, no wrapping paper. He'd said, "This might help you explore your unique connection." We'd been thrilled with a new game. Now, the words felt like a sentence. Robert. We had a name. The next step was the digital trail. The forum was a ghost town except for that one log and the recent message from Observer_. We tried to trace it, but it was like grabbing smoke. The site was protected, rerouted through layers of hidden servers. We weren't hackers. We were just two scared people with a laptop. So we tried a different approach. We created a new account on the forum. We called ourselves subjects__b. We posted a reply to Observer_'s message. We are looking. We want to talk. Face to face. No more notes. We didn't expect a reply. But the next morning, there it was. A private message in our rudimentary inbox on the site. It contained an address. Not a street address. A set of map coordinates and a time. 10 p.m. 2 nights from now. The coordinates plugged into a map pointed to an old, decommissioned water treatment plant on the edge of the city. A place known for being abandoned and crumbling. It was a perfect spot for a creepy meeting. It felt like a trap. Of course it was a trap, but it was also the only lead we had. We spent those 2 days in a state of wired anxiety. We planned. We would go together. We would park a distance away and approach on foot. We would bring phones, recorders, anything to get evidence. We told no one. Who would we tell? The police would think we were crazy, trying to deflect from the assault case with a story about a paranormal conspiracy. Our lawyer would advise against it. This was ours to solve. The night arrived cool and clear. The moon was a thin sliver, giving little light. We drove in my car, parking a half-mile from the chain-link fence that surrounded the treatment plant. The place was a silhouette of strange, angular shapes against the night sky, old concrete towers and rusted pipes. It looked like a skeleton. We climbed through a hole in the fence, our movements quick and quiet. My heart was beating so loud I was sure it could be heard. We had small flashlights but didn't turn them on, letting our eyes adjust to the dark. We picked our way through weeds and broken glass toward the main building, a long, low structure with most of its windows gone. The coordinates led to a specific door, half off its hinges. We stopped outside, listening. The normal sounds of night insects and distant traffic. Nothing from inside. I looked at my sister. Her face was set, determined. She gave a single nod. We went in. The inside was a cavern of shadows, smelling of damp concrete and rust. Moonlight sliced through broken windows and dusty beams. We stood just inside the door, waiting. You came. The voice came from our right, making us both jump. It was a man's voice, calm and measured. A flashlight clicked on, not pointed at our faces, but at the ground, illuminating the legs of a folding chair. Sitting in it was the man from our memories. Robert. He was older, grayer, but the same tall, thin frame, the same glasses. He looked utterly ordinary, like a retired librarian. "Hello, girls," he said. Or should I say, subject A and subject B. The receptive and the active. The witness and the instrument. His words, so clinical, so cold, ignited a fire in my chest. "What did you do to us?" my sister demanded, her voice shaking with anger. "I facilitated," he said, as if explaining a simple recipe. "Your connection was always there. A beautiful, rare thing. A soul so strong it expressed itself in 2 bodies. Most twins have a bond. You have a tether. A literal, energetic lifeline between you. My research was always about understanding that tether. What are its limits? Can it be focused? Can it be given a task?" "The board," I said. "It was a key," he nodded. "A tool to focus your joint intention, to make you both consciously ask about the nature of your bond. That question, what connects us?" asked with genuine curiosity while both of you were in contact with the planchette. It was like sending a signal down the line. It amplified everything. Turned the volume up on your connection. After that, the minor empathetic events you'd experienced before became major. Shared sensations. Shared experiences. You made her hurt people, I spat out. I didn't make her do anything, he corrected, his voice still irritatingly calm. I simply observed which aspects of your shared psyche were amplified. Every soul has facets. Light and dark, anger and peace, action and observation. In most people, these are balanced in one body. In your case, with the tether amplified, they seem to have. Polarized. Settled into your respective vessels. Your sister's body, for reasons I don't fully understand, became the vessel for the more primal, self-preservatory drives. The instinct to lash out, to dominate, to protect the pair by any means necessary. It manifests when her conscious mind is offline. And you, he said, looking at me, became the vessel for the observational, empathetic aspects. You feel what she does. You are the witness. It's a perfect, if volatile, system. It's a monster, my sister cried. It's us, he said simply. A part of you that you've never had to acknowledge before, because it was buried. Now it's not. Now it has its own time to play. I stepped forward, my fists clenched. You experimented on children. I studied a natural phenomenon, he said, and my study is nearly complete. The Phase 3 test was conclusive. The tether can transmit complex motor function and sensory data in one direction, from the active subject to the receptive one, during dissociative states. The potential applications are: a man is in a coma. I shouted, the sound echoing in the empty building. He paused, then nodded. An unforeseen escalation in aggression. The parasitic drive is stronger than projected. It's why I contacted you. The experiment is entering a final, unstable phase. What does that mean? My sister asked, her anger giving way to fear again. It means the dominant aspect, the aggressive drive currently housed in your body, is seeking full control. The quiet you've been experiencing, it's not peace. It's the calm before a storm. It is integrating, learning, getting used to the controls. When it moves next, it may not give control back. You could be submerged, permanently. And the witness, he said, turning to me. If the active subject fully subsumes the conscious host, the tether could short out. You could be left with nothing, or you could be pulled under with her. The horror of his words settled over us, colder than the night air. He was telling us she could disappear inside her own mind, and I could be left alone, or worse, trapped with her. How do we stop it? I asked, my voice a whisper. He looked at us for a long time, his face unreadable in the shadows. You can't stop a part of yourselves, but you might be able to reintegrate, to pull the polarized aspects back together, to balance the soul within the two of you again. How? We asked in unison. A conscious joint effort, a reversal of the catalyzing event. You used the board to ask a question that split you. You would need to use a similar focus, together, to ask for union, to ask for wholeness. But the risk is enormous. You'd be inviting that aggressive drive into a shared space while you're both conscious and vulnerable. If it's as strong as I believe, it could overwhelm you both. It could take over completely. He stood up, folding his chair. The decision is yours. Continue as you are, and let the process complete itself, with likely tragic results. Or try to force a reconciliation, with even higher stakes. My observation is finished. The data is complete. He began to walk toward a dark doorway at the back of the building. Wait, I called out. That's it. You ruin our lives and just walk away. He paused, not looking back. I didn't ruin your lives. I revealed them. The monster was always there. I just turned on the light so you could see it. And then he was gone, swallowed by the dark. We stood there in that broken place, his words hanging in the air. The monster was always there. It was us. We drove home, not speaking, both lost in the terrible choice he'd laid out. Do nothing, and let the thing inside her take full control, possibly forever. Or try to fight it, to pull it back in, with the risk of it destroying us both in the process. There was no good answer. When we got back to my apartment, the feeling of helplessness was suffocating. We had our villain, and he had given us a diagnosis and a death sentence, but no real cure. We sat at my kitchen table, the ordinary overhead light feeling too bright, too fake. We have to try, my sister said finally, her voice firm. We have to try to put it back. I can't live like this, waiting to black out and hurt someone else. I'd rather we both fight. I looked at her, saw the resolve in her eyes, and knew she was right. Letting this play out was not an option. We had to try, even if it killed us. Okay, I said. How? We don't have the board anymore. We don't need the board, she said. He said a similar focus, Something we do together with intention. To ask for union. An idea came to me, simple and terrifying. We hold hands, I said. We look at each other. And we both out loud ask for it to come back. Ask for it to rejoin. To be whole again. It sounded like a prayer. A dangerous one. We decided to do it then. Waiting would only make it harder. We moved to the living room, sitting on the floor facing each other. We turned off the lights, leaving only the faint glow from a streetlight outside. We took each other's hands. Her palms were cold. Mine were sweating. We took deep breaths, trying to sink them, like we used to do as kids for fun. On 3, I whispered. We both say, come back to us. Be one. She nodded, her eyes wide and scared. 1, I said. 2, 3. Together, we spoke the words into the dim room. Come back to us. Be one. Nothing happened. We sat there, holding hands, waiting. A minute passed, then another. I felt a flicker of foolishness. Of course it wouldn't work. It was just words. Then I felt it, a warmth in my hands where they held hers. It grew, spreading up my arms. It wasn't a bad feeling. It felt like completeness, like coming home. I saw a smile touch her lips, and a tear rolled down her cheek. It's working, she breathed. I can feel it. It's come. It's coming home. The warmth filled my chest, a golden, peaceful feeling. For the first time in months, I felt whole. I felt our connection not as a terrifying wire transmitting horror, but as a lake, deep and still and shared. We had done it. We had pulled the darkness back in. We held onto each other, crying with relief. We had faced the monster and made it part of us again. We sat like that for a long time, until the warmth slowly faded, leaving a normal, quiet comfort. We let go of each other's hands, laughing a little through our tears. It was over. Truly over. We had won. We made tea, talking in excited, hushed tones about the future, about maybe the legal case falling apart now that the sleepwalking would stop, about getting our lives back. The fear was gone, replaced by a giddy, exhausted hope. We went to sleep in our own beds that night, feeling safe. True deep sleep. And that's when the hook slid into place. I woke up, not from a nightmare. I just opened my eyes. It was still dark, and I knew immediately that I was not alone in my mind. The connection was open, wider than ever before. But it wasn't a broadcast from her. It was a presence, a settled, patient presence sitting right beside my own thoughts. It wasn't violent. It wasn't angry. It was curious, interested, and it showed me a single clear image projected right behind my eyes. The two of us, holding hands on the floor, smiling and crying with relief. And over that image, a new third feeling bloomed, one that belonged to neither me nor my sister. It was a feeling of cold, quiet amusement, the feeling of a hunter who had just watched its prey walk right into a snare. The warmth we had felt hadn't been integration. It had been a welcome mat. We hadn't pulled it back in. We had invited it into the front room. And now it was inside with us. All of us. Together. The feeling of that new presence in my mind, that cold amusement watching our relief, changed everything. The victory of the night before turned to ashes in my mouth. We hadn't fixed anything. We had made it worse. We had given it a seat at the table. The next morning, I watched my sister closely as she made coffee. She looked better than she had in weeks. There was color in her cheeks, a lightness in her step. She hummed a little tune. I slept, she said, smiling at me. Really slept. No weird dreams. No waking up somewhere strange. It's gone. We did it. Her joy was so real, so pure it hurt to look at. Because I knew it wasn't gone. It was just quiet. It was sitting inside the connection we had just widened, waiting. I didn't have the heart to tell her. Not yet. Let her have a morning of peace. But I had to test it. I had to understand what we were dealing with now. While she was in the shower, I sat at the kitchen table and closed my eyes. I focused inward, on that space where I used to get the phantom feelings. Instead of reaching out, I just listened. And there it was. Not a sensation from her, but a presence in the link itself. A quiet, observing intelligence. It felt old and patient and deeply, unsettlingly familiar. It was like recognizing a part of your own face in the dark that you'd never seen before. I thought a question at it, directly in my mind. What are you? I didn't expect an answer. But I got one. Not in words. In a flood of understanding, of memory. It showed me the bird bath, not from my perspective of feeling the rock, but from its perspective. The cool night air, the satisfying crunch of sandstone, the rush of power. It showed me the cat, the quick, efficient jab to move a nuisance aside. It showed me the alley, the swing of the pipe, the perfect, focused execution of a threat. And overlaying all of it was a single, driving purpose: protect the pair. Eliminate threats. Ensure survival. It wasn't random violence. It was a brutal, simple logic. The birdbath was practice. The cat was a test. The man in the alley was a genuine threat neutralization. He had been following her for 2 blocks. She just hadn't known it. This aspect, saw the world in terms of danger and safety, prey and predator. And it considered us, both of us, its charge, its territory. It had been acting to protect its assets. Us. The understanding left me cold. This wasn't an alien invader. This was a part of us, of our shared soul, that had evolved into a ruthless bodyguard. And now, thanks to our little ritual, it was fully awake. And it was listening. I pulled back from the connection, my breath coming fast. This was worse than I thought. It wasn't a monster to be fought. It was a guardian that didn't understand laws or morality. It only understood survival. And it thought it was doing a great job. The day passed with a weird normality. We went for a walk. We talked about mundane things. I tried to act normal, but I was constantly aware of that new layer in the back of my mind, a silent passenger. I started to notice small things. My sister would glance at a person walking toward us, and a fraction of a second later, I'd feel a tiny, assessing flicker from the presence, a quick judgment of threat level. It was learning from her conscious perceptions, too. It was integrating, just as Robert had warned, but not by taking over, by merging. That evening we were washing dishes. She was scrubbing a pot, telling me a funny story about work from before all this mess. I was drying a plate, listening, smiling. Then, from the street below, there was a sudden loud bang, a car backfiring. We both jumped, but my jump was just surprise. Hers was different. She dropped the pot into the sink with a clatter, her whole body spinning toward the window, her hands coming up in a defensive posture. Her eyes weren't scared. They were sharp, alert, scanning. For a split second, she wasn't my sister. She was a soldier. Then she blinked, shook her head, and laughed nervously. "Wow, that scared me," she said, picking up the pot again. But I had felt it. In that moment, the connection had flared wide open. And I hadn't felt her fear. I had felt the Guardian's response, immediate, tactical, ready. It had pushed her body into a defensive stance before her conscious mind could even process the sound. It was sharing the driver's seat now. The legal process was moving slowly, but her lawyer was optimistic. The sleepwalking defense was strong, especially with my testimony and the history we were documenting. A psychiatric evaluation was scheduled. We talked about what she should say. "Just tell the truth," I said. "You have episodes. You don't remember. You're seeking treatment." She nodded, but she looked worried. "What if they ask about the connection? About you feeling things?" "They won't," I said, more confidently than I felt. "It sounds crazy. Stick to the medical stuff." The night before her evaluation, we were both anxious. She needed to appear stable, treatable, a victim of a disorder, not a danger to society. We went to bed early. I fell into a troubled sleep, and I dreamed, but it wasn't a normal dream. It was the connection, fully active, showing me things. I saw through her eyes as she slept. I felt the Guardian's awareness, a low, humming watchfulness, patrolling the edges of her consciousness. It was sorting through the day's memories, assessing faces, places, sounds. It was learning the modern world. Then the dream shifted. I wasn't observing her anymore. I was seeing what it was planning. Images flashed, the lawyer's face, tagged with a mild potential obstacle. The judge tagged authority, unpredictable. The psychiatrist tagged analyzer, threat. It was categorizing everyone involved in her case. And then a plan formed, not in words, but in pure instinctual logic. A simple, clean solution to the legal threat. It involved a car, a late night, a patch of black ice on a road the psychiatrist took home. An accident. No weapon. No witness. Just an unfortunate tragedy that would remove a problem. I woke up gasping, my sheets tangled around me. It wasn't just reacting to immediate threats anymore. It was strategizing. It was planning preemptive strikes to clear the path for what it saw as its primary objective, our unhindered survival. And its methods were permanent. I ran to her room. She was asleep, peaceful. I shook her awake. "We have a problem," I said, my voice urgent. "A big one." I told her about the dream, about the Guardian's plan for the psychiatrist. She sat up, her face pale in the moonlight. "It wants to kill him? It wants to remove an obstacle," I corrected. "It doesn't think in terms of kill or not kill. It thinks in terms of problem and solution. We have to stop it, she said. But how? It's not like we can reason with it. It's not a person. I remembered the feeling of its logic, its cold, simple programming. Maybe we can't reason with it, but maybe we can give it a new order. A stronger command. What do you mean? Robert said we focused it by asking a question. We gave it a command to reunite, and it came closer. What if we give it a direct command about this? A rule it has to follow. It was a desperate idea. We were basically trying to reprogram a part of our own soul with a verbal command. But we had nothing else. We sat facing each other on our bed, just like before. We held hands. This time, there was no warmth, no feeling of peace. The connection felt busy, alert. We need to be specific, I whispered. We both need to think the same thing hard. We closed our eyes. Together, we focused our intention, pushing it down the tether toward that watchful, strategic presence. We formed the command as clearly as we could. You will not harm. You will not act unless there is immediate physical danger. You will stand down. We poured all our will into it. For a moment, I felt a pushback, a wave of confusion, then frustration. The logic of it didn't compute. The psychiatrist was a danger. The legal system was a threat. Standing down was illogical. We pushed harder, together, insisting. This is the rule. You will obey. There was a shudder in the connection, a feeling of resistance folding, a sense of reluctant acceptance, like a weapon being put on safe. It wasn't happy, but it complied. The plan for the car accident dissolved from my mind's eye. We let go of each other's hands, sweating and exhausted. Did it work? She asked. I think so, I said. For now. The next day, she went to her psychiatric evaluation. I waited at home, a nervous wreck. Every minute felt like an hour. When she came back, she looked drained but relieved. It was okay, she said. He was thorough, asked a lot of questions. I told him about the sleepwalking, the blackouts, the fear. I didn't mention you. He thinks it's a severe dissociative disorder, likely brought on by stress. He's going to recommend treatment, not prison. It was the best news we'd had in months. A path forward that didn't involve cages. We celebrated with takeout, allowing ourselves to feel a flicker of real hope. Maybe, with the guardian commanded to stand down, and with medical help, we could build a life around this. We could manage it. That night, as I was getting ready for bed, I felt a gentle nudge in the connection. Not a scary one. It was an alert. I focused on it. The guardian showed me a memory from her day. A man in a coat who had stood too close to her at the bus stop after the evaluation. The guardian had tagged him possible follower. It had prepared a response, a sharp elbow to the ribs, a foot stomp, a run. But it had not acted. It had held back because of our command. It was showing me its restraint. It was asking, in its own way, for approval. Or perhaps for the command to be lifted. It was adapting. Learning not just to assess threats, but to navigate our human rules. It was trying to communicate. This was the new normal. A constant, silent partner in our lives. A brutal guardian on a leash of our making. We had stopped a murder today. We had saved a man's life with a thought. But as I lay in bed, feeling its watchful presence like a familiar shadow in the corner of my mind, I understood the hook it had left for us. The question wasn't if it would break its leash. The question was, as it learned more about our world, our weaknesses, our complexities, would we ever be able to trust its judgment? And worse, as we relied on it more, would we ever want to let it go? We had a bodyguard now, but it lived inside our heads, and it had its own ideas about what keeping us safe really meant. Life with the guardian settled into a strange, uneasy rhythm. It was like having a very smart, very dangerous dog that lived in your mind. It was always there, a low hum of awareness in the background of my thoughts. I learned to sense its moods, its flickers of assessment when a stranger walked too close, its quiet satisfaction when we navigated a crowded space without incident, its pulsing frustration during the long, tense meetings with lawyers. It hated the lawyers. To it, they were talkers, people who used words as weapons, and words were a threat it didn't know how to fight. We had to reinforce the command often, a mental whisper of stand down, when we felt its focus sharpen on the suited man across the table. My sister was adapting too, in her own way. She started taking self-defense classes. Not the sporty kind, but the practical, brutal kind focused on escape and disabling an attacker. She said it made her feel less like a victim. I understood. She was meeting the guardian halfway, learning its language of movement and threat. The psychiatrist diagnosed her with a severe parasomnia, a sleep disorder with complex, goal-directed behaviors. He put her on a mild medication to try and suppress the sleep-driving part of her brain. It made her groggy during the day, but we both slept better at night. The legal case was progressing. The district attorney was under pressure. The sleepwalking defense, backed by the psychiatric report, was strong. The victim was out of his coma, but had no memory of the attack. Without a motive and with a credible medical excuse, the case was looking shaky. A plea deal was floated. A guilty plea to a lesser charge, time served in a secure psychiatric facility instead of prison, followed by strict probation. It was the best we could hope for. We discussed it for hours. Taking the deal meant admitting guilt on a permanent record. But it also meant no trial, no risk of a jury seeing her as a monster, and a clear path to eventual freedom under supervision. The guardian didn't like it. The idea of her being locked away, even in a hospital, registered as a major threat. I had to spend a whole evening mentally holding its focus, explaining in simple concepts of short-term confinement for long-term safety. It was like reasoning with a wolf about going to the vet. The night before she was supposed to give her final answer to the deal, we had a quiet dinner at home. We were both exhausted, worn thin by the constant negotiation, with the lawyers, with the doctors, with the thing in our heads. "I think we should take it," she said, pushing her food around her plate. "I just want it to be over. I want to do my time, get the help, and move on." I nodded. I agreed. The endless tension was eating us alive. "Okay," I said. "Then that's what we do." We cleaned up, and she went to take a shower. I sat on the couch, trying to relax, letting the day's stress drain away. I tuned into the connection, checking on the guardian. It was quiet, contemplative. It was showing me images, a map of the city, the route from my apartment to the courthouse, the layout of the psychiatric facility from the brochure we'd been given. It was studying, planning, always planning. But it felt calm, accepting. I figured it had understood the necessity. I was wrong. I must have dozed off on the couch, because the next thing I knew, I was in the connection fully, but not as a witness. I was an active participant in a waking dream. I was standing in my sister's bathroom. Steam from the shower fogged the mirror. I saw her reflection, but her eyes were wrong. They held the guardian's flat, calculating focus. Her hands were moving, not washing, but writing. With a tube of lipstick, she was writing on the fogged glass. The words were big, red, sloppy. Not safe. Trap. Will not go. A cold dread washed through me. This wasn't a plan for tomorrow. This was a declaration of war tonight. It had been pretending to accept the deal. It had been lulling us into a sense of resolution. And now it was making its move. In the dream, her reflection turned and looked right at me, through the connection. The message wasn't for her. It was for me. It knew I was watching. Then the scene shifted. I was feeling her body move with that terrible, efficient purpose. She was getting dressed, all in dark colors. She picked up her car keys. It was going to run. It was going to make her flee, to avoid the trap of the hospital. If she ran, she'd be a fugitive. The deal would vanish. She'd be hunted. Everything would be worse. I fought against the connection, trying to push my own will back down the tether. "No. Stop. You will stand down." The pushback was immediate and fierce. A wave of primal defiance. Images flooded back at me. Cages, needles, men in white coats holding her down, all culled from her own fears and from movies. To the guardian, the psychiatric facility was a place of helplessness, of vulnerability. It was the ultimate threat. It would not allow its charge to be delivered there. It is the only way. I screamed in my mind. To keep her safe from prison. The logic didn't connect. In its view, a concrete cell was no different from a hospital room. Both were captivity. Freedom was the only safety. I felt her hand, my hand, turn the doorknob of my apartment. She was leaving. I had to stop her physically. I wrenched myself out of the dream, out of the couch, stumbling to my feet. The apartment was dark and quiet. Her bedroom door was open, the bed empty. I heard the faint sound of the front door latch clicking shut. I ran, throwing the door open just in time to see her back disappearing down the stairwell. "Wait!" I shouted, chasing after her. I caught up to her in the parking lot, grabbing her arm. She turned, and the look on her face was a terrifying blend of her own confusion and the guardian's rigid determination. Her eyes were wide, scared, but her mouth was set in a hard line. "Let go," she said, her voice not quite her own. "I have to go. It's not safe here." "That's not you talking," I said, holding on tight. "That's it. It's lying to you. Running is the worst thing you can do." An internal war played out on her face. her own fear and reason fighting against the Guardian's implanted certainty. "It feels so real," she whispered, tears welling up. "The fear, it feels like my own." "I know," I said, pulling her into a hug. She resisted for a second, then collapsed against me, sobbing. The Guardian's hold broke under the wave of her genuine emotion. I led her, shaking, back upstairs. We sat on the floor in the living room, just like we had for the ritual. This wasn't about inviting or commanding anymore. This was about negotiating a peace treaty. We held hands. This time, I didn't just send thoughts to the Guardian. I spoke out loud for both of them to hear. "We need to talk. All three of us." I focused on the connection, opening it wide, letting my sister feel my resolve, and letting the Guardian feel both our united fronts. "You are part of us," I said, my voice steady. "We understand your job. To protect. We accept that." I felt a pulse of acknowledgement from the Guardian. "But you have to understand our world," my sister continued, her voice gaining strength. "You see cages. We see a path. If we run, they will chase us forever. We will always be scared. If we face this, we do our time in the hospital, we follow their rules, and then we walk out free. No more chase. That is the safest way." We sent the concept down the tether. Short-term sacrifice for long-term security. A calculated risk. The logic it could understand. We showed it images not of fear, but of a future. The two of us, years from now, in a park laughing free, no one looking for us. The ultimate goal of its programming, permanent, sustainable safety. The connection thrummed with intense calculation. The Guardian was weighing the options. It ran scenarios: flight, fight, submission. It evaluated the odds of success for each. We felt its process, cold and lightning fast. Finally, a consensus reached us, not as words, but as a settled, reluctant agreement. It would allow the path of the deal. It would stand down, but with a condition. A single, clear imperative echoed back to us. Protect each other. Always. It wasn't just a command for itself. It was a rule for all three of us. We agreed. The tension bled out of the room. The Guardian's presence receded from the forefront, returning to its watchful post, but the feeling was different. Less like a warden, more like a partner. A dangerous, volatile partner, but one that had finally listened to reason. The next day, she accepted the plea deal. The following week, she was transferred to the secure psychiatric facility. It was a nice enough place, more like a dorm with locks than a prison. Visiting hours were strict, but I was there as often as I could be. The Guardian was quiet there. It approved of the routine, the clear boundaries, the lack of external threats. It saw the doctors as keepers, not immediate dangers. She worked hard in therapy, learning to manage stress, to build walls in her mind to contain the sleep drives. The medication helped. Months passed. The world outside moved on. My life became a cycle of work, visits, and the constant, low-level awareness of the connection. I could feel her boredom, her frustration, her moments of hope. I could feel the Guardian's satisfaction when a particularly annoying orderly was transferred to another wing. We were a system balanced, however precariously. The day of her release finally came. She walked out the doors with a single bag of belongings, squinting in the sunlight. She looked older, wiser, tired but clean. We hugged for a long time, not saying anything. Everything was said through the tether: relief, love, caution, hope. She moved back into her old apartment. We got her set up. Probation meant regular check-ins, a curfew, continued therapy. It was a leash, but a manageable one. We had dinner that night, a celebration. For the first time in over a year, there was no immediate sword hanging over our heads. We were out of the woods. We had survived. Later, as I drove home to my own apartment, I felt a deep, unfamiliar sensation: peace. Not the absence of fear, but the presence of stability. We had faced the monster not with fists, but with words and will. We had tamed the Guardian, not by locking it away, but by giving it a better mission. We were whole in a messy, complicated way. I pulled into my parking spot and turned off the car. I sat for a moment in the dark, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. I reached out gently through the connection, a goodnight check-in. I felt her, already asleep, dreaming a normal, boring dream about grocery shopping. And I felt the Guardian, a sentinel in the dark, watching over her sleep. Its presence was calm, protective. It sent back a single, clear pulse, like a nod. Everything was as it should be. I went upstairs, got ready for bed, and slipped under the covers. As I drifted off, the last conscious thought I had was a simple, grateful one. It was over. We had won. But But just as sleep took me, the connection, which had been a still pool, gave one last, almost imperceptible ripple. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't a plan. It was a question. A simple, curious query sent from the Guardian's watchful mind to mine, accompanied by an image it had pulled from the depths of our shared memory. The image was of Robert, the observer, smiling his thin smile. And the question it asked, with the pure, logical curiosity of a child picking up a strange tool, was, what is his purpose now? The Guardian's question hung in the back of my mind like a ghost. What is his purpose now? For weeks, I tried to ignore it. We had peace. We had stability. My sister was home, navigating probation and building a new, careful life. The Guardian was a settled, if intense, presence. We had a system. Why poke the past? But the question was a seed, and it grew. Robert, the observer, he had walked away from us in that water plant, his data collected, his experiment concluded. He had seen us as a finished project. But what does a scientist do with a completed experiment? He writes his paper. He publishes. He shares the findings. The thought crept in slowly, chillingly. Our lives, our terror, the man in the coma, it was all data to him. And data has value. I started looking carefully online. Not on the normal web, but in the stranger corners I'd learned to navigate during our worst days. I used throwaway accounts, routed my searches through layers of privacy programs. I looked for mentions of tether research, parasitic empathy amplification, bipolar soul manifestation. The crazy stuff. And then I found it. Not on the old forum, which had gone dark. On a new site, sleek and professional looking, hidden behind a paywall and a membership questionnaire about advanced parapsychological studies. I couldn't access the papers, but I could see the titles. One title made my blood stop moving. Case Study A and B. Directed polarization of a shared psychic tether and its applications in covert operational security. The author was listed as R.S. The abstract was a single chilling line. A field demonstration of non-local operational execution via dissociative proxy, with full sensory feedback to a stationary observer. They had written a paper. About us. They had turned our nightmare into an academic article. And the words covert operational security and non-local operational execution meant one thing. Someone somewhere might want to use what he had learned. Not to understand souls, but to create untraceable soldiers. The piece I had felt shattered like glass. I didn't tell my sister right away. She was fragile, finding her footing. But I had to know more. I had to find Robert. I had to know what he had done with his knowledge. I remembered the way he talked, his calm, academic tone. He wouldn't have sold his research to some shadowy government agency in a back alley. He would have presented it at a conference. A very specific, very private conference. I dug deeper, using every digital trick I'd taught myself. I looked for private symposia on non-standard consciousness studies, for defense contractors with fringe research divisions. It was a needle in a haystack made of fog, but I had an advantage the normal world didn't. A direct line to a part of my own mind that thought like a predator. One evening, as my sister slept, I sat at my computer and opened the connection wide. I didn't just feel for the Guardian. I focused on my memory of Robert, his face, his voice, his smell of old paper and faint chemical cleaner. I pushed that memory down the tether, toward the Guardian's analytical mind. I asked it, not with words, but with intent, find the threat. Find the source. The Guardian, always alert to the concept of a threat, engaged with a focus that was terrifying. It wasn't searching the internet. It was searching me. It combed through every sensory detail of my memories of Robert, every word he'd said. It analyzed his phrasing, his confidence, his arrogance. It saw him not as a person, but as a target profile. And then it showed me something, a memory I had forgotten. When he gave us the Ouija board at our 10th birthday party, he had been talking to our father. He'd handed our dad a business card saying, "If the girls ever have any more fascinating episodes, do let me know. It's my field." My father had laughed and tucked the card into his wallet. A business card. 20 years ago. My father was a pack rat. He still had the same battered leather wallet he'd carried for decades. A wild, desperate hope flared. The next day, I drove to my parents' house under the pretense of a casual visit. I helped my dad fix a leaky faucet in the kitchen. As he worked, his wallet sat on the counter. My heart hammered against my ribs. When he went to the basement for a tool, I grabbed it. My hands shook as I flipped through the old, plastic sleeves. Receipts from 10 years ago, faded photos, membership cards to clubs that no longer existed. And there, behind a grocery store loyalty card, was a simple, cream-colored card. The ink was faded but readable. Dr. Robert Seger, Parapsychology Research Consortium. And below, a phone number and an old P.O. box address. No email, no website. It was a relic, but it was a start. Back home, I stared at the card. Calling the number was useless. It was certainly disconnected. The P.O. box was likely closed. But the name, Dr. Robert Seger, and the organization, Parapsychology Research Consortium, that was something. I went back online, now with a name and an official-sounding group. This time, the search yielded traces. Old mentions in archived newsletters from the 90s, linking the PRC to Defense Department grants for enhanced human perception studies. Obituaries for other members, calling them controversial visionaries, and one recent, very quiet mention in a blog about the history of psychic research. A note that Seger had been a keynote speaker at a small, private colloquium in Switzerland the previous year, hosted by a foundation called the Delphi Group. The Delphi Group's website was a masterpiece of saying nothing. It described itself as a forum for forward-thinking individuals to discuss the horizons of human potential. Its board of advisors was a list of names I didn't recognize, but their titles were things like former deputy director, advanced projects, and CEO Ether Dynamics. These were not academics. These were spooks and contractors. Robert hadn't just published a paper. He was consulting. He was selling his expertise. And we were his proof of concept. I had to confront him. I had to make him understand he couldn't do this. I crafted an email to the generic address on the Delphi Group's site. I kept it vague but menacing. Dr. Seger, regarding case study A and B, the subjects are aware of your continued interest. A conversation is required, discreetly, or the data becomes noisy. I didn't expect a reply, but I got one 12 hours later. It was from a different address. It contained a time, a date, and the address of a private members club in the city, the kind of place with a doorman and no sign out front. The email was signed simply, R. We had to go together. My sister insisted. He's my monster too, she said, her jaw set. The Guardian, sensing a direct threat to the source of our torment, was a coiled spring of anticipation. It approved. The club was all dark wood and deep carpets. We were shown to a private room in the back. Robert was there, sipping mineral water. He looked the same, just in a more expensive suit. He didn't seem surprised to see both of us. You found me, he said, gesturing to chairs. I wondered if you would. You wrote a paper about us. I said, not sitting down. You're talking to weapons people. I'm talking to theorists, he corrected. People who fund research into the furthest edges of human capability. Your case is illustrative. It's our life, my sister snapped. You turned us into a case study. That man in the coma, is he an illustrative data point too? For the first time, a flicker of something like discomfort crossed his face. The escalation was unfortunate, but it proved the efficacy of the tether under extreme stress. The sensory feedback you received was flawless. From a research perspective, it was a breakthrough. I felt the Guardian's rage flare in the connection, a hot, black wave. My sister took a step forward, and I felt her body humming with its borrowed tension. Robert saw it. He didn't flinch, but his eyes grew sharper, more interested. Fascinating, he murmured. The integration is more complete than I projected. You've reached an accord. We're not your lab rats anymore, I said, stepping between him and my sister. You need to destroy your research. All of it. You need to stop talking about us. He smiled that thin smile. It's too late for that. The genie is out of the bottle. The principles are documented. The interest is significant. What interest? I demanded. He leaned back. Imagine a soldier who can undertake a mission while physically asleep in a bunker miles away, piloted by a handler with no physical link. Imagine an intelligence asset who can experience an interrogation firsthand to better prepare for their own. The applications for deniable operations are limitless. Your tether, ladies, is the ultimate secure, wireless communication system, and we now know how to create one. He had done it. He had broken our bond down into a blueprint. You can't control it, my sister said, her voice low. It's not a machine. It's a part of a person. A dangerous part. Control is a matter of conditioning and parameters, he said dismissively, as you've so crudely demonstrated with your stand-down commands. With proper training from childhood, with the right catalysts, a usable agent pair could be cultivated. Reliable. Focused. He was talking about making more of us, raising more twins to be weapons. The horror was so vast it was numbing. We had come to stop him, but we were too late. The knowledge was out. Why are you telling us this? I asked. Because, he said, putting down his glass, you represent a unique problem. You are the prototype, and prototypes are often retired, but you've proven remarkably resilient. You've achieved a stable symbiosis I considered impossible. That makes you even more valuable, and more dangerous to my sponsor's future projects. They would see you as a loose end. The threat was clear. We were a liability to the people who wanted to build what we were. So what do you want? I said. A bargain, Robert said. You leave me and my work alone. You live your quiet, monitored lives. You do not interfere. In return, I keep my sponsors from viewing you as a threat that needs to be cleaned up. I can cite your stability as a success, not a risk. He was offering us our lives in exchange for our silence, letting him go on to potentially ruin other lives. We looked at each other. The connection was wide open, humming with our shared fury, our shared fear, our shared understanding. We didn't need words. The Guardian's logic merged with our own. This man was the root threat, the source. Eliminating him would not erase the knowledge, but it would remove its greatest advocate. It would send a message. It would protect us, and it would be justice. A plan formed between us instantly, a three-way consensus. It was cold, clean, and brutal. We didn't speak it. We just knew. My sister's face went calm, the Guardian's focus settling over her like a veil. She took a step toward Robert. He finally looked uneasy, leaning back in his chair. This is a civilized place, he said, a warning in his voice. I know, my sister said, her voice perfectly even. And we're going to be very civilized. She reached out and picked up his glass of mineral water. She took a slow sip, her eyes never leaving his. Then she held the glass out to me. I took it, my hand steady. I took a sip as well. A shared drink. A shared moment. A shared decision. We put the glass down. We accept your bargain, I said. We'll be quiet. You keep your dogs off our leash. Robert looked relieved, then smug. He had won. He stood up, adjusting his suit jacket. A wise choice. You'll be left in peace. He walked us to the door of the club, the picture of professional courtesy. We shook his hand, one after the other. A civil goodbye. We didn't speak in the car going home. The connection was a torrent of synchronized action. The Guardian was accessing everything we knew about Robert, his habits, his health, his paranoia. It was designing a solution. Not a pipe in an alley. Something elegant, untraceable. Something that would look like the natural consequence of a man who played with forces he didn't truly understand. 2 days later, Robert Seger was found dead in his home office. The official cause was a massive cerebral hemorrhage. A tragic, sudden stroke. The police found nothing out of the ordinary. His computer was gone, wiped clean by a sophisticated virus that triggered the same night. His paper files were in disarray, but nothing seemed missing. His sponsors at the Delphi Group would find his research notes corrupted, his conclusions unverified. The prototype had malfunctioned, the data lost. A dead end. We read the news in my apartment, sitting side by side on the couch. We felt no triumph, only a cold, quiet finality. The root was cut. The Guardian was satisfied. The threat was neutralized. We had protected ourselves. We had become what he made us. That was a month ago. Life has returned to its new normal. My sister's probation officer is pleased with her progress. The therapy continues. We see each other often. We laugh sometimes. The connection is always there, a quiet hum, a third heartbeat in the room. The Guardian is part of us, a settled, watchful partner. It is content. Its primary objective, our safety, has been achieved. The external threat is gone. But sometimes late at night, I lie awake and feel the tether, not as a link to my sister, but as a thing in itself. A channel that was opened, amplified, and weaponized. And I remember Robert's words. The principles are documented. The interest is significant. We stopped one man. We destroyed one copy of the blueprint. But the idea is out there now, in the minds of powerful, curious people who attended his talks, who read the early drafts. The genie is out of the bottle. We are safe. For now. But as I finally drift to sleep, the last thing I feel is not the Guardian's watchful peace. It's a new, faint signal on the line, a distant, static whisper that isn't from my sister, and isn't from me. It's just a flicker, a ghost of a thought that feels both familiar and alien, asking a question in a voice that is not our own. Can you hear us? Story number 6. My name is Carl, and I should have known a $10 Ouija board from a cruise ship gift shop was a bad idea. But my buddies thought it was hilarious, the perfect joke for my last night of freedom before the wedding. We were crammed into my suite, the place smelling like cheap beer and expensive cologne, laughing too loud because the trip was a gift from my fiancé, who said I needed time with the guys, and everyone was determined to make it count. The board was flimsy cardboard with a glossy finish, the little plastic heart-shaped planchette feeling like a toy under our fingertips. We were all touching it, me and my 4 best friends, grinning like idiots as someone, probably my future brother-in-law, asked in a spooky voice if any spirits wanted to give me marriage advice. We all expected it to sit there, a dumb prop for a dumb joke. Then it moved. It wasn't a shake or a nudge from someone fooling around. It was a slow, deliberate slide, the kind that makes your arm hairs stand up. It went to D, then E, then P, and my friend who was pre-med and never believed in anything he couldn't dissect said, "Okay, who's pushing?" But nobody was. The thing just kept going, THS depths. The laughter died. The only sound was the hum of the ship's engine and the soft shushing sound of the planchette on the board. Then it moved again, quick and sure. SEVEN. Depth 7. For a long minute, nobody breathed. Then my buddy who'd brought the board, the joker of the group, let out a nervous laugh and said, "Probably means we're 7 decks above the waterline, geniuses." He snatched the planchette off the board, folded the thing up, and tossed it into the closet like it was on fire. "Enough of that crap. Music time." He cranked the stereo up, and just like that, the mood flipped back. We drank more, the conversation got loud again, and the weird moment got buried under a pile of jokes and another round of drinks. I pushed it out of my mind, or tried to. But later, when everyone had stumbled off to their own cabins and I was alone, I couldn't shake the feeling. The words Depth 7 played in my head on a loop. I finally fell into a restless sleep, the kind where you're not sure if you're dreaming or just thinking too hard. I woke up with a gasp, my heart trying to punch its way out of my chest. I wasn't in my bed. I was standing on the cold tile of my private balcony, still in my pajamas, 10 floors above the dark, churning ocean. My fingers were locked in a death grip on the railing, my knuckles aching and white. My lips were cracked and sore, and my throat felt raw and scraped, like I'd been talking or maybe even shouting for hours. A cold sweat broke out all over my body, and the salt air that usually smelled clean and fresh suddenly felt like a damp, heavy blanket. I had zero memory of getting out of bed, of opening the heavy balcony door. The last thing I remembered was closing my eyes, telling myself the Ouija thing was nothing. I stumbled back inside, my legs weak, and locked the sliding door, checking the latch 3 times. I spent the rest of the night with every light on, sitting in a chair facing the door, jumping at every creak of the ship. I told myself it was sleepwalking. It had to be. Stress, strange bed, too much to drink. My brain was just acting out. That was the logical, sane explanation, and I clung to it like a life preserver. When morning came and the sun turned the ocean a friendly blue, the terror of the night felt silly, like a bad dream. I met the guys for breakfast at the buffet, piling my plate with bacon just to feel normal. My best man, a solid, sensible guy who'd been my roommate in college, could tell something was off. "You look like you wrestled a ghost and lost," he said, shoveling eggs into his mouth. I forced a laugh and told him about waking up on the balcony. He listened, his chewing slowing down. "Whoa, dude, that's intense. But yeah, sleepwalking. My cousin did that in college. Woke up making a sandwich in the common kitchen in his underwear. Stress. You've got a lot going on." His logic was comforting. He suggested maybe I should see the ship's doctor, just to be safe, get something to help me sleep. I nodded, agreeing, but then he lowered his voice, leaning in. "But the board thing last night was weird, right? I mean, you felt that? It wasn't just me." I admitted I'd felt it, the unnatural movement. He looked out the window at the endless water, his face serious for a second. "Let's just not mention that part to anyone, okay? We sound nuts." We made a pact to forget it, to enjoy the cruise. We had a snorkeling excursion planned for the next day at our first port of call, a beautiful island with crystal clear water. Fun and sun, that was the medicine I needed. But that night, the fear came back as soon as I turned off the lights. I was scared to fall asleep, terrified of where I might wake up. My friend, the best man, had a better idea than pills. "We'll film you," he said, practical as ever. He set up his phone on the desk in my cabin, propping it against a water bottle to point at my bed. "We get proof you're sleepwalking. You take it to the doctor. They give you the good stuff." No big deal. It seemed like a smart plan. I went to bed with the little red recording light glowing in the dark, a weird digital eye watching me. I finally fell asleep, exhausted. The next morning, I woke up in my bed. Relief flooded through me. Normal. I was in my bed. I sat up, feeling better than I had in days. My friend knocked on the door and came in, looking for his phone. "See? Nothing to worry about," I said, smiling for the first time since the trip started. He picked up his phone, stopping the recording. "Want to check it just for laughs? Maybe you sleep talk. I bet you mumble about your fiancée." He was grinning, hitting play. We sat on the edge of the bed, watching the small screen. The first hour was boring, just me tossing and turning. Then at around 3 a.m., I sat up. On the screen, my movements were smooth, too smooth. I didn't look groggy or confused. I got out of bed with a purpose, like I was late for an appointment. I walked past the phone, my eyes open but blank, fixed on nothing. I didn't go to the balcony door. I walked to the corner of the room and just stood there, facing the wall. My lips started moving. My friend turned up the volume. At first, it was just a whisper, too fuzzy to understand. Then the sound cleared, and my own voice, flat and totally unlike my normal tone, came through the phone's speaker. I was saying a name, Michael Riggs. A chill, colder than the air-conditioned room, settled over me. The voice kept going. July 12th. Snorkeling accident. Coral cut. The date hit me like a punch. That was today. Right now, we were docked at the island where that very activity was happening. On the screen, I stood there for another 10 minutes, whispering the same phrase over and over like a broken record, before turning and getting back into bed. The video ended. We sat in the quiet cabin, the only sound the gentle vibration of the ship. My friend's face was pale. "What the hell was that?" he finally whispered. I had no answer. The specificity was the worst part. A full name, a cause of death, today's date. "It's a coincidence," I said, my own voice shaky. "It has to be. I must have heard the name somewhere, on a passenger list or something, and my brain just cooked it up." But we hadn't seen any passenger list. My friend, ever practical, wasn't having it. "Dude, you said another one after that." "I heard it when I was checking the timestamp last night. You kept whispering." He scrolled through the video file, finding a later point. He pressed play. My empty face filled the screen again, and the whisper came, slow and clear. "The Alvarez family. July 14th. Rogue wave. Small boat." July 14th was 2 days away, at our next port. A family. A whole family. I felt sick. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was something else, something dark and impossible that had slithered out of that stupid board game and into my head. My friend looked at me, all traces of his earlier humor gone, replaced by a real deep fear. "You need to tell someone. The ship's people. The captain. Something." I argued, saying they'd think I was crazy, but he was right. I couldn't sit on this. Swallowing my pride and my terror, I asked to speak to the ship's captain, telling the front desk it was a security matter. They ushered me and my friend into a clean, professional office overlooking the bow of the ship. The captain was an older man with a calm, weathered face and sharp eyes. I showed him the video on the phone, my hands trembling. He watched it in complete silence, his expression unreadable. When it finished, he leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "Mr. Carl," he said, my name sounding formal and heavy. "That is concerning, but a sleepwalking incident, combined with severe pre-wedding stress, can manifest in very strange ways. The mind is powerful. It can pick up fragments of conversation, names from the announcements, and weave them into narratives." He was gentle but firm. He recommended I see the ship's doctor immediately, suggesting a mild sedative and perhaps a counseling session. He assured me the ship's medical staff was excellent. It was a polite, professional dismissal. He didn't believe me. He saw a nervous groom hallucinating, and I saw the doubt in his eyes, the slight tightening of his lips that said hysterical passenger. I left his office feeling smaller than ever, foolish and terrified. The rest of that day, July 12th, was a blur of dread. I went through the motions on the island, the bright sun and colorful fish feeling like a mockery. I watched every snorkeler, every group, my heart skipping a beat every time I heard someone call out a name. Nothing happened. As the afternoon wore on, I started to feel a flicker of hope. Maybe the captain was right. Maybe it was all a horrible, stress-induced coincidence. We boarded the ship to set sail for the evening, and I was almost convinced. Then, just before dinner, a quiet, somber announcement came over the ship's public address system. The captain's voice, carefully neutral, asked for respect and privacy for a guest who had experienced a serious medical emergency during a shore excursion. Details were sparse, but rumors spread through the ship faster than the news. My friend came back to the table, his face ashen. He'd been talking to a crew member at the bar. He sat down heavily and looked at me, his eyes wide. "It was a man," he whispered, leaning close so no one else could hear. "Snorkeling trip. He got a small cut on his leg from some coral. Didn't think anything of it. By the time he got back to the ship, he was feverish. He went septic fast. They couldn't save him. They're saying it was a freak, 1 in a million infection." He swallowed hard. His name was Michael Riggs. The world seemed to tilt. The noise of the dining room faded into a dull roar. He was real. He was dead. Exactly as the flat, whispering voice from my sleep had said. The confirmation wasn't a relief. It was a prison door slamming shut. This was real. I was connected to something I didn't understand, something that knew things before they happened. The weight of it crushed the air from my lungs. My friend just stared at his plate, not eating, not speaking. The easy camaraderie between us was gone, replaced by a gulf of shared, unspoken horror. I went back to my cabin alone, the cheerful good evening, from the room's steward feeling like a slap. I just wanted to hide, to pull the covers over my head, and make it all stop. I opened the door to my dark room and flicked on the light, and there, centered neatly on my pillow, was a single damp piece of dark green seaweed. It wasn't messy or broken. It was twisted deliberately into a crude but unmistakable shape, the number 7. I stood there, frozen, staring at it. The air in the room grew still and cold. No one had been in here. The steward had done the turn-down service hours ago. This was new. This was a message. Depth 7. The ledger was open, and I was its unwilling bookkeeper. The first entry was settled, and as I looked at that twisted, damp number on my pillow, I knew with a certainty that froze my blood that the Alvarez family was next, and I was the only one who knew. The question wasn't what was happening anymore. The question was, what was I supposed to do about it? The sleeping pills were supposed to be a cage for my body. The ship's doctor, a kind-faced woman who had listened to my story about stress and sleepwalking with a sympathetic nod, had given them to me after I carefully left out the part about whispering dead people's names. She said they would knock me out, keep me safe in my bed. Instead, they were just mufflers for my mind. I took one, feeling a desperate hope that this chemical curtain would shut everything out, and I slept a deep, dreamless sleep. But I didn't stay put. I woke up with a jolt, not in my bed, but somewhere completely different. The air smelled of grease and clean laundry, a weird mix. I was on a lower deck, a crew-only area, my cheek pressed against the cold metal mesh of a safety barrier. The ocean roared by below, much closer and louder here. My silk pajamas were damp with a fine, cold mist from the sea. My throat was on fire again, a raw, scraped feeling, and my voice was a ruined croak. I'd been talking, all night. I could feel it. The words were still echoing in my aching head. The Alvarez family. July 14th. Rogue wave. Small boat. Over and over. The date, July 14th, was today. We had docked at a new island that morning, a place famous for its beaches and boat rentals. I had slept right through the arrival. I pushed myself up, my limbs stiff and cold, and looked around. A young crew member in a white uniform rounded the corner, holding a clipboard. He stopped dead when he saw me, his eyes going wide. "Sir, this area is for crew only. Are you okay?" I must have looked like a ghost, pale and shivering in my pajamas on the wrong side of the ship. I mumbled an apology, saying I got lost, and hurried past him, my bare feet slapping on the cool deck. The look on his face, a mix of confusion and pity, made my skin crawl. I was becoming a story among the staff, the crazy sleepwalking groom. I made it back to my cabin, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The first thing I did was check my phone. I had a dozen missed calls and texts from my fiancée. My stomach dropped. I'd been so wrapped up in my own nightmare, I'd barely spoken to her in 2 days. I called her back, forcing my voice to sound normal, cheerful even. She was worried, her voice tight. "Your best man told me you're having bad dreams, that you're not sleeping. He said you were talking in your sleep about accidents." She was trying to be supportive, but I could hear the fear underneath, the confusion. I lied. I told her it was just the pressure, that I was fine, that I loved her and couldn't wait to see her after the trip. I promised I'd get some rest. The conversation felt hollow, like I was reading lines from a play about a happy couple, and I hated myself for it. After I hung up, I just sat on the bed, staring at the wall. The wedding felt like a distant fantasy, a life that belonged to someone else. My friend, the best man, came by later, but it was different now. He didn't meet my eyes for long. He brought me a coffee and sat on the edge of the chair, like he was ready to bolt. "You hear anything more about the family?" he asked quietly. I shook my head. We decided, without really saying it out loud, that we had to know. We couldn't just hide in the cabin. So we went ashore, blending in with the crowds of happy tourists. We didn't go snorkeling or sightseeing. We just walked along the marina, watching the small boats come and go. Every family getting into a rental boat made my breath catch. Was that them? The Alvarez family? I saw a group of 4, a mom, a dad, a teenage boy and girl, laughing as they climbed onto a little blue motorboat. My chest got tight. I wanted to run over, to scream at them not to go, but what would I say? That a voice in my sleep told me they would die. They'd think I was a madman. So I just watched, helpless, as their boat puttered out of the marina and into the open water, growing smaller and smaller until it was just a speck on the glittering sea. We went back to the ship in the late afternoon, the sun starting to dip toward the horizon. I felt sick with guilt. My friend tried to talk about normal things, about the wedding plans, but his words just buzzed around me like flies. We went to the main lounge, where a lot of passengers were gathered, watching a large television tuned to a local news station. The broadcast was in Spanish, but the pictures told the story. A shaky camera showed choppy water, fragments of white fiberglass bobbing in the waves. A red and blue boat hull cracked in half. The banner at the bottom of the screen had an English word I understood, tragedia. Then a photo flashed up, a happy family portrait. It was them, the family from the marina. The newscaster said the name, and even though I didn't know the language, I heard it clearly. Familia Alvarez. My friend gripped my arm, his fingers digging in. A British tourist next to us whispered to his wife, translating. Says a freak wave, completely unexpected, swamped their boat just a few miles out. No mayday call. Coast Guard found the wreckage. No survivors. The air in the lounge changed. The chatter and clinking of glasses died down. People shook their heads, murmured about how awful it was, how the sea could be so cruel. For them, it was a sad news story from a faraway place. For me, it was a verdict. The second prediction was true. The thing in my head, the whatever it was keeping score. 2 for 2. I don't know how long I sat there after the news changed to a weather report. My friend was gone, probably unable to be near me. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was one of the ship's officers, not the captain, but someone with a serious face and stripes on his sleeve. "Mr. Carl, the captain would like to see you in his cabin. Now please." His voice was polite, but left no room for argument. I followed him, my legs moving on autopilot. We went up to the bridge deck, into the captain's private office. The captain was there, and he wasn't alone. The ship's doctor was there too, her kind face now drawn and serious. The captain dismissed the officer and closed the door. He didn't offer me a seat. He stood behind his desk, his hands clasped behind his back, looking out the window at the darkening sea. Without turning around, he spoke. The port authority sent a preliminary report about the Alvarez family. He turned then, and his eyes were different. The polite skepticism was gone. In its place was a grim, focused intensity, the look of a man facing a problem he can't chart on a map. "You came to me yesterday with a story, a video. You mentioned that name, that date, that cause." He walked around the desk and leaned against it, closer to me. "I have a duty to over 3,000 souls on this vessel. So I will ask you directly, and I expect an honest answer. How did you know?" He didn't ask if I knew. He asked how. The shift was small but monumental. He believed me now. I had nothing to lose. I told him everything, from the stupid Ouija board, to waking up on the balcony, to the seaweed number 7 on my pillow. He listened, not interrupting. The doctor took notes, her pen scratching fast. When I finished, the captain was quiet for a long moment. Then he walked to a computer screen on his wall and tapped a few keys. A black and white video feed came up, showing an empty corridor. It was a security camera. He fast-forwarded, then hit play. The time stamp said 3:14 a.m. A figure walked into the frame. It was me, in my pajamas, moving with that same unnatural, smooth walk from my own phone video. I walked right past a crew member who was polishing a brass fitting. The crew member didn't look up, didn't seem to see me at all. I moved through the corridor and out of the frame. The captain froze the image. He zoomed in on my face. In the grainy night vision footage, my eyes were open, but they didn't look right. The camera's infrared light reflected in them, but the reflection was wrong. Two flat, pale discs, like the eyes of a fish or something that lives where the light never reaches. That, the captain said, his voice low, is not a medical condition. He looked from me to the doctor. Is it? The doctor slowly put down her notepad. Classical somnambulism doesn't explain the predictive elements or the physiological changes. She sounded like she was trying to convince herself, but possession or supernatural influence that is not within my field of expertise. The captain nodded, as if that was the answer he expected. He turned back to me. You are a risk, a severe and unknown risk, but you are also potentially an early warning system. If this connection of yours is real, then perhaps we can use it. If you know something is going to happen, perhaps we can stop it. He was talking about the next one, the third entry in the ledger. He was asking me to be a canary in a coal mine, a psychic alarm for disasters at sea. The responsibility felt like a physical weight, crushing me into the floor. I couldn't even keep myself in my own bed. How could I stop a tragedy? But I had no choice. I agreed. Leaving that meeting was like stepping into a different world. My friend was waiting for me outside my cabin, but he wasn't alone. Two of the other guys from the wedding party were with him. They looked uncomfortable. My friend spoke, not meeting my eyes. Hey man, look, we talked. We think, with everything going on, you need your space. We're gonna move our dinner reservation, so you can rest. It was a polite brush-off. They were scared of me. The easy friendship of a few days ago was shattered. I just nodded and went into my cabin alone. The worst part was later, with my fiancée on the phone. I tried to sound normal, but my voice was flat. She knew. Something's really wrong, she said, and I could hear she'd been crying. Tell me, please. But how could I? I told her I was just seasick, that I missed her, that I loved her. The words felt like ashes in my mouth. That night, terrified of where I might go, I took one of my leather belts and looped it around my ankle and then around the solid leg of my bed, pulling it tight. It was uncomfortable and humiliating, but it was the only way I could think to chain myself down. I lay in the dark, listening to the ship's noises, feeling the gentle rock that used to be soothing and now felt like the sway of a cage. The next morning, the captain summoned me again. The doctor was there too. They wanted to try something, to test the connection while I was awake. They asked me to relax, to clear my mind. The doctor asked gentle questions about how I felt before the sleepwalking episodes. As she talked, my focus started to drift. Her voice became a distant hum. I felt a sudden, intense pull, like a strong current was dragging my thoughts away. My vision swam. Without thinking, I reached out and picked up the doctor's pen from her notepad. I could see my own hand moving, but I wasn't telling it to. I started writing on the clean paper, not words at first, but jagged lines. Then it formed letters over and over, the same phrase in my own handwriting, but with a frantic, pressured slant. Not prediction. Quota. Not prediction. Quota. The doctor gasped and pulled the notepad away. I blinked, the strange fog lifting. My hand was cramped. The captain looked at the words, his face hardening. Quota, he repeated. Like a tally. A number that needs to be met. The seaweed number 7 burned in my memory. He was about to say more when there was a sharp knock on the door. A young deck officer, his face pale and waxy, burst in without waiting for an answer. He was breathing hard. Captain, you need to come. It's the primary water intake valves. For the cooling systems. They're clogged. The captain stood up, annoyed. Clogged with what? Seaweed? That's a maintenance issue. The young officer shook his head, his eyes wide with a fear that had nothing to do with routine problems. Not just seaweed, sir. There's other things down there. Things that shouldn't be. Things that can't be. You have to see it. He looked at me for a split second, a glance filled with pure terror, before turning back to the captain. The message was clear. This wasn't normal. This was part of it. The thing was no longer just talking through me. It was starting to affect the ship itself. The captain gave me one last, long look, a look that said the game had just changed, and then hurried out after the officer, leaving me alone with the doctor and the words I'd scrawled on her pad. Quota. The deep was sending its bill, and it was starting to itemize the charges. Sleepwalking to the railing was one thing. But when I woke up surrounded by pictures of sinking ships, my fingers stained with old ink and my own tears, I knew the message was changing. It was no longer just telling me. It was showing me. I came to on the floor of the ship's library, a quiet, wood-paneled room that was usually empty. It was the middle of the night again. I was sitting in a nest of torn pages, big glossy pictures of old ocean liners and diagrams of rusted hulls lying on the seabed. I'd pulled a dozen heavy books from the shelves. My hands ached. I looked down and saw I had arranged the torn pages around me in a rough, sprawling outline. It took me a dizzy moment to understand what I was looking at. It was a map, a scaled-down, messy map of the deck plans of our own ship. I'd used pictures of other, doomed ships to trace the shape of ours. A cold understanding washed over me, colder than the air-conditioned room. The thing wasn't just interested in people anymore. It was interested in the vessel. A young officer, the one on the night watch, found me. He told me later, his voice shaking, that I'd been crying. Not sobbing, just tears streaming down my blank face in a steady flow. He said he asked me why I was crying, what was wrong. And he said my head turned toward him, slow and mechanical. My mouth opened, and a sound came out that wasn't my voice. He described it as low, gritty, like stones grinding together deep underwater. The voice said, "The balance must be paid. 7 for 7. The deep is patient." Then he said, I just closed my eyes and slumped over, like a puppet with its strings cut. He radioed for help, and they brought me back to my cabin. The captain was notified. The mood on the ship shifted after that, and not in a good way. News, especially scary, weird news, travels fast among a crew that lives in close quarters. The story of the crying man in the library with the grinding voice spread. I stopped being just the odd sleepwalking passenger. I became something else. A bad omen. I could feel it when I walked through the ship. Crew members would avoid looking at me, or they'd make quick, strange hand gestures when they thought I wasn't looking, little motions against evil. One afternoon, I went to a bar by the pool, trying to feel normal for just 5 minutes. The bartender, a guy who'd been friendly before, went stiff when he saw me. He made my drink, and I saw him do something quick behind the counter. He brought it over, wouldn't meet my eyes. I took a sip. The drink tasted wrong, salty and sour. I looked at the glass and saw a tiny, cloudy swirl in the liquid that hadn't been mixed in. I realized, with a sick lurch, what the gesture had been. An old sailor's superstition. He'd spit in my drink. To ward off a curse. To placate whatever was following me. I put the glass down and walked away, the taste of his fear bitter on my tongue. My fiancée called again that night. The distance between us was a physical ache. She was crying, really crying now. "You're lying to me," she said, her voice breaking. "Your best man won't even talk to me straight. He just says you're sick. What is happening? Are you in trouble? Did you do something?" I wanted to tell her everything, to scream it into the phone, but all I could see was the terrified face of the bartender. If the crew was this scared, what would she feel? How could I tell the woman I love that I might be a conduit for something that wanted people dead? So I held it in. I told her I was just having a mental break, that the doctor was helping, that I'd be okay for the wedding. I promised. The promises felt like the worst lies of all. After I hung up, I sat in the dark for a long time. A soft knock came at my connecting door. It was my friend, the best man. He looked exhausted, older than he had a week ago. He didn't come in. He just stood in the doorway. "We need to figure this out," he said, not unkindly. "There has to be a logic to it, a pattern. Let's look at the crew. The 7. The ones the thing seems to want." He'd been thinking about it, trying to apply his sensible, logical mind to the insanity. He'd gotten a copy of the ship's daily crew manifest, the work assignment sheet posted for staff. It listed everyone's job and station. We pored over it, looking at the 7 new crew members who'd joined at our home port. The kitchen worker with the scalded arm, the junior steward, the others. My friend pointed a finger at the paper. "Look, here, and here." His voice was a mix of triumph and horror. They all signed their contracts on the same day. They all came from the same hiring agency in the same city. They were all hired as a batch, to replace people who left last minute. It was a link, a tangible, human resources link between the targets. They weren't random strangers. They were a set, brought on board together. It made the quota feel even more deliberate, like someone had ordered a specific package of lives. The captain called a private meeting in a small conference room near the bridge. Me. He didn't have the doctor this time. He looked tired, the weight of command pressing down on him in a new way. "The crew is nervous," he said, getting straight to the point. "Some of them are talking about appeasement, old rituals, throwing offerings overboard. It's a dangerous mindset. It leads to panic, to mistakes." He leaned forward, his elbows on the table. "I cannot have a mutiny of fear on my ship. I also cannot ignore what is happening. You are the common factor. This connection is real, so we must use it. Pragmatically. He laid out his new plan. It was cold and simple. Instead of waiting for me to sleepwalk and whisper names, they would lock me in a secure, padded storage room at night. A room with no balcony, no sharp edges, only a mattress on the floor and a camera. They would give me a notebook and a pen. The idea was to see if the connection would work while I was conscious, or if it would force me to write instead of speak. He wanted me to become a deliberate tool, to get information we could actually use to protect people. If you can give me a name, a location, a time, maybe we can be there. Maybe we can stop it, he said. His eyes were hard. It's the only play we have left. I agreed. What else could I do? That night, 2 senior officers escorted me to a small room deep in the crew areas. It was used for storing spare linens, but they'd cleared a space. The walls were soft padded vinyl. There was a plastic camera bolted high in the corner, its red light glowing. They gave me a bottle of water and a spiral notebook with a ballpoint pen. Then they locked the door from the outside. I heard the bolt slide home with a final metallic sound. I was alone. I sat on the mattress, waiting. For hours, nothing happened. I tried to stay awake, but the exhaustion was a tidal pull. I must have dozed off. I didn't dream. I just switched off. Then I switched on. I was sitting cross-legged on the floor, the notebook open in my lap. My right hand was cramping. The pen was in my hand, the tip broken from pressure. The page was filled not with names, not with words, but with drawings. 7 symbols, drawn over and over with a frantic, precise energy. They weren't letters. They looked like anchors, but twisted wrong, as if they'd been mangled in deep water or drawn by someone who'd only heard an anchor described. Each one was slightly different. Under the first symbol, my hand had written a single word, the spark. Under the second, the corrosion. The third, the silent one. The fourth, the offering. The list went on, but those first 4 were the clearest. I stared at them, a new kind of dread seeping into my bones. It wasn't giving us people anymore. It was giving us roles, jobs to be filled in its terrible play. The door unlocked. The captain stood there, 2 officers behind him. He looked from my face to the notebook in my lap. "Well," he asked. I held up the notebook, my hand trembling. He took it and studied the page, his brow furrowed. "What is this?" "Code." I found my voice, which sounded hollow and used up. "It's not giving us names anymore. It's giving us roles. Parts in a story." I pointed to the first symbol. "The spark. And it happens tonight. In the engine room." The captain's face went still. He looked at the symbol, then at me, then back at the symbol. He didn't ask if I was sure. He simply turned to the officers and started barking orders in a low, urgent voice. "Double the watch in the engine room. Check every circuit, every junction box. No one works alone. I want the new mechanic, the one from that hiring batch, pulled off duty and put in the mess under observation. Now." They hurried off. The captain looked back at me. "Come with me. You're not sleeping down here tonight. You're staying in an officer's cabin next to the bridge. We're going to watch this together." He led me out of the storage room. As we walked through the brightly lit, empty crew corridor, I saw a door up ahead was open. It was a small maintenance closet. A young crewman, the same pale-faced deck officer who had reported the clogged intakes, was sitting on the floor just inside, his back against the wall. He wasn't moving. His eyes were open, staring straight ahead at a pipe on the wall. A clear, flexible pipe that was meant to carry fresh water. But from its open coupling, a steady trickle of dark, grayish water was flowing out, pooling on the floor around him. It smelled of salt and deep mud. The captain stopped, his jaw tight. "Son?" "Report." The young officer didn't blink. He just kept staring, his lips moving slightly, whispering something too faint to hear. He was awake, but he wasn't there. The captain called for medical on his radio, his voice tight with a controlled fury. As we stood there, waiting, I looked at the dark water seeping across the floor. It wasn't coming from the sea outside. The ship's freshwater tanks were contaminated. The thing wasn't just talking or drawing pictures. It was getting inside the ship's veins. And the young officer, who had seen the clogged valves, was its latest victim. The captain pulled me away, his grip firm on my arm. "Forget that. Focus. Tonight, we stopped the first one. We stopped the spark." But as we walked away, leaving the medical team to tend to the catatonic officer, I couldn't shake the image of those twisted anchor symbols in my notebook. We thought we were looking for a person, but what if the spark wasn't a person at all? What if it was just an event? And how do you stop an event that's already written in a ledger you can't even read? We thought we were smart. We thought if we knew the when and the how, we could stand in the way. We didn't understand that the thing we were dealing with didn't think in straight lines. It thought in currents, and currents always find a way around. I spent that evening in a small, spare officer's cabin next to the bridge, under the watchful eye of the ship's doctor. She was monitoring my vitals, looking for any sign of a trance, while the captain executed his plan on the decks below. He had posted extra security around the engine room. The new mechanic, a quiet man in his 40s, had been politely but firmly relieved of duty and was sitting in the crew mess playing cards with 2 officers, confused but compliant. Every electrical panel, every junction box in the engineering spaces was being inspected and re-inspected. The captain's strategy was a wall of human attention, a barricade against the prediction. I sat on the edge of the narrow bed, feeling useless. The doctor tried to make small talk, asking about my fiancée, about my job back home, but her questions just highlighted how far away that normal life was. I watched the clock on the wall. As midnight approached, a weird calm settled over me. I didn't feel the pull to sleepwalk. I didn't hear any voices. I just felt empty, like a receiver tuned to a dead channel. The doctor checked my pulse again, noting it was steady, slower than she expected. "Maybe it's working," she said, a flicker of hope in her voice. "Maybe the heightened security, the awareness, is disrupting the phenomenon." Right then, at exactly midnight, every single light on the ship flickered. Not a blink, but a deep, dimming pulse that lasted 3 long seconds. The monitors in the room beeped an alarm as their screens went dark and then glowed back to life. The doctor and I froze. From the bridge next door, I heard a muffled curse. The ship's intercom crackled. "All stations report. Bridge report." The captain's voice was calm but urgent. Reports came in fast. No fires. No impacts. Engineering reported a minor, unexplained electrical surge in a sealed control unit for the stabilizers. A small, contained spark that had tripped a breaker and done no damage. No one was hurt. The mechanic in the mess was fine. The security teams reported nothing out of the ordinary. The lights came back up to full brightness. The doctor let out a long breath she'd been holding. A surge. That's it. The spark. She almost laughed, a nervous, relieved sound. That's all it was? We did it. We stopped it. A tense joy spread through the bridge. I could hear it in the voices crackling over the radio. They had faced down the prediction and won. The captain came into the cabin, a rare, tight smile on his face. "It seems your warning allowed us to mitigate the event. A surge contained. No injuries. A win, Mr. Carl." He clapped me on the shoulder, a gesture that felt alien. I should have felt relieved. I should have felt triumphant. But the emptiness inside me didn't fill up with joy. It just stayed empty, a cold, waiting void. Something was wrong. The ledger demanded a payment. A spark for the spark. It didn't feel settled. We were wrong. An hour later, a frantic call shattered the brief celebration. It came from the crew's mess, one deck below the officer areas. A medical emergency, code red. The captain's smile vanished. We rushed down. The scene in the mess was chaotic. A young man, one of the new junior stewards from that same hiring batch, was on the floor, writhing. His uniform shirt was off, and his chest and arms were an angry, blistering red. The air smelled of burnt plastic and scorched skin. 2 crew members were holding him down as a medical team tried to apply gel to the burns. He was screaming, a raw, animal sound of pure agony. On a counter nearby sat an old, boxy electric kettle, its cord frayed, its plastic body cracked open like an egg. It was a relic, something left in a back cupboard for years, not the modern, safe kettles the crew used. Someone, in a hurry to make tea after the excitement of the surge, had dug it out and plugged it in. The steward had been the one to pick it up when it didn't boil. It had exploded in his hands, spraying him with boiling water and steam. The captain stood in the doorway, his face like stone. He listened to the rushed report from a weeping cook. The injured steward wasn't the mechanic we'd been guarding. He was another one of the 7. He had been in the wrong place at the wrong time, using a piece of equipment that should never have been used. A freak accident, a 1 in a million chance. But we all knew it wasn't chance. The quota had been met, not through an electrical fire in the engine room, but through a different kind of spark, a faulty heating element, and its consequence, boiling water. The deep's logic was alien and cruel. It didn't care about the specifics, only about the balance. A spark led to fire, which led to heat, which led to boiling water. It was a twisted, symbolic fulfillment. The steward was rushed to the ship's infirmary, his screams echoing in the corridor long after he was gone. He was alive, but just barely. The captain announced that at the next port, first thing in the morning, the man would be airlifted to a proper hospital. His cruise, and likely his career, were over. Later, as the ship steamed through the dark toward a medical evacuation point, the captain sat with me in his office again. The earlier triumph was gone, replaced by a deep, frustrated exhaustion. "We protected the wrong man," he said, not looking at me. "We protected against the wrong event. How do you fight that?" I didn't have an answer, but I remembered something. During those 3 seconds of darkness at midnight, when the lights dimmed, I hadn't just seen blackness. I'd had a flash, a split-second vision. I'd seen the mechanic, the one we'd guarded, not in the mess hall, but standing alone in a small engine room pump space. And in the vision, the room wasn't filling with fire. It was filling with water, rising up from a grate in the floor, cold and dark. I told the captain. He rubbed his temples. "So it showed you the intended mechanism. Plan A. And when we blocked that, it used Plan B. It's adaptive." This realization was worse than thinking it was just fate. It meant the thing was intelligent, flexible. It could reroute around obstacles. You can't guard against a concept, against an intelligence that uses coincidence like a tool. The mood among the crew turned darker than the ocean at night. The story of the steward's horrific injury spread, mixed with whispers about the midnight surge and the predictions. The crew's fear curdled into something more dangerous, a desperate, superstitious anger. They didn't see me as a victim anymore. To some of them, I was the focal point, the reason the deep was angry. If they could appease me, they could appease it. I saw it in their eyes when I was escorted through the ship. Not just avoidance now, but a strange, calculating look. The next evening, as I returned to my new cabin from a tense meeting with the doctor, I found something waiting for me. It was on the floor just outside my door. A dead fish, a small silvery one from the kitchens, its eyes poked out and replaced with 2 shiny white beads that stared up blindly. It was wrapped in a greasy blue cleaning rag, tied with a piece of twine. It wasn't left as a joke or a threat. It was left as an offering, a primitive plea. They were trying to feed the hunger they thought I controlled. I stared at it, my stomach turning. This was what it was coming to. I was becoming a monster in their eyes, a thing to be bribed with dead fish and beads. I didn't touch it. I stepped over it and went inside, locking the door. But all night I thought about it. The fear in the ship was a toxin, and it was spreading. The captain's authority was a thin layer of paint over a rusting hull. We were running out of time, out of ideas, and out of sanity. The next morning, we reached a small, out-of-the-way port. The air ambulance was a noisy, terrifying dragonfly that landed on the helipad at the stern. We all watched from a distance as the burned steward, swathed in bandages, was loaded onto the stretcher. His hand, wrapped in white gauze, slipped off the side as they lifted him. His fingers, peeking out from the bandages, didn't lie limp. They curled slowly, deliberately into a claw-like shape. From where I stood, frozen on an upper deck, the shape was unmistakable. It was the first symbol from my notebook, the twisted anchor. The symbol for the spark, a final, grotesque signature on the receipt. The helicopter lifted off, the noise drowning out everything, and then it was gone, taking its broken cargo away. The ship felt different after it left. Lighter in a way, but also more fragile, like the first payment had been made and now the creditor was waiting for the next. I went back to my cabin. My friend, the best man, was waiting for me inside. He looked worse than I did, haunted. He'd heard about the offering left at my door. "They think you're some kind of priest," he said, his voice hollow. "This is getting out of control. The captain can't hold it together much longer." He was right, but all I could think about was the steward's hand forming that symbol. The connection was deeper, more physical than we'd imagined. It wasn't just in my head. It was marking its victims. That night, locked in my cabin with my friends sleeping fitfully on the couch, I finally managed to sleep. I dreamed of the remaining 6 crew members from the hiring batch. I saw them standing in different places on the ship, the galley, a laundry room, a lower deck corridor. Above each of their heads, one of the twisted anchor symbols from my notebook floated, glowing with a faint, greenish light. It was a roster, a checklist. I woke up with a gasp, sweating. The room was dark, and in the dark, from the direction of the couch, I heard my friend's voice. It was thick with sleep, but also with something else, a weird, flat tone that wasn't quite his. He whispered into the darkness a simple, terrifying question. Which one am I? My blood turned to ice. He shouldn't have known about the symbols. I hadn't shown him the notebook. I hadn't told him about the roles. The only way he could ask that question was if the deep wasn't just talking to me anymore. It was starting to talk through him, too. The quarantine had failed. The phenomenon was spreading, and it had just jumped to the person closest to me. The worst part wasn't the fear in my friend's eyes when he looked at me in the morning. It was the recognition. He was starting to see the same ocean I saw in my dreams, and it meant I wasn't crazy. It meant we were both drowning. He woke up looking pale and sweaty, clutching his head. He didn't remember whispering the question in the dark, but he remembered the dream, he said. A dream of being deep underwater, of a pressure so immense it felt like his bones would crack, and a taste in his mouth like he'd swallowed a gallon of salt water. He was terrified. "It's in my head now, isn't it?" he asked, his voice shaky. I didn't have to answer. We both knew. He'd peeked at my notebook after the captain showed it to me, he confessed. He'd seen the twisted anchor symbols. And the moment he saw them, they got stuck, he said. Like a song you can't stop hearing, but worse. They were etched on the inside of his skull. I told the captain and the doctor. Their reaction was a new level of grim. This changed everything. It wasn't a haunting, it was a contagion. The doctor theorized about shared psychotic disorder, or mass hysteria, but her words sounded hollow even to her. The captain just ordered my friend to be placed under observation in the cabin next to mine. We weren't partners in this anymore. We were fellow inmates, Patient Zero and Patient One. The ship sailed on, a floating prison of bright colors and forced cheerfulness. The passengers, oblivious for the most part, enjoyed their pools and their buffets. But underneath, the crew was a tinderbox. The offering of the dead fish hadn't been an isolated incident. A group of them, led by an older deckhand with a face like worn leather and eyes full of old superstitions, had started talking. They believed the old stories, the ones about paying a tithe to the sea to calm a storm. They thought the quota was a real thing, a debt that needed settling, and they were getting desperate to settle it on their own terms. I saw them watching me, huddled in corners, their conversations stopping when I passed. The captain saw it too. His control was slipping, and he knew it. Meanwhile, the thing inside me, the connection, was moving to the next item on its list. The second symbol in my notebook, the corrosion. My sleepwalking took me to a new place that night, the ship's luxurious spa. I woke up standing in the dim, perfumed quiet of the treatment rooms, my hands flat against the pipes behind the saltwater therapy pool. The metal was cold and damp under my palms. I wasn't crying this time. I was just standing there, feeling the faint vibration of water moving through the pipes, a blank receiver waiting for a signal. The spa manager found me at dawn and called security. Nothing was broken, nothing was out of place. But the meaning was clear. The corrosion was linked to water, to pipes, to something that should be clean turning bad. The next day, the news hit the crew mess. One of the new kitchen staff, a woman who worked in the scullery washing pots, had developed a sudden, horrific rash. It started on her hands and arms and spread up her neck within hours. The ship's nurse described it as looking like chemical burns, angry red welts that blistered and wept. They isolated her, treated her with every cream they had, but it was spreading fast. The doctor was baffled. He reviewed the logs of cleaning chemicals, checked the water quality. Everything was normal. The industrial strength cleaner that could cause such a reaction hadn't been signed out. Wasn't even in the storage locker she used. It was a medical mystery. But I knew. We all knew. The corrosion wasn't about rust on metal. It was about decay on skin. A freak, impossible reaction of bodily corrosion. Another box checked, another payment made in a currency of suffering. That evening, walking back from another futile meeting with the doctor, I found a second offering outside my door. This one was a small, rough clay bowl, the kind you might make as a kid. It was filled with clear water, but the water had a slick, iridescent sheen on top, like oil. Floating in it were 3 rusty nails. It was more sophisticated than the dead fish, more deliberate. It was a plea for protection, for the corrosion to pass them by. I stared at it, a cold anger mixing with my fear. These people were scared out of their minds, and they thought I was the cause. I was done being their monster. In a moment of reckless, desperate defiance, I didn't step over it. I bent down, picked up the clay bowl. It was cool and rough in my hands. I walked, not to my cabin, but down the corridor, past startled stewards, out onto the main promenade deck where passengers were strolling and watching the sunset. I didn't care about the stairs. I walked straight to the railing. I held the bowl out over the darkening water. I didn't know any ritual words, but words came anyway, spilling from my lips in a low whisper that wasn't quite my own. Words I didn't understand, but that felt sharp and ancient on my tongue. I tipped the bowl. The oily water and the rusty nails fell, vanishing into the ship's wake. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a strange thing occurred. The gentle, ever-present breeze seemed to pause. The chatter of the passengers nearby softened. A sense of calm, deep and unnatural, settled over that section of the deck for just a few seconds. It wasn't peace. It was the calm of something being satisfied. I turned around, the empty clay bowl in my hand, and I saw him. The old deckhand, the leader of the superstitious crewmen, was standing in a shadowed doorway that led to the crew areas. He wasn't smiling. He didn't look grateful. He simply looked at me, met my eyes for the first time, and gave a single, slow nod, as if a business deal had been completed. Then he melted back into the shadows. In that moment, I understood with a sickening clarity that I had just participated. I had performed an act of appeasement. I had become what they believed me to be. The line between victim and priest had blurred, and I was now standing on both sides of it. My friend's condition was getting worse. He wasn't sleeping well. He said the pressure in his head was constant now, a dull roar like being inside a seashell. He'd started doodling, absent-mindedly, on any piece of paper he could find. Not the anchor symbols, but other things. Lines, angles, cross-sections. I gathered a few scraps and showed them to the captain. His face went pale. They were crude but accurate diagrams of the ship's plumbing and ventilation systems. The deep wasn't just using him to ask questions. It was using his mind, his subconscious knowledge of the world, to understand the ship's anatomy. It was learning how to make its next moves more efficient. The captain, seeing his authority unravel and the threat growing, made a decision. He called me and my friend into a secure storage room near the bridge, a place with no windows. He laid out charts, not of the ocean, but of the crew manifests and employment records. "We need to understand the source," he said, his voice rough. "This started with those 7 crew members. There has to be a link beyond the hiring agency, something that binds them to this." He gave us a task. While he tried to keep the ship from descending into open panic, we were to dig. We had limited access to the ship's administrative computer. Our job was to look for any other commonality, any detail in their records that stood out. It felt like busy work, a desperate attempt to do something, anything. But we did it. That night, after another tense dinner where my friend picked at his food and stared at the walls, we sat in the small data room. We pulled up the files of the remaining 5 new crew members, the ones who hadn't yet been touched. We looked at their birth dates, their hometowns, their previous jobs. Nothing matched. Then, almost as an afterthought, my friend clicked on a field we'd ignored before. Emergency contact. It was usually a spouse, a parent, a sibling. He opened the first file. The contact was listed as Oceanic Reliance Management. That was odd. A company name, not a person. He opened the second file. Same thing, Oceanic Reliance Management. A cold trickle started down my spine. He opened the third, the fourth, the fifth. Every single one of the remaining 5, and we checked the files of the injured steward and the scalded kitchen worker too. All listed the same emergency contact, Oceanic Reliance Management. My friend started typing the name into a search engine on the ship's limited internet. The page loaded slowly. What came up wasn't a modern company website. It was scanned archives, old newspaper digitizations. Oceanic Reliance Management wasn't a person. It was a shell company, a subsidiary of something older. The headline of a yellowed article from 1921 was clear. Oceanic Reliance assets seized after 7th loss. We read, our hearts pounding. Oceanic Reliance was the holding company for a fleet of cargo steamers in the early 1900s. A fleet owned by a reclusive, notoriously cheap industrialist. And his fleet had a reputation. Over 7 years, 7 of his ships had been lost at sea under strange circumstances. Fires, sudden founderings, unexplained vanishances. Rumors said the owner cut every corner, used substandard materials, ignored safety reports. The sea, the article said poetically, had finally called in his debt. The company's motto, which we found in a scanned ledger book, was printed in stark, old-fashioned type. The deep pays its debts. It was their arrogant slogan, a boast about profit from risky routes. Sitting in that dimly lit data room, the hum of the ship's servers the only sound, my friend and I looked at each other. We weren't haunted by a ghost. We were haunted by a bankruptcy, a spiritual debt from a century ago. The 7 new crew members, hired as a batch, weren't random victims. They were symbolic replacements, stand-ins for the 7 lost ships. Their modern luxury liner was the 8th vessel, chosen to finally settle the old, rotting account. Our stupid Ouija board game on the first night had been like signing our names on a dotted line for a loan we never meant to take out, a loan with a monstrous, 100-year-old interest rate that was now coming due. The ledger wasn't just open. We finally knew who the original creditor was. The history was a cold hand closing around my heart. It wasn't random evil. It was a ledger with a name on it, a creditor from the age of steam and iron. The old industrialist who'd lost his 7 ships hadn't just been unlucky. He'd been greedy, and the ocean had taken its payment in full. Now, a century later, his debt was being called in, and we were the ones holding the bill. That knowledge didn't free us. It trapped us more completely. The captain listened to our discovery with a grim face, then ordered everything about Oceanic Reliance sealed, hidden from the crew. "Panic is a spark," he said. "This is a powder keg. We contain this." But containing it was like trying to hold water in a sieve. My friend was the proof. The symbols in his head were getting louder, he said. He wasn't just dreaming of pressure anymore. He was dreaming of schematics, of blueprints of old ships layered over the plans of our own. The deep was using his mind as a bridge between the past and the present, teaching itself the best ways to collect. The 3rd symbol on the list was the silent one. My sleepwalking led me to the ship's cinema. I woke up in the back row, the only person in the room. On the giant screen, a black and white documentary about historic shipwrecks was playing on a loop, silent films of towering waves and sinking hulls. My lips were moving, mouthing the words to the narrator's script that I couldn't possibly hear, syncing perfectly with the crashing waves on the screen. A cleaner found me. She said I didn't respond when she called my name, just kept mouthing those silent words, my eyes reflecting the gray light of the sinking ships. The next morning, the news moved through the crew with a new, chilling efficiency. One of the remaining new kitchen staff, a young man who worked in the bakery, was found in his bunk. He wasn't dead. He was sitting up, staring at the wall. They couldn't get him to speak. The ship's doctor examined him and found no physical damage to his throat or vocal cords. Nothing was paralyzed, but he could not, or would not, make a sound. He was utterly, completely mute. He communicated by writing on a notepad, and he wrote only one word over and over in a frantic, shaky script. Drowned. He wasn't drowned. He was dry and in his bed, but something in him had been drowned out. His voice was gone, claimed by the deep as its toll for the silent one. The symbolism was vicious. It wasn't enough to take a life. It could take a part of a life, a faculty, and leave the rest as a living testament. The atmosphere on the ship curdled from fear into something darker, a kind of bleak acceptance among the crew. The old deckhand and his followers grew bolder. They no longer just left offerings. They started to talk, in low voices where passengers couldn't hear, about the need for a proper tithe. They muttered about the old ways, about how a storm could be turned aside if you gave the sea something it wanted. They were circling the idea of a sacrifice, not a symbolic one, but a real one, a life given willingly, or not so willingly, to settle the score faster. The captain tried to crack down, reassigning the ringleaders, but the fear had spread too wide. His orders were followed with slow reluctance, with sideways glances. The ship was dividing into 2 worlds, the bright, ignorant world of the passengers, and the shadow world of the crew, where an ancient debt was coming due, and everyone was trying to guess the price. My friend, caught in the middle of it, was deteriorating. The pressure in his head was a constant now, a roar that never stopped. He stopped doodling diagrams and started sleepwalking himself. I found him one night not by the railing, but in our cabin bathroom, his forehead pressed against the mirror, his fingers tracing the path of invisible pipes behind the wall. He was mumbling numbers, tonnage and draft measurements from the old Oceanic Reliance ships. He was a living conduit, and the information flowing through him was becoming more technical, more specific. The deep was planning something bigger, and it was using him to understand the mechanics. Then, for the first time, the entity's touch brushed against a passenger. A woman who had been at a neighboring table during several of my tense meals with the doctor had apparently heard whispers. She'd pointed at me, laughed a little too loudly with her friends, and called me Jonah, saying I was bad luck for the ship. The next day, on a perfectly dry, calm section of the deck, she slipped. Not a stumble, but a feet flying out from under her fall. She broke her ankle, the bone snapping with a sound everyone nearby heard. In the infirmary, Doped on painkillers, she babbled to the nurse. She didn't say she slipped. She said a cold, wet hand had wrapped around her ankle and yanked. The nurse dismissed it as hallucination, but the story found its way to the crew. To them, it was a warning. The deep was getting impatient. Its reach was extending beyond the designated 7. It was testing its power on the wider ship, reminding everyone that no one was safe if the ledger remained unpaid. It was after this that the old deckhand approached me directly. He cornered me in a quiet service corridor, his eyes sharp and fearless. He didn't talk about ghosts or demons. He talked like a businessman. "The quota's 7, he said, his voice low and gravelly. "We all feel it. It's in the water, in the pipes. It wants 7, but who says it has to be their 7? He gestured vaguely, meaning the remaining crew members from the hiring batch. "The deep just wants a balance. It don't care about the names. A life is a life to the sea." He was suggesting substitution. A trade. Offer it someone else, someone unlucky or expendable in their eyes, and maybe the original targets would be spared. He was talking about murder, but he dressed it up as maritime tradition, a necessary transaction. I told him no, that it was insane, that we couldn't. He just looked at me disappointed, like I was a slow student. "You open the door, son. You can't just complain about who walks in. You gotta manage the house." He walked away, leaving me shaking with a mixture of terror and a horrible, creeping understanding. He had a point. The thing worked on symbolic balance. What if you could balance the books another way? The mute crewman, the one who only wrote drowned, was being kept in the infirmary for observation. I went to see him, against the doctor's advice. I needed to understand. He was sitting in a chair by the window, staring at the ocean. He saw me and immediately grabbed his notepad. He scribbled something and held it up. It read, "Not crew, not passengers." I frowned, not understanding. He scribbled again, harder, tearing the paper. "Parts." Then a final, furious scrawl. "We are replacement parts for the sunken ones." The message hit me with the force of a physical blow. They weren't people to the entity. They were components. Spare parts to fix a century-old imbalance. A sunk ship needed a sunk life. But a part for a ship could be a hull plate, a boiler, a voice from its crew. The deep was collecting symbolic replacements. The mute baker was the voice of a lost ship silenced. The scalded woman was the heat from a ship's fire, turned back on a living body. It was all a monstrous, symbolic equation. The crewman started writing drowned again, faster and faster, his hand a blur, until the doctor gently took the pad away and guided him back to his bed, his body trembling with a terror he could no longer scream. That night, a storm gathered on the horizon. Not a sudden squall, but a massive, dark bank of clouds that grew as we watched. The captain ordered the ship to adjust course, to try to skirt the worst of it. Passengers were advised to secure belongings in their cabins. The mood was tense but normal. Ships and storms were old acquaintances. But as the first winds began to whip the waves into whitecaps, a passenger on a high, forward deck, an amateur photographer trying to capture the dramatic sky, swore he saw something. He said as a huge wave rolled past, illuminated by a crack of distant lightning, he saw the outline of another ship inside the wave itself, a ghostly silhouette of an old-fashioned steamer with twin funnels, keeping perfect pace with us for just a second before the wave crashed, and it was gone. He was laughed at by his friends, told it was the storm and an overactive imagination. But later, when he looked at the photo he'd taken, he showed it around, his face pale. In the blur of rain and spray, in the gray mess of the wave, there was a shape. It was fuzzy, indistinct, but undeniably a shape that wasn't just water. It looked like a ship's prow. Someone looked it up. The flagship of the Oceanic Reliance Fleet, the one that vanished in a storm in 1919, was called the Neptune's Resolve, and it had twin funnels. The photo couldn't prove anything, but on a ship already vibrating with fear, it was a match thrown into oil. The ghost of the creditor was not just a metaphor. It was out there, riding the storm, waiting for its due. The old debt wasn't in the past. It was right beside us, in the water, in the storm, and it was getting ready to collect the final outstanding payments. There are moments where your soul splits. One part stays human, screaming at the atrocity. The other part becomes a calculator, coldly assessing the math of survival. On that dark deck, I felt the calculator win. The old deckhand and his group made their move after the ghost ship sighting. The storm had passed, leaving a weird, flat calm, but the fear hadn't receded. It had crystallized into a plan. They cornered me not with threats, but with a grim, practical proposal. They laid it out in a storage locker near the engine room, the air smelling of grease and wet rope. They believed, truly believed, that if they voluntarily offered 7 lives through a proper ritual, a symbolic drowning at midnight, the debt would be considered paid and the ship would be spared. They had a list. It included the 4 remaining new crew members, the mute baker, and 2 others. A chronically ill elderly passenger who was already expected to die soon, and a crewman from a different department who was universally disliked, a bitter, angry man. They had rationalized it, made it a transaction. 7 lives given purposefully to save 3,000. They asked me not as a victim, but as the conduit to bless this, to guide it. They needed the priest of the deep to make it official. I was too tired, too worn down by the constant terror and the crushing weight of the ledger, to scream at them. A part of me, a horrifying, numb part, listened, and it made a terrible kind of sense. The calculator in my head ran the numbers. It was cleaner than the random, symbolic horrors. It was a one-time price. I didn't agree, but I didn't say no. I just stood there, my silence feeling like consent. That night, the 4th symbol, the offering, manifested. But this time, it wasn't a passive sleepwalk. I was in my cabin, awake, when a sudden, overwhelming compulsion came over me. It wasn't a voice. It was an instinct, a pull as strong as gravity. I picked up my notebook, the one with the twisted anchor symbols. I walked out of my cabin, past the crewman the captain had posted to watch me, who for some reason didn't seem to see me at all. I walked with that same smooth, purposeful stride from the security videos, down to the crew quarters, to the old deckhand's tiny cabin. The door was unlocked. I went in. I placed my notebook open on his small desk, to the page with the symbols. Then I took his own personal knife, a sharp, worn thing he used for splicing rope, from where it lay next to his bunk. I didn't think about it. My hand moved. I drew a circle on the page, a dark, deep groove in the paper, around the 4th symbol, the offering. Then I put the knife down, turned, and walked back to my cabin. The crewman on watch jumped when he saw me coming from the wrong direction. I had no memory of the walk back. I had just delivered an instruction manual. Midnight on a secluded service deck at the stern. The air was cool, the sea a flat black mirror reflecting a sliver of moon. I went, pulled by that same compulsion, a spectator in my own body. They were there, the old deckhand and 5 others, and they had one of the new crewmen, a young laundry worker, with them. He was terrified, his eyes wide above a gag, his hands bound behind his back. He struggled, making muffled sounds against the cloth. The old deckhand had a book, some old, handwritten journal of sailors' lore. He was reading from it in a low, chanting voice, words that sounded half English, half something else. They were preparing to throw the young man over as the first tithe, the initial payment to open the negotiation with the deep. I stood at the edge of their circle, watching. The human part of me was shrieking, begging me to move, to shout, to do something. But the calculator was quiet, watching the math unfold. 1 life now, to stop the rest. The deckhand finished his chant. He nodded to 2 men, who picked up the struggling laundry worker. They carried him toward the railing. The young man's eyes found mine, pleading, screaming soundless questions. And in that second, I did nothing. I was complicit. I had drawn the circle. I was the bookkeeper, and this was a transaction being entered into the ledger. A shout ripped through the night. Stop. Put him down. It was my friend, and he wasn't alone. The captain and 3 loyal officers rushed onto the deck, my friend pointing, his face a mask of fury and fear. He had sensed it, through his own connection, a wrongness moving toward a terrible climax. A violent struggle erupted. The superstitious crewmen fought, not to kill, but to complete their ritual. The loyal officers fought to stop them. The bound laundry worker was dropped to the deck, rolling away, sobbing with relief. In the chaos, the old deckhand, trying to avoid an officer's tackle, stumbled backward. He hit the low railing of the service deck. For a second, he wobbled, his arms pinwheeling, his eyes locked with mine across the tumult. There was no fear in them. There was a fierce, triumphant certainty. Then he went over. He didn't scream. As he fell toward the black water, he shouted a single guttural word. It wasn't English. It sounded old, cracked, like the name of a forgotten god or a sunken ship. The moment the word left his lips and touched the air, every electronic device on the bridge and in the officers' pockets, radios, tablets, emitted a burst of static. The navigation screens, visible through a nearby window, flickered wildly, their crisp charts dissolving into rolling lines of nonsense before settling on a single, impossible reading. a depth measurement that was far, far greater than any ocean trench on Earth. Then it was gone, and the screens returned to normal. They launched life rings, sounded the alarms, searched the water with spotlights. But he was gone. The sea had taken its offering. We stood there on the deck, panting, the rescued laundry worker weeping, the other superstitious crewmen subdued and in shock. The captain was yelling orders, calling off the search, trying to regain control of a situation that had spiraled into something primal and bloody. I walked away, back to my cabin numb. I didn't feel guilt. I didn't feel relief. I lay on my bed and closed my eyes, and I checked the mental ledger, the feeling of dread that had been my constant companion. It was still there, the oppressive pressure of the unpaid debt. But it was less. Not a lot, just a fraction, like a single brick removed from a crushing wall. The fourth symbol, the offering, was satisfied. The deep had accepted its tithe. It hadn't been the young laundry worker. It had been the old deckhand himself. He had been on the list all along, not as a victim, but as the one who would make the offering, becoming the offering in the process. His fanatical belief had written him into the story as a necessary character. The next morning, the ship was under a new kind of order. The captain, his face harder than I'd ever seen it, declared a state of heightened security. The remaining superstitious crewmen were confined to quarters. Passengers were told the man overboard was a tragic accident, a crew member who slipped during emergency drill preparations. The official story was thin, but it held. The captain then did what he felt he had to. He summoned me and my friend. In his office, he laid it out. The crew is fracturing. The entity is adapting. We tried to protect, we tried to reason, we've seen it bypass both. The incident last night proves it can be bargained with, but the currency is unacceptable. He looked at both of us, his gaze lingering on my friend, whose hands wouldn't stop trembling. You are both confined to your cabins, under guard, until we reach the final port. No more experiments. No more consultations. You are a risk I can no longer manage. He wasn't angry. He was defeated. He was putting the problem in a box until he could hand it off to someone else, to authorities on land who would never believe any of it. My friend just nodded, looking relieved to be taken out of the game. But as they let us out, the captain put a hand on my arm, stopping me for a second. He spoke very low, for me alone. The balance shifted last night. I felt it in the ship. It got what it wanted from that man. But the ledger isn't clear. How many does it have left? I knew. 3 symbols remained in my notebook, unfulfilled. 3 more payments. I didn't answer him. They escorted us to my cabin, now to be our shared cell. A crewman locked the door from the outside. We were alone. My friend sat on the edge of his bed, his head in his hands, shaking. Then he looked up. His eyes were clouded, distant, the way they got before he spoke with the other voice. But this time, he didn't speak with the grinding tone of the deep. He spoke with his own voice, thick with a terror so profound it was almost calm. "It's not done with us," he whispered. "It's changing the deal." He lay back on the bed and closed his eyes, exhausted. I sat in the chair, staring at the locked door, listening to the normal sounds of the ship, the faint hum of the engines, the distant laughter of passengers. The calculator in my mind was still running, but the numbers had changed. The old deckhand's sacrifice had bought us time, but it had also shown the deep that we were willing to play its game. And now, locked away, I had a horrible feeling the game was about to change its rules entirely, and we would have no choice but to play along. They locked us away to keep the monster out. They didn't understand the monster was already in, wearing the face of the man I loved, and it was steering us all into a grave it dug a century ago. The first sign wasn't a sound or a sight, it was a feeling. A slow wrong turn. A massive cruise ship doesn't pivot like a car. It leans, it groans, it resists. Lying on my bunk in the locked cabin, I felt that lean, a long, sustained pull to the left that went beyond a course correction. The normal vibrations of the ship changed, a deeper, more labored thrum coming up through the floor. My friend sat bolt upright on his bed, his eyes wide. "We're turning," he whispered. "We're not going to port." He wasn't guessing. He knew. I hammered on the door, yelling for the guard. The crewman outside, a young guy I'd seen around, opened the viewing slot, his face nervous. "What's happening? Why are we turning?" I demanded. He shook his head, confused. "Bridge orders. Navigation thing, I think. Captain's got it." But his eyes were scared. He'd felt it too, the wrongness of the turn. Then the noises started. Not from outside, but from inside the cabin itself. A low, wet gurgle, like a sink draining, but it was coming from the walls. A dark, damp patch bloomed on the ceiling, not with fresh water, but with a trickle of brine that dripped with a slow, salty tap onto the floor. The air grew humid, thick with the smell of the sea, not the clean open ocean, but the closed, mineral smell of deep water. The guards outside started talking in urgent, raised voices. One of them pounded on our door, not to keep us in, but in panic. "It's in the walls. The pipes are bleeding," he shouted, his voice cracking. I looked at the metal door. A sheen of cold condensation was forming on its inside surface, droplets gathering and sliding down like sweat. The ship was sweating salt water. The ocean wasn't just outside anymore. It was asserting itself, seeping in through the very bones of the vessel. The captain's voice came over the ship-wide intercom, but it wasn't the calm, controlled announcement from before. It was clipped, urgent, a man fighting to keep command of his voice. "All passengers, proceed to your muster stations. This is not a drill. Crew to emergency positions. This is not a drill." The formal words were a mask for the terror underneath. Then a minute later, a different broadcast, a crackling, open-channel radio transmission that bled through onto the cabin speakers, meant for the Coast Guard, for anyone listening. The captain's voice, stripped of all pretense, said, "Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is we are under non-terrestrial duress. The vessel is being claimed. We require immediate assistance. Coordinates are," and he gave numbers that meant nothing to me. The transmission cut off with a burst of static. Non-terrestrial duress. Claimed. He had run out of words for haunting, for curse. He was describing an attack. My friend was standing now, his back against the wall, his palms flat on the sweating metal. His eyes were closed, but they were moving rapidly underneath the lids. "It's using the charts in my head," he mumbled, his voice slurred. "The old routes. The deep trenches. It's taking us to a deep place. A fitting place." He was a living GPS for the entity, his mind a library of oceanic graves now being used to find our own. The fifth symbol, I realized. The convergence. It wasn't about people gathering. It was about everything converging on an end. Suddenly, the door unlocked from the outside. It wasn't the guard. It was the ship's doctor, her face pale, a flashlight in her hand. The power flickered, the lights dimming to a dull orange glow before surging back. "Come with me. Now. The captain wants you on the bridge." We followed her into a corridor that was a scene from a nightmare. Water, real salt water, was seeping from the joints in the wall panels, pooling on the carpet. Alarms were blaring, a shrill, relentless sound. Crew members ran past, their faces blank with a terror beyond training. As we passed the central atrium, a grand open space that rose through several decks, we saw them. The remaining 3 new crew members, and the mute baker from the infirmary. They were standing in a perfect circle in the middle of the empty atrium, facing inward, their heads tilted up. They weren't moving. They looked like statues, oblivious to the chaos, their clothes damp, water dripping from their hair as if they'd just surfaced. Passengers screamed and ran around them, but the 4 men didn't flinch. They were converging, a final, silent tribute before the end. The doctor pulled us away, her grip like iron. The bridge was chaos wrapped in a desperate attempt at order. Screens flickered, showing conflicting data. The captain was shouting at the helmsman. I said hard to starboard. It's not responding. The helmsman spun the wheel, but the ship continued its slow, inexorable turn into the empty blackness of the sea. It's the automated system, sir. It's been overridden. I can't disengage. A navigation officer pointed a shaking finger at a secondary screen. The override code, it's a string of numbers. It matches the tonnage figures from those old ships. The Oceanic Reliance fleet. My friend let out a small, choked sound. He was staring at a blank notepad on a console. Doodles. His doodles of numbers and schematics. The deep had used his obsession, his compulsion to draw, to learn the codes, to write the command that was now sailing us to our doom. The captain saw us and strode over, his composure gone, replaced by a furious, focused despair. It wants the whole ship, he spat. We thwarted its 7 symbolic deaths, so it will take the balance from the whole. This ship, and everyone on it, will be the 7th sinking, the final payment on the old man's debt. He understood now. The 7 crew were just the down payment, the interest. The principle was the vessel itself. The entity didn't just want 7 lives. It wanted a 7th ship to complete the set. A deep, groaning shudder ran through the entire superstructure, a sound of metal stressed beyond its limits. The floor tilted more steeply. We were taking on water, not from a breach, but from everywhere, from the inside out. The calculator in my mind, the cold part that had weighed lives, finally spat out an answer. The entity worked on symbolic balance. To cancel a debt of a sinking, you needed a sacrifice of equal value. You couldn't offer it another sinking. That was what it wanted. You had to offer it the opposite, a counterbalance, fire and water. To sink a ship, you offer it a fire. My eyes scanned the frantic bridge, landing on a schematic of the ship's fuel lines pinned to a board. The stabilizer fuel, highly volatile, stored in tanks deep in the ship's belly, routed through pipes that ran near the engineering spaces. A spark there, a real spark, not a symbolic one, would create a conflagration that would burn, not sink. Would be a refusal of the deep's chosen end. A new entry in the ledger, written in a language it might understand. Destruction by its opposite element. I didn't speak. I moved. I grabbed the knife from a magnetic strip on the wall, a tool for cutting line. The captain shouted, "What are you doing?" But I was already running out of the bridge, back into the flooding corridor. My friend, suddenly lucid, his eyes clear with a final, desperate understanding, was right behind me. "I know the way," he yelled over the blaring alarms. He did. The schematics were in his head. We ran down crew stairwells, water now ankle deep and rising, the lights flickering. We passed the atrium. The 4 men were still standing there, water up to their knees, their circle unbroken. We ran deeper, into the mechanical heart of the ship, the air growing hot and thick with the smell of oil and salt. We found the access panel for the stabilizer fuel line junction, a narrow service alley behind the roaring engine room. The pipe was labeled "Cold Under My Touch." My friend held the flashlight, his hand steady for the first time in days. "Here," he said, his voice calm. "A cut here, and the fuel will spray. The heat from the engines, it'll be enough." I looked at him, at my best friend, the guy who was supposed to stand beside me at my wedding. This was the real convergence. Not of victims, but of choice. We were choosing our own end, on our own terms, a fiery refusal of a watery grave. It was the final, desperate, balancing entry. I raised the knife. I didn't think about the 3,000 souls above. I thought about the ledger, and the pen in my hand. I plunged the knife into the pipe, not with anger, but with a strange, cold certainty, twisting it, wrenching it sideways. A hiss, sharp and piercing, cut through the engine's roar. A fine, acrid mist filled the air, the smell of raw fuel overwhelming everything. My friend met my eyes and gave a small, sad smile. He dropped the flashlight. It went out. In the sudden dark, filled with the hiss of escaping fuel and the deep, hungry groan of the ship, we waited for the spark. We had written our answer. Now we would see if the deep accepted the payment.